tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new...
Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
Nigerian elites refuse to truly look at the true reality that they are the problem. Even if Nigeria divides to 5 million pieces, as long as we have these people among all of us in these 5 million pieces, we go still come and then go rule these 5 million pieces. You will be the same thing. Sudan/South Sudan. Sudan was one country. The northern country was Arabs. The lower country was Africans. The Arabs oppressing the Africans with the help of those Africans among them that the Arab liked. Then those Africans are saying, this oppression is too much. We must divide this country. It's not fair. Then they divide the country. South Sudan and Sudan. Look at the two countries today. Now only the Arabs are together. In South Sudan, only the black. The imperialistic needs of their leaders are still destroying those two countries. Division can never be progress. The truth of it is that Nigerian elites should gather and look at the Sultan of Sokoto, look him dead in the eye and say to him, let our people go. But they can't look at him in the eye. These northern leaders in Nigeria, they are still teaching in those their madrigals, in those ilekeu, they are teaching our young people an extremist version of Islam called Wahhabism. So that's why you hear Muslim people telling you that Islam is a religion of peace. That what the people are doing is not Islam, but the people that are doing it are Muslim. Sha. That's what I keep telling them. Yes, you say it's not Islam, but the people doing it are Muslim, and your Islamic community is not doing anything. So stop acting, don't think it's not Islam. We hear, but the perpetrators are Muslims. So you must handle that. Saudi Arabia, where starts the Wahhabism, this is how wicked African people are to their own people. Saudi Arabia now, that spread this Wahhabism, they are doing everything in their power to stop it in their own country. Go and look at them today. They are trying. But in Nigeria, they are spreading it far and wide. They are making it stronger. What we must feed the youth of northern Nigeria as the youth of southern Nigeria is Pan-Africanism. That when when we are frustrated, we have no ideology, no African ideology to vent our frustration. Make I tell you the truth. That's the reason why most people come to my life. Because they articulate our frustrations. Because I can vent it from an ideology called Pan-Africanism. If you embrace an ideology, that ideology, if it's true to your development, will always give you way to resist oppression. Our northern brothers and sisters have never been given anything but Wahhabism. That's why when you make them vex, they go straight to burn and destroy. It's not their fault. It's the education that the northern elites are giving them. Because the northern elites, they still have the ambition of carrying out jihad. Is Saudi Arabia doing jihad? How many Saudi Arabian princes are riding around Arabia doing jihad, trying to steal land for their people? How many of them are still doing it? They have settled down. They are building nations. Look at Qatar is hosting World Cup. Saudi Arabia is doing amazing things all over the place. In fact, Saudi Arabia owns almost all the tech companies. They have invested their money far and wide, to the extent that their leader can kill an American journalist, chop an American journalist to pieces, and America still does business with him. America still welcomes him. America still allows him to do anything he likes in America. That is the power that they have gotten by modernizing their ideology. You people are still here dreaming of jihad. Take out there now, African elites. The northern leaders of Nigeria are still here thinking they want to do jihad to southern Nigeria. Check out Denny. If I tell myself I no get sense, they will say Sheun is rude, Sheun na Igbo smoker, Sheun blah. Because you people are stuck in some. You want Arabs to see that you are more Arab than them by killing your brother in the name of jihad, so that they can respect you, that you're Islam, you're own Muslim. So wait, when you prove to them that you have done jihad, no, let's even say that you northern elites are lucky enough to carry out your jihad and you wipe us out and you Islamize Nigeria. Do you think that the Arabs will respect you as Muslims still? Because I know that's your problem. Because when you people go for Hajj, you don't come back and say the truth. Just like when Europeans, the southern Nigerians, when you people go to the West, you don't come back and say the truth to your people of what your eye, which in the eye they see for there. Now they come back and tell out the racism, the discrimination. But you just come back with your fine clothes. You start building one house with your fine shoe to show your brother, America is good. Yeah, they enjoy. Guess, yeah. But the things your eye they see, they talk on. Same thing as you northerners when you go for your Hajj. The discrimination, the way they treat your women like prostitutes. My friend tell me, say, any African woman will go for Hajj, they respect them. They feel that because then they go with him, papa. He said, they say all African women are prostitutes. They touch their breasts. They think that if you talk, they go beat you. I said, really? I said, never, I can never happen. And I don't get police. He said, they tell me, oh ha. So you people go there and you get disrespected. So I know that's why you come here. I want to prove your Islam. Prove. That maybe they see that you are killing your brother in the name of Islam. They will respect you. They will never. Because what they hate about you has nothing to do with whether you are carrying out jihad or not. What they hate about you is that you are cowards. That you are men that cannot build countries. So you are beneath them. When they hear you talk about all these things, you want to come and hide money in their country, you want to come and buy house, they see you as, that's why they see you as inferior. Because you lack imagination. Not because you lack violence. You have killed Nigerians for 60 years. You've been killing Nigerians. Yes, for 60 years. So why would they think that you lack violence or you lack... That's not the problem. They don't respect you because you lack imagination.
And there it is. You know, I'm a bit conflicted about Shehu Kuti, very conflicted. He doesn't have the knowledge base for the political position that he takes, but he has a big amplifier. So it's amplifier one, the father's name, which is a global phenomenon, and then his own name, which is a minor of a sparkle, and then, of course, the followership that he has. So he has that amplifier. So he has the audience to speak to. But does he have the cranial functioning, the mental acuity to present as he presents? So he takes a very nuanced conversation, and then he gives a pedestrianized sort of view about it. That's not to say it's wrong or it's not wrong often instances, but it's just a surface level, it's a veneered sort of understanding of the subject matter that is speaking to. It doesn't have the depth or the gravitas or certainly the bank of knowledge to speak to the big hit topics that he seeks to speak to. But then often instances when you get people like that, they call it an arrogance of ignorance. To him, it's an astute, intuitive thinker. To him, it's a blue sky thinker. That's how because he feels he says it and you don't, but he doesn't say it at all. But then you have to give kudos sometimes. Because the broad strokes of that narrative that is just presented right there, the broad strokes are broadly right, but there's an underbelly of nuance. He's saying the Saudis, the Middle Easterns have moved away from Wahhabism and Jihadism. Certainly not. What do you think is going on in the Middle East? Is Wahhabism and Jihadism. You have Wahhabism conflating against Shiitism, which is that chasm of the eternal battle between the Saudis and the Iranians. So that underbelly is playing out in Syria, etc., etc. And then you have the subsect that is going on in places like Palestine. And then the broader outpost are the African spaces. What is going on within the African space is the jihadism that has been commissioned by the Saudi space and has been outsourced to the localized champions like the sultans, etc., etc., to spread Islam to the sea. Because of it's a lot more nuanced than any understanding that somebody like Sheikh Kuti, what does he even know? He smokes Igbo and he plays the saxophone, and that is the end of Solomon Grundy. What does he offer beyond that? He smokes Igbo and he plays the saxophone, and that is the end of Solomon Grundy. He doesn't expand beyond that. He's not a critical thinker. It's not a savant anyway, because he's not that age to be a savant. He's not an anything. Anyway, let me leave him alone. But a lot of people sent in that clip for us to react to, so I just thought a little bit of so a lot of people send that clip for us to react to, so I just thought a little bit of a reaction to it. But no, the depth of knowledge is not there for Sheikh Kuti to be taking on big hit topics. He should stick to fighting with what's that gay boy in Finland, Samuel Ipa, and the very black man also. So that's his space. He shouldn't be speaking to things like he can philosophize, because anybody can anybody can philosophize at whatever frequency their function is, and it still has legitimacy. So he can philosophize, but he cannot take on thorny topics that are bigger than his reach in life, and that often instances is where he goes to. So that's Sheikh Kuti. Sorry, apologies for my manners. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you all? So another day, another session with that bald-headed man from Laughing. You know that one that makes noise on the internet all the time? That's me. So that bald-headed man from Laughing, here to make his vacuous noise again. So indulge as we... Sorry, I better. So good day to you. Good to be yours. Sometimes I just ramble. As I'm rambling, I'm getting myself into the session. It's just and I do it every day. So you say I should have mastered sort of a pattern by now, but sometimes I just fumble my way into it and hopefully land on my feet. That's usually how it works. Do you know how a duck swims? When you see a duck gliding or a swan gliding elegantly down a stream, there's a lot of flapping in the underwaters. So the flapping in the underwaters is that sort of preamble that I often do. But there it is. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So hope you've all had... which one is wow? What happened at Choba? So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you all? Hope you've all had a wonderfully glorious day. My day is actually glorious now that I'm in your company. It's something I always wait. There's something I always look forward to with bated breath. Is that how they say it? Bated breath. So all that. So Yes, click on the like button just as soon as they are coming in. Our Fairchild has been encouraging you to do that. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. And do that just as I'm directing now. So if you haven't done it already, do it now. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. We need numbers to go up. We are on the cusp of a minor threshold. So we need a glut of subscribers to push us over a particular threshold. So if you're not already subscribed, or if you unsubscribed in anger, resubscribe now or subscribe for the first time to help us push over a particular threshold. So give us that little nudge that will push us over. It's just a minor little threshold, but we're on the cusp of a minor little threshold subscriber-wise. So if you're not already subscribed, do that as a favor to the platform to tip it over a minor threshold. So click on like, click on subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. If you want to be a member of the cool gang, that is if I'm a cool gang, but if you want to be a member of the cool gang, then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, pop into the studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. So there it is. If you can, yes. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, do all that. And then the example that Ayo said, we're getting accustomed to hitting 5 super chats every single session. That's a minimum of, that is, let's play this. I think Thomas is wanting to show us the backdrop of Australia. So let's watch as Thomas says about his business. So yes, we're getting used to, we set a minimum bar of 5 super chats every session, and we're getting used to hitting that bar. No less thanks to people like Ayo, who always encourages that space. So here is Ayo encouraging that space. So we need people to follow the example he said to take the super chat 5 and more. So take us to those spaces. So enough. Look at Thomas. You can smile now. Look at that. It's closed the window. So let's set him to the back. So yes, all that funky stuff. So let's just get into it. So we get straight into it. Apologies for my rambling, by the way. I know I ramble at the start of every session, but I'm expunging nervous energy because I do get nervous every single time this session starts. You may be surprised to hear that, but I get very as soon as we set into it, I settle into it. But as the music stops and my face suddenly appears on the screen, I feel a jolt of nerves. So to expunge it, to expel it, whatever it is, I do a bit of rambling. So enough of the rambling, and now to the talking point. So enough of the rambling, and now to the talking point. Interest rates to remain high until inflation comes down. This is Yemi Cardoso, the Ebenezer Scrooge of the Nigerian space. All he ever comes out with is seemingly bad news. Interest rates to remain high until inflation comes down. This is Yemi Cardoso telling you not to reach to the skies just yet. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, said interest rates will remain high until inflation rates come down. Cardoso stated this in a Financial Times report on Monday. Let's take that from the top again. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, said interest rates would remain high until inflation rate comes down. Cardoso stated this in a Financial Times report on Monday. The CBN boss also said orthodox policies will be implemented to tame inflation. So there has to be a strong element of orthodoxy in the way that the Nigerian state works, because we've tried all the psychedelic policy positioning, and we saw where that got us under Emefiele. So a lot of orthodoxy needed in the financial space should be conservative and orthodox anyway. The CBN boss also said orthodox policies would be implemented to tame inflation. He said there is every indication that MPC would do whatever is necessary to rein in inflation. So I'm not quite sure what that acronym is. Cardoso said they will continue. They will continue to do. I think yes. I think that MPC is actually a subset within the CBN that meets maybe every week or even perhaps every day to look at the monetary position of the country and to see if it's steady as it goes or maybe some sort of variation needed. He said there is every indication that MPC would do whatever is necessary to rein in inflation. Cardoso said they will continue to do what has to be done to ensure that inflation comes down. Let's face it, for a long period of time, the CBN did not embrace orthodox monetary policy. We want to go back to using an orthodox method. It will take us to where we want to go, he said. Cardoso said the Apex Bank had been reoriented to focus on price and monetary stability. He said the official window of the foreign exchange market has been stabilized. According to the governor, investors previously had a tendency to head for the window in response to currency fluctuations. However, there has been a fundamental shift. So that is Yemi Cardoso, then the bearer of bad news. So what is essentially telling you then is that they're not going to make any major or significant move to tackle inflation in the immediate term. No, is it inflation? To tackle inflation with the interest rate, I should say. So let me take you back now. This narrative still ongoing. The now Calabar Coastal Road, a co-Atlantic city loses 87 billion naira to Lagos Calabar Coastal Road project. So for all of the noise that we've heard about that coastal road, you would have thought it was an attack on one person and one person alone. But the biggest sufferers are people who are actually suffering in silence. A co-Atlantic city loses 87 billion naira to Lagos Calabar Coastal Road project. So that's the co-Atlantic. How many times has Babati regaled us with this particular plan or whatever it is? This model, this plan. So I'll just give you about 3 paragraphs. As Lagos Calabar Coastal Road continues to be dogged by controversy, the promoters of the Eco-Atlantic City, South Energies Nigeria Limited, has revealed that the reroute of the project cost them 87 billion naira losses. The company also said the claim by Landmark Group that it spent over 3.5 billion naira and adopted a triple defense approach through stone embankment around its sites to reduce the impact of the large tidal wave which was occurring as a result of ongoing land reclamation in the area was false. So there's this right there. I think people are starting to tire of that Landmark guy. According to the Assistant Public Relations Officer, South Energies Limited, Mr. Larry Akanbi, the loss is the value of the land they reclaimed where the road will pass through. So yes, of course, we had the anticipation that would be the case. Yes. So according to the Assistant Public Relations Officer, South Energies Limited, Mr. Larry Akanbi, the loss is the value of the land they reclaimed where the road passed through. He also stated that the land which was used as Landmark Beach was not reclaimed, but a settlement. Akanbi said the Landmark Beach belongs to Eco-Atlantic City and Landmark Group was supposed to pay the South Energies over 7 billion naira for using the beachfront as the certificate of occupancy covers the area. So apparently, allegedly, and as a lot of people have suggested, that piece of land, it doesn't even belong to Landmark in the first instance. But let's go on from there to this. This one now, details of Peter Obi's meeting with Atiku, Saraki, Lamido emerge. So these guys are certainly determined to give Tinubu a sleepless night. I mean, the photograph itself tells you all you need to know. The conspiracy carries on. The campaign team of the Labour Party presidential flag bearer in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, has opened up on the reason for their visits to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, erstwhile Governor of Jigawa State Sule Lamido, and former Senate President Bukola Saraki in Abuja. Correspondents recall that the former Anambra governor was in a closed-door meeting with 3 chieftains of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, on Monday. This is the first meeting of the former Anambra governor with his former political allies after he defected from the PDP to Labour Party in May 2022. Speaking with correspondents on the reason for the visit, the chief spokesman of Atiku Presidential Campaign Organization, Yanusa Tanko, explained that the politicians met behind closed doors to discuss how to rescue the soul of Nigeria from the clutches of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. He said, "I am not privy to their meetings, but what you are seeing are some of the long discussions we have had a long time ago. It is part of the discussions and efforts to battle for the soul of Nigeria. It is not a surprising thing for Obi to meet." So, and by the way, it's just you see, I'm not quite sure what would come out of these meetings. Because for all of the 3 characters listed as being behind that, as being involved in that closed-door meeting, Bukola Saraki, Atiku Abubakar, and Peter Obi. So all of those 3 characters consider themselves to be alpha males. So who's going to yield the space to whom? And are we going to see an Atiku Obi ticket again in 2027? And if we do see an Atiku Obi ticket, who is going to be top and who is going to be bottom? But I think the main purpose of the meeting is just to give Tinubu sleepless nights. So that's I cannot think of anything that could emerge from this. The campaign team of the Labour, I'll just speed through it now. It's a short read, so let me just speed through it. The campaign team of the Labour Party LP presidential flag bearer in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has opened up on the reason for his visit to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, erstwhile Governor of Jigawa State Sule Lamido, and former Senate President Bukola Saraki in Abuja. Correspondents recall that the former Anambra governor was in a closed-door meeting with the 3 chieftains of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, on Monday. This is the first meeting of the former Anambra governor with his former political allies after he defected from the PDP to Labour Party in May 2022. Speaking with correspondents on the reason for the visit, the chief spokesperson of Obi Presidential Campaign Organization, Yanusa Tanko, explained that the politicians met behind closed doors to discuss how to rescue the soul of Nigeria from the clutches of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. He said, "I am not privy to their meetings, but what you are seeing are some of the long discussions we have had a long time ago. It is part of the discussions and efforts to battle for the soul of Nigeria. It is not a surprising thing for Obi to meet some of his political allies to discuss the situation. For now, an official statement released by Obi's media team titled State of the Nation and Plight of the Poor, Obi visits Atiku, Saraki, and Lamido, corroborated Tanko's earlier sentiment that Obi is determined to engage virtually all his political allies on the need to wrest power from the ruling APC. The statement reads, "The 2023 flag bearer of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has continued to live up to his expressed commitment to the peace and progress of the nation. His abiding devotion is to his abiding devotion is to the emergence of a Nigeria that works for all its people and where the people are quickly pulled out of poverty. Worried about the state of the nation and the increasing uncertainty in the living conditions of the poor and underprivileged, Obi is in Abuja on Monday. Obi in Abuja on Monday visited some of the top Nigerians, amongst whom are former vice president, blah, 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 blah. At the center of the discussion during each of these visits was the state of the nation and how to reduce the suffering of all Nigerians, irrespective of class and location. In particular, the desperate condition of the downtrodden, so the usual stuff that you'd expect from that space. But the outtake really is just an intimidation tactic. They essentially, the photograph is the whole narrative of it all, because of course, but I cannot say how the synergy happens. But they are maintaining cordial relationships to see then how they can synergize. Because there'll be the first round of elections in 2027, and then if there is room post that election, if there's an inconclusiveness to the election, because these two elements that you're seeing on your screen now, they are going to both stand individually in that election. Peter Obi is yielding no space to no man, and Atiku is yielding no space to no man. So they'll do the first round, and if it's inconclusive, or if they can dabaru post the election, then they will then synergize to see who yields to whom. But there it is right there. Naira depreciates further against dollar to 1,515 naira to the dollar as external reserve increases. So those two spaces don't marry, because of course when the external reserve increases, then that should surely strengthen the naira. The declining fortune of the naira persisted on Monday, with further depreciation in the parallel market to 1,515 naira to the dollar. This represents a 2.97% depreciation when compared to the exchange rate of 1,470 on Friday. The decline occurred despite Nigeria's external reserve increasing marginally by 0.4% week on week to a 4-week high of 32.4 billion as of May the 8th, 2024. Correspondence. So there's something going on that I think Cardoso has yet to figure out. I don't think the floating of the naira is what's led us to all this. I think there's shadowy hands at play that Cardoso is yet to unravel. Right, shadowy hands at play that Cardoso is yet to unravel. So now this next one, we knew it was always going to get to this point at some point, and it looks as though it has now gotten to that point now. Fubara vows to probe Wike'S administration. So yes, Wike'S administration should be probed. So and this is they say attack is the best form of defense. So he's been doing please Oga now. But if Oga doesn't want to please, so he's ready to dish Oga a dirty slap. Fubara vows to probe Wike'S administration. So let's get it, as Kaizo would say. River State Governor Simi Fubara has vowed that his administration will set up a panel of inquiry to probe the last administration. Fubara spoke on Monday, May the 13th, after inaugurating Dagogo Iboroma SAN as the Attorney General of the state, following Iboroma screening and confirmation by the Victor Okojombo-led House of Assembly. So all these funky names they have in the South, but is Victor Okojombo, is he even legitimate? Because of course, I think we only have 3 people in that house that are backing his government. It was gathered that the governor lamented the large-scale. It was gathered that the governor lamented the grand-scale sabotage of his administration, saying that the state was in a critical situation. He said it had become obvious that the political crisis could no longer be resolved. So, more details to come. So, I think that's somewhat of breaking news right there. So, somewhat of a breaking news right there. Obi visits Atiku Saraki Lamido in Abuja. So, I think we've already got that. So, the picture really is what they are really looking to send to the space. So, the picture really what they're looking to send to the space. But let me send the hyperlink. The room needs populating. So if you want we do this every we do this at the start of every session. So the room needs populating. So if you want the conversation to take place, then just hop on the platform. So hop on the platform. Let me play you the Kegite music and then we kick things off. There's another video clip that I could play you as a space filler. It's an interview by Daniel Bwala. And if you want me to bring Daniel Bwala back, let me know in the comment section and then we'll make efforts in that direction. But first, the Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wike'S àti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, and there it is right there. So Ikuku Niru Agbeche. So I'm going to play you this interview by Daniel Bwala to see as we wait for the room to populate. I'll play you this, and then if at the end of it we have no population, then we round it off there. But this was an interview by Daniel Bwala, as ever, always explosive.
In 21 days, President Bola Tinubu's administration will clock 1 year in office. How far has the president gone with some of his economic policies, anti-corruption war, bilateral agreements, foreign trips to bring investors into the country, and his attempt to give Nigerians the promised renewed hope? Joining me to examine this is lawyer and public affairs analyst Daniel Bwala. Daniel Bwala joins me live from the UK. Mr. Bwala, thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me. Good evening to your viewers.
Indeed, let's begin this conversation on a personal front, and I'm sure you're used to these questions already. You were with the APC, you then moved to PDP for the last election as spokesperson for the Atiku Okowa campaign organization. And now it does seem you're on your way back to your former party from the body language we've seen recently. But let's talk about your recent tweet. There's a tweet of yours that talked about the ability of Mr. President to govern from anywhere in the world, whether or not the vice president is in the country. And it's seen by many as a response to an initial tweet by a former principal. That has gotten quite a lot of reactions as we speak. I don't know if you take time to read these reactions yourself, but what do you make of how many have responded to your decision to support this government? Some have shared old videos of your strong criticisms of Mr. President in the past. Others say you have become spokesperson for both the APC and PDP. I think I read one comment that actually said you were actually an APC mole in the PDP presidential campaign last year. How do you react?
The one thing they should stop doing is to be mentioning Daniel Bwala in association with the PDP. He's very much an APC man now, so just forget Daniel Bwala anything. It is not with the PD. I think there's no equivocation. Is always waxing lyricals about Tinubu. So forget Daniel Bwala as an APC and as a PDP anything.
Actually, you have asked me close to 9 questions altogether. Let me try. Some of them have been answered before, but let me just say that we have, Nigeria, people are suffering under multi-dimensional poverty. You have the last election, which was characterized by hate speech and bigotry, which the campaign of the candidate from Labour Party introduced, where you find that a lot of his followers, which quite frankly, if you ask me, there are a few of them. Some of them are my friends. We share different views. We relate and we, oppose each other. But a greater number of the
you see, that's the strap line that they're going to use to attack Peter Obi in 2027. The hate speech and the ethnic bigotry, because they've been parroting it. You hear it a lot from Daniel. Anytime he refers to the Obi space, he always refers to it in terms of hate speech and bigotry. And you hear the same thing from Reno Omokri as well. So that's going to be the strap line that they're going to use to attack him in 2027.
The people who push for him are agitators. They are secessionists. I will call them Biafran agitators who happen to dominate the social media. And therefore, if you look at their engagement, there is nothing that appeals to them. For them, if you ask them, it's for us to wake up Nigeria tomorrow morning and see that there is no Nigeria. So I don't actually focus on those. So even when I see reaction that they say Nigerians say this person said this, I filter. You see, because life, you have to be able to know how you focus on things that matter. What matters to us as a country now, how do we advance Nigeria? That's the most important thing. Election is ended. Yes, I worked under Atiku. Yes, I was critical of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. On the other side, as a member of the opposition, it is the rules of engagement in politics. When you market your product, you demarket the other product. But you will not find a single comment from the beginning to the ending where I came down on the personality of the president. But when people even talk, they should have known that before I even went to PDP, I was Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's diehard supporter. I was even.
So what you are hearing there is it's a come and get me plea by Daniel Bwala right there, slowly trying to wangle his way back into the APC fold. So and it's been a long-standing Tinubu man, by the way. That role that whoever was the campaign coordinator for Tinubu had, he should have been that voice. The sort of the role that Femi Fani-Kayode had, he should have been that voice. But it's a come and get me plea that is harkening back to days gone by and their long-standing relationship, just to remind that I'm still available. This is is that the president is in charge of the country and can govern from anywhere in the world, whether the vice president is also in Nigeria or not.
From the beginning to the ending, where I came down on the personality of the president. But when people even talk, they should have known that before I even went to PDP, I was Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's diehard supporter. I was, even in APC, I belonged to the camp that is apologists to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which was the reason why I worked with Comrade Adams Oshomole. And when the attack was so much, I decided to rather go down with him than to betray him when the opportunity called for me to walk away from him. So this is the foundation. In the primaries of President Bola Tinubu, we played the major role in advancing his cause at a time when even some of the people you could say who have been his political godsons turned their backs away from them. But today he's not looking at them with bad eyes because that is politics. What I think Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, the president, has done, which has now set him apart, is that rather than looking at politics from the prism of bitterness and unforgiveness, he looked at politics from the prism of winning, winning engagement. And that's why you see him keep winning even people in the opposition day by day by day by day. But that's not the focus. What we are focusing, my brother, is Nigeria. How do we advance the country? How do we alleviate the sufferings of the people? This is where President Bola Tinubu is focused on.
And we're going to touch on that very quickly. We're going to talk on governance and quite a number of things you also spoke about recently. But correct me if I'm wrong, you're still a card-carrying member of the PDP, right?
No.
Oh, no. That's
Yes.
amazing. The last time I saw an interview of yours, you said you're still
So there it is right there. So that is Daniel Bwala now distancing himself from the PDP. So it's quite clear that the ship, nothing succeeds like success. Everybody is only interested in a winner, and there is jumped shape, So where he now lands, no one knows, but he has certainly jumped shape.
Member, but that the full and spirit isn't with the PDP. So you resigned your membership?
I challenge you to go and check their register whether you see my name.
All right. So if it's true that you're returning to the APC, do you think that the party would trust you, given how close you were before leaving the party?
And by the way, the prospects of him moving back to sorry, I can't do anything about the volume. It's at the highest I can have it. Yes, it's at the highest I can have it. And by the way, the prospects of him moving back to the low, I think it can still go. Yes, the prospects of him moving back to the APC, that was first birthed on this platform. Remember when he was a guest on this platform, and we were pushing him then to say that, are you making your way back? And he couldn't give that was the first time he hinted at the possibility of moving back to the APC.
The party.
Whether they trust me or not is immaterial to me. The most important thing is I made a decision to support President Bola Tinubu. He trusts me. He gives attention to me. He listens to me. He encourages me. And that to me is more than what you can ask for. There are people who are even in the government, appointed by the government. They didn't enjoy such privilege. So I am not looking at politics from the prism of wanting to please everybody. The most important thing is your conscience and your works. Whenever I commit to a cause, you cannot see a percentage out. All of my focus and everything will be in. Even the fiercest critics will know I'm in. That is how I made the decision and commitment to support President Bola Tinubu. So what anybody else says, whether from PDP or even APC, will not move me. If President Bola Tinubu tomorrow says, Bwala, I don't need your support, that's a different thing. But the person I made a decision to support.
Okay, so this guy is playing a high-risk game now. He has told us now that that is no longer a card-carrying member of the PDP. And he has also now, you heard his own words, is now also telling us now that he has made the decision to support Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So now, if the Tinubu space don't take him on board, he would be left stranded. So he's thrown all his chips in the air. He's put on all of his chips on red, hoping that the roulette will land on his number. So it's a high-risk game because he's told us now he's abandoned the PDP, he's supporting Tinubu, but is not a member of the APC. So how quite that plays out for him, we'll find out shortly.
Support. He encourages me. He gives me attention. That is the most important thing to me. It's more than Premier League trophy to me.
Right. Well, by the way,
and by the way, Tinubu is also cutting him, because it's just endless meetings. They're always, I think he's met Tinubu about 3-4 times now over the last 6 months thereabout. So certainly is making his way towards the door and they've left the door ajar for him to be able to come in. So that's Bwala on his way.
Well, you've met with him twice now, and we'll probably talk about that shortly as well.
3 times, actually.
Oh, 3 times. That's amazing. Perhaps you will tell us a few things to discuss in the course of this conversation. But Mr. President is considered one of the most influential politicians on the continent before he emerged president last year. And we are seeing how that is impacting opposition politics as we know it in Nigeria. For instance, one of the biggest stakeholders in the PDP is now a member of his cabinet. I'm wondering what you think about
that of course, Yemson Wike. You know, there's the argument, and a lot of people have put it forward before. There's the argument that Tinubu is actually is slowly wiping out opposition politics in Nigeria. You know, because all of the big weights of let's say some, not all, a lot of the big weights in the opposition spaces, they are slowly, because, and that's usually what happens. So everything often gravitates to the center, and a lot of the big weights in the opposition spaces are slowly gravitating towards the APC. We have seen Wike, of course, Daniel Bwala now, and probably some other minor names that don't immediately come to mind.
The quality of political opposition under this administration. I remember speaking with the Benue APC Publicity Secretary last week, and he mentioned unequivocally that the Benue PDP will support President Tinubu in 2027 if some conditions do not change. Do you think that the Tinubu political stature as...
You know, it's not just the Benue PDP that might support Tinubu in 2027. The whole of the PDP party may well support Tinubu in 2027. So there's a battle going on now because our PDP are in the processes of electing their new leadership in terms of the party structure. And there are 2 camps. There is the Atiku camp, of course, and there is the Yemson Wike camp. If the Yemson Wike camp, if they are able to seize hold of that party, if they are able to get grip of that party and kick Atiku out, what will happen in 2027 will be PDP will endorse APC to say, okay, go and complete the 2 terms that is allotted to that's constitutionally allowed to the South. So if Wike is able to seize hold of the PDP and is the front runner to seize hold of the PDP will endorse Tinubu in 2027 because Wike himself has said severally publicly that is not going to oppose Tinubu in 2027. So we are on the cusp of a one-party state, and if that happens, then Peter Obi will just be left as the opposition, just some lonely voice in the ethers shouting, "We cannot continue like this." So he will be the only opposition space, and of course, in 2027, they will just decimate him.
Change the status quo as we know it, as regards opposition politics in Nigeria.
So what President Bola Tinubu is using, some people say soft power, but he's using the power of engagement, the war of attrition, and the capacity to engage. Now, as I speak to you today, you are only mentioning Benue, but I can tell you that you probably record will show the chairman of PDP Governors Forum, who is the governor of Bauchi. He has declared his support to President Bola Tinubu. The key leaders in that party.
We saw that play out in real time. We've seen was it Bala Mohammed, who is the governor of whichever state he just said, is the chairman of the PDP Governors Forum. We've seen him severally aligning with the government and even gushing. It was almost like he was even toasting Tinubu like a babe. So we've seen a lot of that. So we're headed towards a one-party state. That's just what it looks like.
President Bola Tinubu. You know, the intriguing thing about President Bola Tinubu is that there are some who are not even saying they are leaving their party, but they said that 2024, 5, 6, 7, and to the second term of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they are supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, did President Bola Ahmed Tinubu use any coercion? Certainly no. And this is why, like you said, it sets him apart, because politics is about engagement. Politics is about collective and national interest. And politics, more than anything else, is about showing that you care for the people you engage and talk with. And that this is what, so that I know for a fact, God keeping President Bola Ahmed Tinubu alive and well, his second term is almost done, guaranteed. But I'm not suggesting that for anybody to be overexcited or to be relaxed. But I'm telling you, if you're judging based on what you are seeing around all political parties, let me even say, before the end of the first term of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Peter Obi is going to throw his support to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Just watch as the trend goes. And this
you know, he made that statement. I think this guy, Daniel Bwala, may be listening because, of course, you know, he's a friend of this platform. He may be listening to this platform somewhat. He said that casually, but how many times have I said that by 2027, Peter Obi will be voting for Tinubu? So, so that term, don't take that sentence in a literal term, but the obedience pace, a lot of them will be voting for Tinubu. Because a lot of policy changes and a lot of repointing of the country in terms of the trajectory and governance and style and policies and all of that, a lot of things happening. And so a lot of those things will start to germinate within the next 12 months, 18 months thereabout. To the point, look at the Lagos, the Lagos Calabar Coastal Road now. So we've seen a lot of the South-South spaces, a lot of their big hitters coming out to endorse Tinubu off the back of that initiative. So that initiative is a 6-year initiative, and they will want to see it to its completion. So they would not want to. There's a lot going on. So by the time 2027 comes, there'll be so much on the table that it'll be very difficult for vested interest not to vote for a continuation of status quo, because they can see a plan fleshing out and they want to see it to its they want to see it blossom. So when it's saying Peter Obi will be voting for Tinubu, it doesn't mean a literal Peter Obi, but a metaphoric Peter Obi in terms of his space.
This is politics.
What a prediction! What
yes,
a prediction.
Because there is a unanimous agreement that power should go to the South, and that the North has had 8 years. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has won and is doing the first term. But by the time he is concluded, even the greater part of the Northern people will prefer that he finish the second term, so that if power goes to the North, they believe he should be able to stay for 8 years. It will not be sensitive.
You know, out of everything that guarantees, and we've said it, how many times, I'm pretty sure that Daniel listens to us daily. How many times have we said this? If there's one thing that guarantees Tinubu's second term, is just exactly what Daniel Bwala has just said there. You know, there is absolutely categorically no reason for, think of it, remove emotions, remove, they don't want a better Nigeria, they want a better Nigeria. Put your logical, cold, logical thinking hat on, and then revisit that statement made by Daniel Bwala. There is absolutely categorically no reason on earth why the Northerners, the abundance of them, no matter how many grotesque boreholes Peter Obi goes to build in the North, there's categorically no reason why the Northerners will vote for Peter Obi. Why would they? If they vote for Peter Obi, the Constitution allows Peter Obi to govern for 2 terms. So Tinubu completes 4 years, and then Peter Obi comes in to run another 8 years, and then that leaves them out of power for 12 years. If there's one thing we know about the Northerners, is how much they covet and luster after power. You know, they can barely bear that Tinubu is there. They can barely stomach that he's going to be there for 8 years. So why would they countenance then another chancer from the South coming in to replace him to then go on another? It's never, that's the pragmatism of politics. So they're not interested in all these hoopla and screeching and howling at the moon. They know the game. The only thing that can happen in 2027 is for the Northerners to try and wrestle power from Tinubu for themselves. So barring that and failing that, and that window doesn't open because there are only really two players that can play to that space. Atiku Abubakar, who is already a busted flush. The Northerners don't like him and they don't trust him. So Atiku Abubakar already a busted flush, and just as a lottery card throwaway distance chance, maybe El Rufai. So there is no real strong name in the North that can really wrestle that power from Tinubu. So that's the pragmatism of it, isn't it? But you can go to all of the Biafra spaces and all of the whatever, the so-called vineyard eastern space that purports to be a nationalistic space that they call it. Forget all of that now. We're talking about pragmatic politics. And that is what Daniel Bwala is explaining to us right here.
Agreement that power should go to the South and that the North has had 8 years. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has won and is doing the first term. But by the time he is concluded, even the greater part of the Northern people will prefer that he finish the second term so that if power goes to the North, they believe it should be able to stay for 8 years. It will not be sensical after 4 years for them to do everything possible to move it back.
Right.
But politics is not even about minus and plus. It's about engagement. That's why it is too early to even talk about political processes. We should talk about governance.
I agree with
talk
you,
about the needs
Mr.
of the
Bwala.
people.
Because we have a very short time, let's move away from politics and touch on the economy. Or perhaps we should begin with the anti-corruption effort in the past year, because you seem to have been quite vocal on that. I've heard your fair analysis on how EFCC has fared with the Bobrisky and Yahya case. But without going into the details of all of that, are you saying nothing has really changed with these agencies, or particularly the EFCC, even under this administration?
So it is not about administration, it's about the agency of government. Because although I know that agencies of government are offshoot of the executive powers, but if you have seen how the president has remained neutral in the past weeks and months in terms of allowing agencies of government to function. So if
corruption agencies have had on high-profile corruption cases in the past, and if things are going to change anytime soon. Mr. Bwala, are you back now? The EFCC has a track record of not adequately prosecuting high-profile cases, in the past years, and it is not limited to any administration. One would think that it should be different under this administration, because it's why we change government every 4 years. Don't you agree?
I agree. And that's why I told you, because the chairman is a lawyer, there's a law that is expected of him. The reason why EFCC over the years have not succeeded in getting conviction on high-profile cases is because EFCC focused more on media and drama than in actual case. Because the justice system that we practice in Nigeria is that even if you have a volume of allegation against an accused person, he's presumed innocent until he's proven guilty. The person who has the burden of proof is the prosecution. The standard of proof is beyond reasonable doubt. And every element constituting the offense in the charge must be proven. You must be able, for example, in the case of Yahya Bello, to establish that these crimes that you say, these monies you say he has taken, that there was actually a taking of the money, and that the person who took it was Yahya Bello, and that he took it with the intention to steal. This is where in law we talk about mens rea and actus reus. You cannot focus on this and still be distracted by media, because it involves a lot of tactfulness, investigation.
For the benefit of you non-Latin speakers, by the way, mens reas means criminal intention, and then actus reas, those are Latin terms. Mens reas means criminal intention, and actus reas means criminal action. So that's the burden of proof in law. So you have to be able to prove both, especially in criminal cases. You have to be able to prove both in order to get a conviction. So you have to be able to prove that the guy intended to do it, and then the guy then went on to carry out the action that did it. So that's the burden of proof, especially in criminal law. Mens reas, criminal intent, and actus reas, criminal action.
and due diligence in handling the matter. The minute you resort to the drama of wanting to arrest him to prove a point, like in this case now, how can EFCC, after they submit to the jurisdiction of the court, now be looking for Yahaya Bello? Yahaya Bello is no longer the property of EFCC now. It's the property of the court. It is the court that will determine what happens to him. But you see, when they keep saying we must arrest him, we must do it, it's creating more of a problem. The most troubling one, my brother, is that statement that says Yahaya Bello should be given access through the back door, special man's gate.
Yes.
That special man's gate requires investigation, because if it is proven that that is not chance involved in media trial, that's wrong. I don't want us to tie every imbalance and misbehavior of agencies of government to the executive, like the president.
So sorry, I'm going to skip it a little bit forward just to get through it. It's a 20 minutes something. So let's just let's get past the Yahaya Bello narrative and see what else it speaks to. Let's pick it up from here.
And that is to bring about reform. It is never going to be convenient. It's never going to be. You will discover that from 1999 till today, EFCC has not achieved more in terms of prosecuting high-profile cases, which is the main reason why the commission was established. Now, going to the economy, you see, what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing as a leader is to reset the economy, and that is to bring about reform. It is never going to be convenient.
It is pretty obvious that he is doing that, and it is pretty obvious too that what Tinubu is addressing are decades long of rot within the system. A system that has been so bastardized and abused that bastardization and abuse has now become the norm. Do you understand? So all these are subsidized naira. All this, they brought in the fuel subsidy under the Abacha regime. So those things they've been instituted and baked into the lexicon of governance, so that the state actually runs as a corrupt entity rather than a legitimate government. So these are deep, rotten wounds, let's put it that way, that this guy is seeking to address. And all of these people, all the raw meat eaters, they go around howling at the moon that why has it not turned Nigeria into Dubai in 11, 12 months? So this is what our Daniel is speaking to.
It's never going to be like food on the table. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was very frank and has been consistent on that, telling the Nigerian people that this reform will bring a lot of discomfort and hardship, but let us all have the hope in the government and in the reform that there will be light at the end of the tunnel. That is frankness. That is, ask all the economics in the.
The only cause of worry would have been if the policy positionings of the government is not the direction of travel that was necessary. So if what they are doing is not the panacea to the problems that they've met on the ground, so I don't think any sane mind, I don't think any IQ that goes up to 2 digits even will query. Nobody can really query that the time of the fuel subsidy is up. Nobody can query that. Nobody can query that the naira needs to free float to establish its own value. Nobody can query that. Nobody can query the education policy that this guy is putting into place. Putting some sort of just hung in the air funding to address that space that can run in perpetuity, students' loan and all that. Who can query that? And so nobody that knows anything, all of the reforms that Cardoso is doing in the CBN, who can query that? Who can query, sanitizing the space, streamlining the bureau de change spaces, asking the banks not to be trading hard currency and not to keep stock and to be shorting against at the door. Who can query? Nobody can query it. Those are exactly the measures that need to be taken in order to rebalance, because there has to be orthodoxy in governance for any the best run countries are the most boring ones to run, because they run on orthodoxy. And that's what you find in the United Kingdom, France, Germany, all of these advanced civilizations. So all this funky fast and loose that we had with them, that's just cowboy country. So anybody that knows anything, anyway, let me just leave it.
In the world, they will tell you reform. I have never seen a reform that comes with convenience. But we are now, the numbers are showing that the reforms are happening. Look at the increased revenue we have through the removal of subsidy that afforded this government the opportunity to redistribute the wealth across the states and the local government. And the states and local government have experienced what I call oil boom in the midst of economic hardship. The reason you ask, why is it that it is not translating on the table of the Nigerian people? I can tell you from my observation, is because while the federal government is making her effort, the state government is not complementing by ensuring that these monies they are experiencing also should be devoted to their people. Politics is local. Everybody comes from a state. But you see that with the increased revenue.
You think the panacea to what Daniel is talking about there is local government reforms. You know, because if you want to parachute directly to the individual Nigerian, the conduit, the pathway to the individual Nigerian is the local government. You know, so if there are too many layers between that parachute and then the end source, then as corrupt as we know Nigeria for, that gets disappeared. So if you cascade the monies from the federal space to the state space, for it then to then, or even the monies, the palliative, anything, if you cascade it down that sequence, federal, state, and then local government, then nothing will ever come out of it. So that parachuting should parachute directly to the local government, and then you can then go directly to that councillor, to that chairman of that local government, and then accountability is more immediate. But if there are too many layers, it's local government reforms is one of the big spaces that has to be addressed.
Revenue, less than 20% of the state governors have introduced either reform or intervention or any form of programs that would impact on their people. So everybody now thinks it is still the president and his policies that is not working. And the governors are so powerful. We have had and we still have that defect in our presidential system of government. We are 70% of what happened in the spheres of our lives are influenced by governors, inclusive of even the appointment that the president makes, the ambassadorial position, almost everywhere. The National Assembly has now been serenaded by former governors. So if you look at it from the holistic point of view, you can understand why things are not going in the speed that they are supposed to do. And the president is a Democrat. He will not start fighting governors. He can only plead with them, but the Nigerian people can see what is happening. We have seen increased revenue.
We have run out of time, Mr. Bwala. The question, however, is whether there's a human face and whether this administration is also very sensitive to the plight of the people. Take, for instance, the cybersecurity levy that the CBN directed banks to charge. That's in addition to all of the many charges: stamp duty charge, value-added tax, SMS fee, maintenance, monthly maintenance fee. The list is endless. So you hear the outcry from the people saying, is this government paying attention to how people feel and where the shoe is pinching them? Can you respond to that in just a minute?
The government is paying attention, right? Some of these tax and levies are necessary to generate revenue. In England here, they tax, they put levies. The only difference between England and Nigeria is that when these taxes are collected, it should reflect in the social life and services that is rendered to the Nigerian people. I think that the Nigerian people should focus on how the money is being used rather than criticizing the effort. If you look at this levy, the cybersecurity levy, if you look at the 16 exemption, you will see that this levy is not significantly affecting the poor or significantly affecting every facet of our life. In less than 60 seconds, let me tell you, the exemptions are loan disbursement and repayment. You will not be required to pay the levy. Salary payment, you will not. Intrabank transfer between you and your other bank in the same bank, you will not. Interbank transfer between customers of the same bank, you will not. Other financial institutions, interbank placement, bank transfers and CBN, vice versa. Intrabank transfers within a bank, check clearing and settlement, letters of credit, bank recapitalization, savings and deposits, government social welfare program, non-profit organization, education, paying of school fees and the rest. All of these things are exempted from this levy. So if you look at it critically, where the levy is coming out from is not one that will stifle or kill the masses. I think let us have faith in the government, but focus more on what the money is going to be used for. That, to me, is the most important thing. The president knows the people are suffering, and he keeps pleading with them.
Whilst I agree with him that the impact of that cyber levy is not especially impactful on the average Nigerian, it's not geared towards the average Nigerian. But the ambiguity, the fact that it's going to the office of the NSA, which is an unauditable sort of purse, that is where the concern is. So that's the element of corruption. That is the element of stocking up or stacking up fighting funds for the next election. So essentially, my reading of that space is that they're essentially trying to stock up money to fight the next election. That's just how that reads to me. That's cybersecurity, whatnot.
While he pushed his agenda towards a better Nigeria.
Lawyer and public affairs analyst Daniel Bwala, thank you so much for joining us on the program this evening.
Thank you.
So that was it. That was the excellent Daniel Bwala. You know, I'm going to contact him tomorrow, see if he wants to come back on. Hopefully he'll say yes. I think our conversation with Daniel is not yet over. So the room has populated now. Prince Daddy Ola is here, to Niger, Ajan Lekoko Kulata. So we kick off the conversation. I'm not sure, have we played the Kegite music? Well, the panelists are here. So let's just go to the conversation immediately. We'll do strict 8-minute monologue just to whip round so everybody gets documented. We kick it off with 2 Niger, go to Kulata, Ola, Ajan Lekoko. No, we kick it off with 2 Niger, go to Kulata, Prince Daddy, Ola, Ajan Lekoko. So let's do that. 2 Niger, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Wagwan, I saw your little contraton with Kaizo. You're very sensitive, and you went off in a huff like the.
Don't mind him. He's a douchebag. I don't know why he did that, because I just asked why he kicked Pansat out. I mean, he was the one that acted a little bit out of turn. Really.
No, I think he didn't want Pansat to ruin his conversation, because Pansat was about to take it to civil war, and he didn't want that. But
he could have just answered and said, "Okay, today we are looking," because they normally have crazy sessions there. So I didn't know what was going on there today. I just came on and I was like, "Why did you throw him out?" Then he just put me backstage. It's like, and then took my turn and gave it to the next person.
You went off in a huff now. You went.
I left after he did that. He put me backstage, brought me back on, then took my turn because I was the one supposed to talk, then gave it to some other person. I'm like, what's the purpose of that? It doesn't make sense.
We call that Arife in Yoruba land. We call that Arife. The impertinent young man. To the conversation then. Plenty to talk about. Just pick maybe 1 or 2. Interest rates to remain high until inflation comes down. So this is the Ebenezer Scrooge of the Nigerian space. Yemi Cardoso. Eco Atlantic loses 87 billion naira to Lagos Calabar Coastal Road project. So the guy that has been crying the most is not one of the major losers within that space. Details of Peter Obi's meeting with Atiku Saraki Lamido emerge. So somewhat, I read it as an attempt to intimidate Tinubu, keep him on his toes. Naira depreciate further against dollar 1,515. But those are the vagaries, of course, of a floated currency. Fubara and now seeking to probe Wike'S. So plenty to go through, but just pick a couple just to kick off the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. I think the first video I saw on your show today was that of Femi Kuti. I think he was echoing some of the stuff I normally say, so I definitely agree with him, even if I do see some holes in some of the areas he was highlighting. But he was generally right, and that is at the core of our problems. When you look at what is going on regarding the economy, Cardoso talking about having to maintain interest rate until to control inflation. that is going to be there for long if it doesn't control the currency, what is going on in the currency. I think from what I gather from Colata, that the currency is already managed float. It's not even float anymore. And they created the problem. And the purpose of this, I don't know. Somebody can tell me what the true purpose of floating the currency was, because most people in their minds, I even spoke to somebody earlier on, that when they thought about when they were talking about, during the campaign, they were talking about floating the currency. The impression people had was that when you float it from the black market rate and the official rate, they're going to meet in the middle somewhere. But that's not what happened. And if people knew, do you think if people knew this is this thing where it's going to be, people are going to vote for Tinubu, they will run the other direction fast, and the alarm that people will have will be crazy, because they will know that if you remove the fuel subsidies and the petrol goes up to 600 naira, then by the time the currency goes up, then the petrol will go up to 1,000 something naira. That's what people will see. But because this government know that the Nigeria will blow up if they take the petrol to 1,000 something naira per liter, hence subsidy has returned. This is a shambles of an exercise of people that are supposed to be experts in the economic management. And I find that peculiar that sometimes people don't see it. I don't understand it. Except I'm missing something here.
One man, if you permit me, can I interject?
Of course, carry on.
Because I've heard two Nigerians every time. I always sleep too early. So in the morning when I'm playing replays, I'm like, what the hell? Anyway, let me not swear. So to Niger, when you find yourself in a country, you have $7 billion backlog, meaning you cannot satisfy any dollar. Your government cannot satisfy any dollar demand. Your letter of credits to fund transactions is getting rejected because you don't have the dollar to satisfy it. Your CBN, what you call your reserves, you've already used the biggest chunk of it to manage positions. So what you have left, according to JP Morgan or whatever, that was any sort of real reserve that was unencumbered, was $2 billion. I think in English words, you're fucked. You don't have money. So you now want to continue pegging with no money. You can't even honor obligations. What do you do in that point?
Okay, thank you. If you don't have money when you are pegging, then you carry out an organized devaluation of the currency, not float it. And secondly, we had money.
What is an organized devaluation, if you can explain better?
Just the way the previous government before now has moved it from somewhere around 300 to 600. That's how you do it. And secondly...
So, okay, wait, before you move further. So you say moving from 300 to 600. The black market was saying the real rate is 800 at that point in time. You now move it to 600, meaning you have to subsidize 200 because that's not what the market is saying. So that means you need to cough out of dollars from your reserve to defend it. Where are you going to find that money? Given the situation I just explained.
The black market was not the black market is something that comes from speculation. This is one of the issues with Binance and all the bureau de change issue that the previous government didn't clamp down on it. For me, that is their biggest failing.
A healthy speculation is part of the market. I hope you know that.
Let me listen. The previous government didn't clamp down on it, because if they had clamped down on it, the reservations Nigerians have of the exchange rate would not be there, because one of the biggest reservations Nigerians have of the previous exchange system was because of the round tripping. That's at the core of it. That's why they felt that the whole thing was being subsidized. If not for that round tripping,
what's the cost? What's the cost of the round tripping? What's the cost of the round tripping?
The cost of the round tripping is basically people making money and they are stripping some Nigerians of their wealth without carrying out.
But why? No. You're talking about the effect. Why? Why?
The cause. Okay, you're asking for the cause. The cause is currency speculation. You know how that
No,
works.
no, no. It's
You
not
know
currency
anything about
speculation. You have two markets for the same thing. Arbitrage.
What do you mean it's not currency speculation? That is what it
No,
is.
no, it's not. We have to be accurate. I've listened to you many times. It always pains me
Tell
that I'm not on the panel.
I'm going to pin you to be very
Okay,
precise about what
do
you're
one
talking
thing.
about.
Google
No,
arbitrage.
not Google now. Carry on talking. Tell me what exactly
arbitrage.
What you mean by arbitrage.
You have one commodity with two markets, two different prices. There's a differential
words that everybody can understand.
That's what I'm using for you. You have one commodity. You have one commodity. At the same time, two different prices. So all you have to do is take it at the lowest price, same market, go sell it at a higher price. That's what it's doing. If you create an environment that facilitates that, you will always have people abusing the system. There's nothing you'll be able to do. That's why when they tell you you needed to have Naira at its fair market value, at that point, it was $800. So
okay.
CBN providing dollar at 400, you will not use that dollar to go and do any economic activity, because in the same market, I'll sell it at 800 and I make 400 Naira immediately per dollar. And we're talking about a situation where we had even no dollar, nothing anymore. So explain, because when you say round trip, when you say speculation is different. Speculation is like, I anticipate this will go up, then I bet against that position. That's speculation. It's going to come down. You can futures. For those that trade Forex, you can do Forex, you can do all sorts of positions. That is speculation. It's different from arbitrage. Yeah.
When people hoard the dollars, what do you call that? So now,
when you hold the dollar, is a form of speculation too.
Good. So now, hold on. We know the government, the governors, and all of them, they are at it. And this is another aspect of this issue that nobody go after when they are talking about reasons for moving to floating system, which is not it's not standard at all.
Sorry, Tunaja, did you understand what Akulata just explained?
I understand perfectly what he just said. He
said, because there's a clear distinction between speculating and arbitrage.
Yes.
Did you understand?
Arbitrage, okay. Let me give you a simple version, because they like to use big language that people get confused about, which is like a petrol. When people have this in the scarcity or a little bit of scarcity of petrol, then people start raising the price while the official price is different, isn't it? Am I wrong?
No.
Okay, how is it wrong?
Let me give you a simplified version. There are two markets, two parallel markets for the same product. One sells at 6 Naira, the other one sells at 100 Naira. So you go and get it from the 6 Naira guy, and then you go and sell it to the 100 Naira guy.
Isn't that the black market?
No. Does that somewhat explain it?
It's exactly the same thing. You just
that explains it. I have tomato. Wait, let me explain. I have tomato. I have tomato. The shop right beside me, I have a tomato stand. In tomato stand, I'm selling tomato 50 kobo per tomato. Shop right is selling it 5 Naira. The market is in a way where I can move my tomato to ShopRite and just sell it at a high price. The same product, market, two different prices. So why will you not take advantage of the system? And they've taken advantage of the system to the point where we're now owing money. We cannot satisfy our obligation, meaning airline, they want to repatriate their money. They can't get dollar. That's why you had them, what's it called, the Emirates out. That's why you have many companies, because they were stuck with Naira. They couldn't even get dollar to get anything out. You as a businessman, you go to the bank, okay, I have this contract, come and finance me. They reject the dollar from the bank. They're not honoring the letter of credit request. So what did you expect to happen? We peg like the best thing, the next best thing, assuming you were even talking, you say crawling peg. At least you should still have some reserves to even back up a crawling peg if you're going to do a crawling peg, meaning you devalue gradually. But there was no money to even defend the crawling peg. So what will you do? What was the next best thing?
You know, you do have a way of feigning ignorance, but it's all right.
This is not
Let
ignorance.
me
I'm
carry on.
explaining concepts. You just don't throw words that have no meaning to what we're talking
Can I just
about.
carry on? Can I just
No,
carry
because
on?
you are throwing words. What is ignorance? You are the ones
Can
demonstrating ignorance.
you
You
let
don't
me
even
talk?
understand simple concepts like arbitrage.
When you're the one that does
Unbelievable.
not understand what arbitrage
You don't
is,
understand
you're
what you're
saying
talking
someone is
about, and you're
throwing
saying someone is showing
I don't
ignorance.
know what
Who is the
arbitrage is.
ignorant now between you and I?
You don't know what arbitrage is. Somebody
Okay,
is
I
I don't
saying
even
don't
it
think
know
you
is
know
now.
what ignorance means.
The viewers will decide. Let you guys know what arbitrage is.
One
You
man
just
explained
basically explain.
one man
Oh
explained
my
what
God.
arbitrage is to you. Colata
Okay.
explained it again to you, and you're still saying that he's ignorant. Who is ignorant one here?
Who is
Oh my
ignorant?
God.
As in,
You
you are
can have
projecting.
look, you see how they are triggered. You see how they are triggered.
They're
These
not
people,
triggered. You are
you guys are
projecting. You are
just here to
projecting your
deceive people.
ignorance.
You're
We
here
are
to
not
deceive people.
triggered. Just accept. You see, sometimes we don't know it all. If someone has corrected you, all the best you can
I
do is
gave
just
an
take your phone
example that they
and
gave an
give.
example of Animeka.
No, the example you gave,
What you
I
are doing
kept
is
quiet and listened.
unedifying. Okay, tell me where my
What
example was wrong.
the example you gave is wrong.
Tell
Now,
me where.
what triggered me to
No.
respond is
Tell me
that
where.
you are
Tell me
calling
where.
someone who
You see what
corrected
they
you.
do? They are not
You are telling
he's not
someone who
telling me where I
corrected
was
you.
wrong. Tell me where I was wrong.
What you explained
You
is
see
round tripping. What
you
you
started
explained
doing
is
that.
round tripping.
You see
You
that again.
explained round wait now. You explained round tripping and not arbitrage. One man corrected you,
Oh my God.
Olata corrected you. You still say they are ignorant. It's
Round
not okay now.
tripping is similar to arbitrage, where you are selling products from you get products at the
No,
cheaper
what you explained was not
at the
actually,
much
Emeka, you made a
No.
mistake.
Actually, round tripping is
What
no,
tripping is
they just
arbitrage.
confusing the meaning. This is
Round
What
so
he
tripping
explained,
simple.
is
what he
arbitrage.
explained was speculation.
To me, this is simple. I don't know how you're
What he
complicating
explained was
simple
speculation, not
concepts.
arbitrage.
Oh
So
my God.
anyway, you tell me how you're going to fix that problem. I'm waiting for a
Oh my
solution.
God. Okay, like I said,
Don't do all those feign all this. Oh my God, just
you said
explain.
all kinds of things to me. You swore and everything. I didn't even swear at you, but it's all right.
Explain. Stop lamenting.
For so, you guys are supposed to be the experts. Can you let me talk? See, one of the issues that they had with the economy that the government went and floated this thing. Anybody that runs any economy in the world that understands economics will tell you that if you have the kind of economy that relies on imports and that is not diversified, that the best option is to
The
peg it.
government did not float. The government said
Oh
they are
my
not
God.
intervening.
Emeka, allow me, please.
Oh
Emeka, please
my
allow
God.
me. I've been waiting for this
Jesus
conversation for a long
Christ.
time.
Okay,
They
Emeka,
won't
allow
let me
me.
Olata,
talk.
go ahead.
So,
You
Fly,
see,
fly.
they
to
won't even
Niger,
let me
wait.
get one sentence out.
To
It's all right.
Niger, you've Googled. They've told you that if you don't have import, the best thing is to fix it. Now, tell me, we just explained to you there was no reserves. So what reserves will you have used to back up the fixed rate?
Okay, let me repeat it again. You know,
No, we heard you.
can you?
I'm
I
asking
can't.
you.
One man, are you seeing what is going on here? He wouldn't even let me talk.
Stop calling one man. We heard you.
Kolata, let him talk. But to Niger, sometimes you can just take the knowledge and then adjust your position. Because you're not covering yourself in glory. It's been explained to you. You should just take the knowledge.
Oh,
Take
so
it.
you two are taking side, but none of them have told me
No,
where I was
now
wrong. Oh. But it's
because you
okay.
are
It's
because
okay.
you are wrong
Nobody will
now,
let me talk. If you want,
and you've been
okay.
selling this narrative for too long.
Okay,
I think that's
give me
where
give me your own. You know what? Let me not talk. Since you people know what you people are the expert, just tell everybody what you believe and let that be the truth and let the Nigeria carry on the way
we're
it's carrying
inviting
on.
your thoughts now. We value and cherish your thoughts. So yeah, let's have it.
People should let me talk.
Yeah, carry on.
Because the question he asked was, how do we pay for the
all right, but let Kulata have that conversation with you, because I think it's fed up with your
yes. Then he should be ready to face me with intellectual honesty, not this shouting and interruption. Let's get to the bottom of it, because I also want to understand fully. So now, what he asked me was, how are we supposed to pay for the demand of this in the dollars?
How are you supposed to back up the
Goodness.
fixed rate? There's no goodness. I'm asking you a straightforward question.
Yeah, but it's still the similar thing that I'm saying. The fixed rate is based on how to back it up. It means the demand. You have to meet up the demands that people are asking for.
What does that mean?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Can you what that means is that if, okay, let me use your own language. How do you back up the fixed rate? Because you took out the subsidies, now you have a little bit more wiggle room. You know, Dangote refinery is coming on stream. Now you have an extra wiggle room. The transportation costs and all those things is also mitigated. So why sabotage the economy by floating the currency? Now answer me that.
Okay, so you said we took out the subsidy, Dangote refinery. Okay, so we're in May 2024. Where are we with Dangote refinery? Number one. And we're talking about a 12-month period. And we're talking about a situation where you were $7 billion in the hole. That is obvious enough, outside of the fact that you've already encumbered like $30 billion of your CBN money that's already spoken for. So tell me where in what you said, removing subsidy and all, that is going to fund us out of that position.
Okay,
and we were, hold on, let me finish. We're also in a situation where close to 100%, 90-something percent of our earnings was used to pay for interest on debt.
Okay, yes, I was aware
Okay,
of.
So explain to me how.
I was aware. See how you deal with these problems. One, like I said, the subsidy is there. Secondly, you
but we just explained. I gave you the context. So explain using that context.
Okay, give me the context again so I don't miss any
context. We're going close to bankruptcy. We were insolvent, and whatever you just explained doesn't free us, doesn't give us into that enviable position where we can afford to fix a favorable rate. So how does it happen? We want to know.
How it happens is, one, like I said, the subsidy removal is, I think subsidy is supposed to be almost about 10 billion a year that we were spending. That would have gone. That's one. Secondly, you discourage the use of the dollar. That is another aspect of the economy that the government never really tackled. Like what they did now, when after the Bureau de change, they should have done that as a matter of urgency, because that speculation endangered. That's one of the reasons that is driving the demand for the dollar. You go after that, but they didn't do that. Then
hold on. The discourage the use of the dollar, is it a flip of a coin and all of a sudden magically shit happens?
They did that anyway. You see, they did that after they did.
They're doing that. It's not like they did that. It's a process.
Oh goodness. Okay, good. So, but you see, if they did all these things, they will be able to service the debt.
So that means we will still be in a hole.
See, servicing the debt now, what they've done, they made it even harder to service the debt because you've devalued the naira.
Because you don't understand. Debt, there's dollar debt, there's naira debt. By devaluing our currency, our naira debt just becomes automatically cheaper. Do you know
naira
that?
debt becomes ordinary, it becomes cheaper. While you say that is how does now just please explain to me how it becomes cheaper, please.
How it becomes cheaper? Because first thing first, you explained that we have more money in naira from removing subsidy. What's it called? That means we have way more naira floating around. So maintaining this few dollars we earn gives us a boatload of naira that we can be paying, and that all of a sudden our naira obligations trickles down. It's not nothing, but it's not as bad as it was before because we had an expensive naira before.
So by devaluing, that's a new one. Our naira obligation. I thought we were looking for dollars.
The finance cost drops, right? So if you're paying interest rate if you're paying coupon for 5 naira, right, and then you have devalued, that's the coupon that you are receiving, that's your interest income that the person is paying, expected to get at the end of either a month, quarterly or yearly. That value drops. So you paying is not cheaper for you to pay because you are still paying a fixed interest income to the debt that you have received. So it becomes cheaper when you devalue your naira to those who owe money.
See,
right?
Can you please replace that? You use so many convoluted terms that I don't know.
Now, with debt, right? Debt, however you do it, whether you borrow internationally or locally. If you are lending locally, right, you are paying a fixed interest, right? Do you understand that? You pay a
Yes.
fixed interest rate. Now, if the naira has been devalued, okay, now and the interest that I'm supposed to pay for every month or every quarter or every year is 5 naira interest income. The naira has been devalued. Me paying is cheaper. You receiving, you have lost value as a result of the interest, the devaluation of the naira.
Yes.
Yes. So it's not cheaper for the government for finance costs. So when you are calculating the yield to date or yield to maturity of that bond that you have issued locally, you are getting more value as a borrower. But the person who lent you that money is getting less value because of the devaluation of the naira. That's what Kulata is explaining to you.
Okay, so how does that affect the foreign currency demand?
How it affects our financial ability for us to even pay our bills, to keep the lights on. And then when you're talking about foreign currency demand, you can't automatically change foreign currency demand. You have to restructure your economy to be able to change foreign currency demand. There are different ways: import substitution, even law enforcement. All those things, they take time. In a society that we know the rule of law is lacking, and you're not going to wage a magic wand and all of a sudden shove rule of law down everybody's throat. And it could only cover some aspect, but not every aspect. So let's talk about things that are feasible in the real world.
So if I'm to understand what you are arguing, that the government opted to make it easier for them to spend naira within Nigeria, while the pressure on the naira in terms of the dollars, it was not their priority.
I don't think you understand. If it was not their priority,
I'm asking a straight question.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't think you understand. If it was not their priority, they would not have devalued. They would not have floated it. Because if it was not their priority, why will we be trying to clear all the obligations so we can have people do business in Nigeria? So we can have you that wants to import stuff be able to import. Because at some point in time, you could not, because you have to go and look for money elsewhere. We have to make our banks function.
Hold on, I don't know. You see, one, you still didn't link it to our foreign exchange, and secondly, that will make.
Did you hear about me saying people not being able to import LC? Did you hear about? I'm sure you're aware. I'm sure you're aware of airlines that have their funds stuck.
Yes.
Isn't that foreign exchange? Or is it Greek?
It's foreign exchange they want to take out, and that is demand for foreign exchange. That has nothing to do with what you just explained in terms of.
It has something. It has everything to do with forex, including the Nigerian businessman that wants to finance a transaction with the banks.
But it's just made it more expensive for them to buy.
Yes, because you devalued.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's my point. All the problems you said you were.
Sometimes I don't think it's worth it when we have to almost go kindergarten on all these conversations.
You are not even making sense with your argument.
Right? It's necessary so that they too can also speak to and converse with the communication. Now, Tunaja, you just made you said something which I like. The demand for dollar. Now, as at that May 29th, the demand for dollar has outstripped the supply of dollar. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, if the government does not have enough dollar to supply people who needed the dollar, where are they going to get it from?
One, the reason why the demand outstripped it, you have to look at the underlying factors, which they did eventually go on to do. We all know
there was always an underlying factor all the time.
Then you deal with those underlying factors before you start devaluing the Nigerian currency.
What was the main? What was it? We had.
So sorry. What's the underlying factor?
The speculation involved, the herding of the which is part of this thing, and the bureau de change this round tripping, and which is in a way still part of the speculation. You deal with those things.
No. Round tripping is not speculation. Stop saying that, please.
Okay. I will take that one back. I'm not making a technical.
It's not technical. Speculation is speculation. Round tripping is round tripping.
Fine. The point I am making is that they went on to even limit the profits that the Bureau de Change people can make, which was something they could have done too, to correct some of all this the gap between the black market rate and the this in the CBN rate. So all this they didn't do it until after they floated it.
Okay,
Now,
can you do that? Can you do that when you can you do that in a peg? Can you do that in a peg?
Of course you can do that. You can do that.
You cannot do that in a peg.
Why? No. Why did you think they did that now?
Because we have a different forex system.
Oh, because
which is to float it.
Oh goodness.
Okay,
do you know what a peg means? Do you know what a peg means?
Is coming from. Let me help Tunaja.
I don't know.
Let me help you.
You're not making a strong point.
Let me help you.
No, you don't want to listen.
Tunaja, look at what happened. The Tinubu administration did not get the insight of how bad our foreign external reserve is, right? The president, probably relying on handover notes, went to make a pronouncement without going on ground to see what is available. That was a huge error. The market reacted. It was a huge error on the part of the president. Let's call it spade a spade. The market reacted. If the president had insight, right, before going in and see that, oh, our external reserve is really poor, there will be no need to say we are not going to intervene in regulating the price of the naira against the dollar. What they initially thought was there was sufficient foreign reserve that if, based on the international pressure, especially from the IMF, that taking off their hands and allowing the market to determine the price was the best way to go about it. Yes, they would have looked at it and said, no, this is not going to be good for us. It's going to heap a lot of economic pressure and pains to Nigeria, as well as inflationary pressure, which we have seen. The government needs to also come out to own that up. It was a bluff and blunder by the president. Let's call a spade a spade. But they have tried to see how to go and correct it. And that is why they've looked at it. That is just the one problem. But when they went into the office, they saw that there were so many sharp practices going on as a result of FX issues. The BDC, the banks, even CBN staff itself, everybody trying to make a kill as a result of dollars. So
Emeka, sorry, I disagree. I disagree because what we're doing here is what they call Monday morning quarterbacking. If you put your mind back to that time period when we were looking at the $7 billion hole, when we were looking at all those insolvency facing us, the forward contracts and all that stuff. How many options were you left with? Because right now we're playing backwards with everything that's been done. We can now, of course, it's like you watching an Arsenal. I'm not a soccer man, but it's like watching the UFC or something, or Arsenal saying, you could have done this, you could have done that. What they were faced with, the immediate shock they were faced with, left little tools to act. And then when they started acting, that's why they started getting some money, and then they could start implementing this or the other, fine-tuning it. I insist there was no way we could have kept the peg going on. We had to divide it.
Wow. This was hold on, it's not between you and him. Let me just speak, please. It's three people talking now. You can't go to
we had to devalue. There was no running away from that devaluation.
It's three people talking.
I know you love to hear your voice. There was every way. Like I said, the president made a blunder. There was every way, like what they are doing, they would have had it, right? And get the supply.
I don't think you can say the president made a blunder. The president was not the CBN governor.
The president was the one that made the statement. And there was no CBN
we can't be talking like a president is in charge, directly in charge of monetary policy.
They are trying to block the logic. The one
There's no blocking of logic here. What I'm trying to
it's not the logic. The president
you want your pseudo economy to be the narrative, while you know full well what you are doing is sabotaging and lying.
I really want to get away from all this Monday morning quarterbacking, because the fundamental thing I'm here to address, if there's only thing I come and address, is that boneheaded stuff that Tunaja keeps saying. You have to tell me how we will be able to fund that peg.
You know that if you shout enough, it's not going to make any difference to logic.
Let me just add this paragraph, and then you respond to what Kulata is saying, and then give us about 5 minutes, and then we move the conversation on. So this is going back to the Buhari days. I just did this paragraph. It says the budget deficit exceeds the expected revenue of 9.73 trillion naira by about 11%. Nigeria needs to generate 111% of its current revenue to be able to meet its expenditure needs without borrowing. This is from our PwC. So at some point in the Buhari administration, the country was actually servicing the country with 111% of revenues available. And a lot of it are all those subsidy spaces.
Yeah, and we know full well Tinubu is capable of generating revenue. So that shouldn't have been a heavy lift for him. Now, going back to serious economic discussion here.
Wait. Say that again. When you mix, I want you to say that again in context. I just don't want.
I don't know.
Because I want to know you understand what you're talking about.
Kulata, I can trouble you too. We can do this.
Allow him land. Allow him.
I'm not attacking him. I want him to say things that have meaning.
Allow him land. Let's hear what
it's unedifying, man. Come on.
Kulata is ready for you tonight, too, Naija.
No, it's unedifying. Let him
be ready. I'm not moved by all that stuff. Just answer my request.
Be logical about it.
Accede to my request. Explain what you just said. Is it too much to ask?
I just said that the president is definitely capable of generating enough revenue to make up for the deficit that is being expressed in that post. Am I wrong?
So he's capable of making those revenue, right?
Am I wrong?
And no, I'm getting somewhere. And so you should have kept us in an area where we were almost bankrupt. And then the president is capable of... Wait. So the president is capable of creating revenue. How do you create revenue when you don't free up your resources? How?
How do you create revenue if you don't free up your resources? What did you think removing the subsidy was? Well,
that's one aspect. Now, was that the panacea of everything? $10 billion.
That's
was that the panacea that free up subsidy?
Oh my goodness! This guy, they give him answer. He says it's not an answer.
Yeah, because your answer is not.
You think the subsidy $10 billion is monopoly money? What do you think it is?
Okay, so where are we right now with the subsidy?
Oh, let me tell you what just happened to it. Then the petrol price, after you took the subsidy off, the petrol price jumped to 600 and something naira, which the money would have been spent in the economy. Guess what happened? Then they went and floated the currency. Now the petrol price needs to go up to 1,000 something and this in naira. But no, they know full well that if they did that, Nigeria will blow up, and they had to return the subsidy back again. Now, which means the gains from the subsidy some of it has been lost.
So there's no subsidy. So that's why I don't want you to be talking about subsidy.
Your genius leaders created the problem. That's the thing I'm trying to criticize.
There's no subsidy right now. There's an implicit subsidy according to the IMF.
You see how he's running around?
According to the IMF, there's no running around. I want you to go back to the statement. No. I came here for a specific purpose, and I'm not going to let it go off a tangent.
Okay, don't worry.
You said the president is capable of doing magic with revenue. And I want you to put it in the context of where we were. That's why I came here. Like I said, after I have this conversation, I can go, because I've heard you keep saying all these things night after night after night without you getting questions.
How charged you are to do?
Yes, I'm charged because I'm tired of your bullshit. So you tell me in the position where no, hold on. You tell me how we freeze up our resources and start generating revenue in that financial dire strait that everybody acknowledges.
Was it not Bwala you just said just now that revenue is up?
Who is Bwala? I beg. Is Bwala an
Oh my
economist or is even an accountant?
You can.
Can we talk about? I'm talking to you. Why are you talking about Bwala? I'm talking to you.
See, I like because I know you have no regards for me, so I might as well borrow knowledge.
Talk. Forget Bwala.
You really calm down. See, the point of the point I'm making is that we all know the president is we can say he's incapable of so many things, but we know he has demonstrated the capacity to generate revenue. And Wike'S is also by his side. I'm in Abuja, and I know that after they receive a letter for tenement payment, bills that I don't know used to exist before, they are sending money for that now. So I know they are capable of raising money. So I don't think that will be a challenge for this president. And that is it shouldn't have been anyway in the first place. If they had just taken the subsidies off and not floated the currency on top of it, that then you will not have to. They will not have had to bring back the again.
What really irks me in this conversation is you've not been able to tell us how we'll be able to to be able to maintain a fixed rate. Okay, let's do hypotheticals there. Wait, you've not given me any solution. You've just talked without anything. That's why if you gave me something substantial, I'll keep my mouth shut. So let's say from 400 naira, 400 naira to the dollar. Where will you as CBN governor? Come on, let me land. Where will you as CBN governor pegged it, given the fact that black market was 800 at that point in time? What will you have pegged?
I'm not the CBN governor, but if I was pegging it, I would peg it.
Hypothetical situation.
I will peg it based on the value I know I'm going to get from the subsidies and what the demand is and what I'm intending to do to discourage to reduce demand. Those are the decisions I will make.
So will we be up to black market or lower than black market?
Definitely lower than black market. And I will go after.
Okay, so we still continue the arbitrage.
No, I will go after. I just said I will go after the black market speculators. I'll go after them, and which is what Tinubu did. I don't understand. Are you against that one?
It did not. How did Tinubu go after? How did he go after the black market?
Why do you think Bureau de Change is closing all over the country?
How did he go after them? How did he go after them? Is it Olokpa?
He curtailed their ability to make profit. That's
because of why? Because we could float, and then they could dictate the what was the technical term they used, that percentage difference between both of them. You could not do. I don't think there's a reasonable way you could do that with a peg.
All right. Hold on to Niger. Kulata, put a salient point to him, and then respond. To Niger, and then we'll move you on, because
I've asked my question and I'm waiting for him to land.
You're not going to nail him down. It's either he doesn't grasp it or he's been upset.
Okay, let Ola ask what he was going to ask.
That is unedifying.
No.
You know he is wrong, and you're siding.
Ola, go ahead.
I don't think it's wrong. I've often held that view that Kulata is expressing, that you may not have fully the grasp of some of these things you speak with so much authority on, but that's just maybe I don't have the grasp. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong.
Because you're looking at me as a nobody now. That's why you think you're.
To Niger, you know I highly respect.
I cannot be correct.
To Niger, you see one thing. You know why I'm happy today is I'm very happy that Kulata is able to pin you down. You know, my thing is this. I'm of opinion that there's no right or wrong answer, but there can be superior arguments, right? Yesterday, I was telling you something that it is very easy to criticize, but suggesting solution is where the problem is. When you don't have a solution, it is better to stay away. Or when you don't grasp the basic principle of things, it's better to stay away. Because, you know, yesterday, we dragged this thing for almost 2 hours. And it's still the same thing that we still loop in the same cycle today, right? So look at it this way. Everything Kulata and Emeka, they've been trying to explain to you is just a basic principle of economics, demand and supply. That is what is even causing this escalation. Probably you live in the UK. You see when the demand start going beyond the supply, these guys will raise interest rate to curb inflation. You understand? The basic principle is this: they want to curb you, they don't want you to spend, they don't want you to destroy the economy for them. On the surface, you may think that one is not applying to floating of naira. You don't get it. At the stage naira was that time, with number one, we didn't have enough to even defend the naira. Kulata said it categorically. But what you are still saying that, okay, you are saying it should be controlled, whatever English you manufacture there. Then when you still control this thing you are talking about, you can still not meet the demand. So you go by the way of discouraging that demand. And the demand around dollars in Nigeria is not early. Those people that really need dollars, they are not getting it. So what's the benefit of that dollars? Because one of those things I told you yesterday is this: as a common man, forget about dollars. What you need is that you want good air services, you want to eat, you want to. So the dollar itself that we are talking about is for the benefit of the elites. So what the best we could do as at that time was to flood the naira. Yeah, there are unintended consequences that never prepared for. We all know, no doubt about that. But did that make that policy itself a bad one? No, it wasn't a bad one, because you have to try to simulate the situation that, okay, what if it kept defending that dollar now? You understand? You are giving the elites the dollars, and you are borrowing to defend, and the foreign airlines they could not repatriate their money, and businesses, because they could not repatriate their money, they stopped bringing dollars to Nigeria. At the start, they keep rejecting your LC. It's still going to have some other consequences. So it just, you have to take a firm decision. But now the problem is this: I told you this yesterday, that when you are taking policies like this, it's not a policy you see the consequences or implication within a year, and that's our problem. You think once they float naira now, immediately, bam, you are supposed to be seeing positive results in like a year or 2 years. It doesn't work that way. Floating of naira is basically you are cleaning the corruption around your monetary policy institution. Those are the things. So just accept superior argument from Kulata America. That's all I just said, because we've accepted this thing yesterday, and I was not even expecting you to even try to defend anything. Thank you, man.
All right. Thank you a lot. Give a very brief response to that, because it's looping around for too long. Give a very brief.
They are able to give long responses. I'm not able to.
No. Just give a response and then speak to one other topic, and then I want to be a bit more rigid with the timing, just not to keep people waiting for too long. But back to you to Niger.
Okay, thank you. I really wish people are honest. I don't know what is going on, because I clearly stated what needed to be done regarding the solutions that many of them prescribed. None of them even talked about the other end of the demand. They never talk about trying to reduce demand, and these are supposed to be economists. God help us. And then you have the issue of efficiency saving, which was coming from the subsidy removal, that was also sabotaged by this same process. If the subsidy, if we hadn't just touched the currency, the Nigerian economy would be in a stronger state right now. And if there was any depreciation that needed to happen, you can do it in a managed way, maybe from 500 to 600, maybe from 600, so that it gives you a little bit more wiggle room to be able to play around with the currency you have available. That's the dollars you have available. And you can also, like I said, if you want to reduce the demand, you can go after the bureau de change. You can go after curtail their ability to make a profit like they've done now. You can advise or make it illegal for Nigerians to be holding the dollars like the governors and others were doing. Even the government spent money buying cars overseas. All these things are demand for dollars that they should have started changing the culture. If that culture has resulted in the reduction of demand by 10%, that would have made a big difference. But no, they didn't do that until lately. They started doing adverts on TV and telling people not to be spending dollars in Nigeria. And all this is, I started talking about it months ago. And I'm the one that is wrong somehow. But it's okay. And it's also simple. I'm not the economist here, but I know of great economies that have existed before now. And all of them tell you, if you have an economy that is not diversified, that is relying on imports, you don't float your currency. The kind of economies that float their currencies are Japan, US, UK, that are highly diversified economies. This is basic, or I don't know whether it's basic 101. I don't know what class they attend in economics. But for me, I'm just using common sense here. And the idea that everybody is attacking me because of this is unbelievable, because all the arguments they make, they use fancy arguments to say, oh, it's arbitrage. That has something to do with what other language they use. They don't even talk about the demand side. They don't even talk about the fact that the dollar depreciating, sabotaging removal of the subsidy. $10 billion gone, and Dangote lost money. MTN lost money. Where do you think all that money is going to? Because of the floating of the currency that they've done. You know how many people that approached me to sell their properties? They want to sell their property at half the price they wanted to sell it last year in Nigeria. This is inflicted by the Nigerian government. And what is that? What is that stability you're looking for? Is Nigeria's economy going to be diversified in 1 year? Why do it so quickly? It's not going to be diversified tomorrow. We don't export. We barely, if you take away oil, crude oil, we barely export anything. The 40 billion you see Nigeria is exporting is because of crude oil. You take that out, it's barely 5 billion. How do you float your currency in that kind of situation where people can just speculate? And I know people that work in this country that have they work in forex. These people, if they see the Nigerian economy is like buffet, they are going to rip billions out of the economy. And this is why our own businesses, local businesses, are losing money, and people are excusing this behavior. I for the life of me, I can't understand it. If you want solutions, I've given you solutions. Let me give you one. Manage depreciation, reduce demand, efficiency saving, revenue generation. And this is something that this president is very capable of doing. And if you want to also do another one, hold on. If you want one other solution, I think you were asking for solution.
You want to push back at him. He won't yield that.
Hold on. Colata, stop. I'm not going to let you interrupt me again. Enough of
I'm not interrupting you. I want to ask one man something.
See, one man, you've allowed him. Don't make me behave badly, because Colata needs to stop this.
If you behave badly, you get kicked out. That's just
need to stop this. You are behaving
this is not your platform, so stop all that nonsense.
You are being rude.
I'm not being rude.
I've respected you because people respect you.
Calm down. Don't get in your emotions.
No.
I'm trying to answer your questions.
To Kulata is trolling you somewhat, but it's somewhat frustrating. You know, Kulata is very fond of you, as we all are. You know that. So you're amongst friends. So let's keep it at that space.
Yeah, I like to think so. The last solution that I proposed was a slapping tariff of useless goods that are being imported into Nigeria. Because I don't understand why we waste foreign exchange that is so precious to the country, importing useless goods, rubber, cereal. All this is Nigeria can manufacture it. Put tariff on them and take the tariff and use it to encourage local manufacturing. That is what you do. You try to protect your economy as much as possible. America, just how many weeks ago, slapped 2 to 300% tariff on Chinese steel because they want to protect their own industry. This is something other nations do, but our government didn't take any of these measures and sabotage every single good thing they do. And it goes back to my original narrative that these people want to keep our economy strong enough not to collapse and weak enough never ever to develop. Because they didn't have the opportunity. By now, the economy would be doing very well. By now, if he hadn't just floated that currency. Thank you. On this one, anyway. On this topic.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Tunaja. So I still want to hear from you on several other topics, but let me move it around just to vary the audience experience a little bit. So let me take it in the direction of let me go to Prince Daddy.
It's my turn, no, it's my turn. That's what you said.
Yeah, don't go after him again.
It's my turn. Just to miss it.
I will sit on his own turn.
So when someone reads ChatGPT and they tell you,
if you're go on fasting for you, be careful. If we call on that young with the go on fasting for you, be careful.
So you guys are witnessing the ChatGPT phenomenon. You see, you type something in ChatGPT, it gives you an answer. It says, "Oh, if your economy is not exporting, you shouldn't float. So you should peg." So don't you know that pegging comes at a cost, at a price, the price of your reserves? We just told you we have encumbered reserves. America eloquently told you, excuse me, America eloquently told you that a lot of the reserves have been encumbered by forward contracts. Some American bank, I can't even remember, is it JP Morgan, told you we only at some point in time, it was as low as $2 billion. And you also know the cost to peg is how many $1 billion is it per month? I forget the figure. I have to Google the figure again.
Kulata.
Sir.
I was telling this guy, he has been talking about this pegging. I was telling him yesterday that
it takes it's free of charge to peg.
A country that does not have enough in reserve, how can he peg?
How can he peg?
How can he peg?
Are we children here?
That's why we say the limitations of ChatGPT. Let Ola. I want Ola to interject.
You notice that he never said I was wrong.
I want to hear from Ola. I want to hear from Ola.
You want to come on your backside. Let me just make a suggestion. I really like this one is just a random suggestion. I really like a situation whereby you want to learn, you go to Google. But the effective way of learning something professional is you go to the midst of the professionals. I give an example. Now, you want to learn anything about macroeconomics, you understand? You can go to like a LinkedIn group of economists and ask for questions there, or you go to Reddit, you join some group of economists and ask a question. Yeah, the random understanding that Google will give you, you will think you will know sometimes, but you will find out you are unnecessarily misleading yourself. You understand? It's just like when you hear that I will be telling us the written about legality, and that one already will neutralize what you think you Google that you understand about law. So I understand where Tunaja is coming from. Tunaja, I'm not actually having a dig at you. You understand? But the only reason I'm talking about this is just because yesterday you were grandstanding. You were saying as others do not really understand what they are talking about, when actually you were misleading yourself, thinking that you know. That is why sometimes you just take a position of, okay.
Are you saying he was intellectually wanking?
I don't know that one though. Okay, thank you. Continue.
Okay. So on that note, like if we know that pegging comes with a cost, I think can we just shut that down when we know we have nothing? And then when we start throwing tariff. So you want to tariff a good that you don't even have enough local alternative. So that means you're going to make the tariff and then encourage cross-border, illegal cross-border activities. And even the local producers, you are encouraging them to kind of like have a pass-through effect, increase their price to match what the smuggled goods cost when it eventually makes it after the tariff. Example is rice. We do produce some rice, but do we produce enough for the entire Nigerian population enough in sufficient quantity to satisfy our local demand? The answer is no. So you now say, oh, I'm going to place tariff on rice, right? Slap tariff, blah, blah, blah. And then people import rice from Thailand. You slap tariff from it. Me, the local farmer, looking at, this guy is selling rice for 50K. So me, I will come to sell my own for 25K. I'm going to jack my own up to 48K. So it's still slightly cheaper than the imported stuff. But that's how the market works. They're going to start making money. Next thing now, you're going to say, oh, price controls. So you can carry go to say, oh, look at farmer. Let's talk about things that make sense. Things that sound intelligent. America can afford to slap tariff on steel because they have alternative that probably can satisfy their demand, and they don't want anybody to dump, to use themselves and to use their country as a dumping ground. But in our situation, you can only slap tariff where you have local that's in excess in abundance, not the ones where we're barely producing enough of stuff. And then you want to now suffer the population with the great hopes that, oh, somehow you'll discourage import because of what? People will not increase their price to match whatever eventually becomes imported. And even the ones that get smuggled, they won't increase their price to match it up. That's how the market works. Everybody wants to make a quick buck, and there's nothing you can do about that. So when we're talking about tariffs, it has to be intelligent tariffs, things you can defend, not just, oh, you throw tariff, you control demand, you just throw tariff here, throw tariff there. When we think about even what we import the most is energy cost. So when we work towards energy substitution, substituting petrol and diesel, all the things we import with local refineries, that takes time. That is not something Tinubu could have done in less than a year. So when we just Google all this ChatGPT stuff and just throw it around in areas, in platforms that people don't think deep, they'll buy that hook, line, and sinker.
You never said it was wrong.
Not everybody, but not everybody. Not everybody buys into something like it's like Peter Obi takes statistics from China and throws it to Nigeria without the local context. You have to apply local context. When you want to apply tariff, damn well you should have alternative in your country in sufficient volume, not something that we're barely scraping through, and then you now have a pass-through cost of that tariff to your population. You just increase the cost on your population for nothing. So, moving on. Woman, what's the next topic?
Yes, you have an option of two. Peter Obi visits Atiku Saraki Lamido in Abuja. So I see it as somewhat of an attempt to intimidate the Tinubu space. Of Fubara vows to probe Wike's administration. So I wonder if Wike can survive a probe. Or if there's anything else you have in mind. Yeah.
Let me quickly touch. I'll try and touch on the both, so I stay off my normal topics. The Wike one, with Fubara wasn't Fubara kind of like the finance guy for Wike, and
yes,
Fubara.
And it's proven not to be the pushover that Wike thought it was,
But Fubara has cases.
Fubara is a very useless individual.
He has cases in the EFCC now. It was the inner guy. So if Wike goes down, Fubara goes down now. What is he doing? He has cases in EFCC. It's just because he's a governor that he can't. It doesn't mean they can't continue the investigation.
He's trying to probe himself.
How do you probe yourself? How do you probe yourself?
I don't know what.
I sent a video to you about the new Attorney General that they just appointed. If you see their own, the assembly that screened him, one man, you will never stop laughing. You will laugh.
Well, was it 3 people, Abi, or something like that?
And the question they were asking him, the first question they asked him, I cannot. Oh my God, these people in Rivers State, they are disgrace to black race. They said, your name is Dagogo. What is the meaning of your name? What is it? At the screen, of Attorney General, what is the meaning of this your name? Dagogo. I say, what is for God?
I feel for Fubara, right? Why I feel for him, he doesn't recognize that power is transient, and the possibility of him not winning a second term is highly possible. The way he's going to be embarrassed after power would make him look like he's very silly. I think he doesn't have that man management skill. Yes, maybe Wike might be overbearing. There are certain ways he would have managed the situation. We don't know. We are only guessing here, right? But now the way you are going about it, you are making that state too toxic for everybody to sit down and begin to move forward. It's strange. Now you want to probe. Who are you probing? You are the one who was signing the check. The governor will only approve. You are the one who will sign the check too and go and put it somewhere else. So it's a strange one for me. Well, if he wants to embarrass the governor, it's fine. Go ahead.
Maybe as a trump card. Maybe as different versions of the checks is designing.
At that screening, they ask the Attorney General to pledge his loyalty to the governor. Loyalty.
Loyalty, Attorney General. Honestly speaking, I don't like how we do this Attorney General thing in Nigeria. We are copying America, and I don't think we are that rich. I think we should do what Brazil is doing. Let the Attorney General report to the Supreme Court justices. In Brazil, Attorney General does not report to the president; it's to the Supreme Court. So it's under the judiciary. I actually want to land upon that in one of those Netflix Brazilian shows that I watch. So you can't, the president or the governor cannot directly influence the Attorney General, whether it's the federal level or the state level. So honestly speaking, it's something that may be useful to us in Nigeria. So because I see it as a conflict of interest, even though they do it in America. I don't think it's good for us, in my opinion. So if we should do any sort of constitutional amendment, I think that's an area I'll be really interested in seeing that change. But Fubara and Wike, the trump card Fubara has though is at the end of the day, if they turn everything to Gbasgbos, Nigeria cannot afford river states to be on fire. Tinubu, let me put it this way: Tinubu's presidency cannot afford for that state to be restive. The economy of the country is going to tumble. So at that point in time, he has to kind of like appeal to the calmer sides of Wike and Fubara, like, you guys just please chill out and wait for the next election. Because if Rivers turns to mayhem, Nigeria economy, I don't know, it will be worse than what happened during Buhari's 2015 when the Niger Delta Avengers were showing him shaggy. So I do hope that this thing doesn't escalate beyond the political comedy that they're providing right now. I wish it doesn't get real. So let me move on to the next topic so I can let Prince Daddy talk. What's the next one? Peter Obi and Atiku, Abi. Peter Obi and Atiku, look, that's the only path for them to make any, both of them, both Peter Obi and Atiku, to make any sort of dent in the next election. That's the only thing, and it has to be an Atiku ticket with Peter Obi VP. Basically, a rerun of 2019 election versus Tinubu. They have a shot if both of them go together. I mean, Obi is a cult of personality, so all these obedience that are saying this pious bullshit, like Obi was kind of like some pious guy, all of them will come around because they're mostly all of them are mostly PDP voters anyway, and Atiku is kind of like their big daddy. So what they could stomach in 2019, they'll be able to stomach it again in 2027. But the only difference is Tinubu is now in the presidency, and we know he's capable of so many things. But if they're going to have any shot to win, they have to do this PDP thing together. And Atiku needs to ask for forgiveness across PDP. They need to just mend the fences. Of course, they can't mend Wike. They have to contain Wike. But it's a real shot. But obedience will have to swallow their vomit and contend with number two and hope for the best. I don't think it's going to be that easy for them because right now Tinubu is in the office and everybody knows what that means. But that's the only shot.
It will be a replay of what Atiku had always been parroting, that the best pathway for the Southeast to the presidency is through him. So they'll still sell it under that strap line.
It's not lying. If we say a messiah to make Southeast person be president, not like being president does anything for you anyway. Isn't Tinubu a Yoruba guy president? What has he done in Elisha, my town? Nothing. So, but if the people want inclusion, because I think all this cry for presidents is really a cry about inclusion. Inclusion. If they want that inclusion, they should support the combination of Atiku and Peter Obi with Atiku on top. And then after that, it's not yet groovy. That is when the real battles will happen to make Peter Obi the top of the ticket. Otherwise, the best is going to have is going to be vice president. But like I said, Tinubu is in office. Even if they combine together, I don't think it's going to be that easy for them because they could not beat Tinubu when he was not in government. He battled with the president, he battled with the cabal, and he won in both the primaries and also the election. I don't know how you're going to beat him when he controls all the levels of power. And I still even suspect you'll see a bunch of PDP people endorsing him in 2027. It's going to be ridiculous. We'll be embarrassed at the way people are going to cross carpet to vote for him. I mean, to endorse him in 2027 because he knows the politics in and out. And if he's still healthy and he still wants that power, forget it. Nobody's going to get it from them. But I would love to see an Atiku Obi ticket again, 2019, 2027. I think it's going to be fun. Just for the fun of it.
Yes, that's the only thing that can make that election interesting. Anything outside of that will be a mini landslide for Tinubu. If it's repeat of 2023, then it will be the same outcome.
It's going to be the same part. Like, so it's pretty three ways. Tinubu will win. But this will become a formidable contest. Honestly speaking, because I'm a political junkie, I would love to see that fight. I think it's going to be interesting. So the obedience in the comment section, you better be bracing up for Obi to go back to his vomit and go and be saying yes sir to Atiku. And we can see him debate Shetima. I think that would be a nice, Obi and Shetima throwing jabs at Obi. Like one extremely articulate person, the other one not so articulate. How would that would be nice to see, yeah. I'm looking forward for that. So yeah, let Prince Daddy speak. I think I'm happy that I could catch Tunaja at the right time because I think I always get frustrated when I'm listening in the morning.
Don't worry, it's not over yet.
Look at somebody that has been flawed. He's literally on the floor.
I'm just happy. I'm happy to have caught Tunaja. Tunaja, thanks for being a great sport. Okay.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you. Well done.
All right. Let me go to Prince Daddy next. And then, gentlemen, with your permission, after Prince Daddy, I want to go to Patrick Uche, who I think is the first timer here. But Prince, you've been very quiet. I suspect you may not be there. Prince.
Hello, one man. I'm here.
Oh, you just put your helmet on and ducked under the table and be all these shouting people. Let's hear from you.
Anything that has to do with Nigeria, I try to stay away. So that's what happened.
All right, come into the conversation. Where would you like to come at it at? Did you listen to the Daniel Bwala space? And what are you making of his politics? It's a very potent weapon to have, and I'm surprised that Atiku is not cutting him heavily to stay with him. What are you making of Daniel Bwala speaking straddling two horses at the same time?
Yeah, one man. Hello, everyone. Like, share, subscribe. I love the show. As I heard some of the snippet of that conversation with the news station. Daniel Bwala, is Tinubu won without him. Okay, so I'm not sure what political capital Daniel Bwala has really. I mean, with all the opposition to Tinubu coming to power, he still won. Now, why would Tinubu want him on his side? I mean, Tinubu at his age now, you can tell it's more about trying to bring people together, trying to harmonize, or there's no need to create enemies if you don't have to. Even if it becomes bad right now, Tinubu will embrace him, and be happy to bring him on board. Daniel Bwala, is a good talker, is a good speechifier, but he has no political capital. He has none. I mean, he's just talking. I'm not going to call him a talking head, but you remember when these guys, Babachir Lawal and his gang, the Christian North, went against Tinubu and all this stuff. These people supposedly are politicians. Daniel Bwala, is he a politician? Can he be categorized as a politician? I don't even know. But all these, so-called politicians with position in different parties and across different, political divide, could not bring down Tinubu. They couldn't do it. So, and in today's Nigeria, I don't see that many individuals with political will or capital, really, apart from Tinubu. And of course, Peter B being one of those people, but he's far behind. Just like you saw in the election, it was a distant third, well, to Tinubu, that is. So I don't know. Daniel Bwala is is a good. I mean, is a good person to have on your side to champion your cause. But is it Dele Alake and the other guys? They did very well. They did very well. I told him last time he came on your show that he made a mistake. He miscalculated, and it was simple. It's not a Nostradamus of politics. He didn't know himself. So only if he knew that Tinubu could pull it off. If he knew, it would never have left APC. But he saw all the attacks, all the usurpation and the inside talking, some disloyal APC members talking against. 1 second.
Are you doing a spot of cooking there, Prince Daddy? I didn't even know you knew your way into the kitchen. Look at Prince Daddy multitasking. I thought men were not. I thought we were not. We are reputed not to have the capacity to multitask.
No. But anyways, it was that Bwala is. Anyways,
Do you want me to look?
like
Do you want me to look back to you, or are you happy to carry on?
Okay, give me a minute. Yeah.
All right. Let's give Prince Daddy a minute so that we can hear from Patrick. Patrick, if you're there, Patrick Uche, that is, on mute, speak to us. Just free flow to the conversation, just so we can document your politics. Patrick Uche. Patrick Uche, on mute. Patrick. All right. I don't think Patrick Uche has the workings of it just yet. Patrick, one more time. All right. Let's go to Obina. Obina, you ready? Hopefully, people can still hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, woman.
All right. Let's go with Ajane Koko. So, Ajane Koko, come into the conversation. I don't know where you want to comment. Coming out. Do you want to comment at this headline?
I was always thinking that Baba Ajane Koko is the father of the day, and he comes last to wrap up everything with his blessings.
Yes, but Ajane Koko has rebelled against that now. He says,
our daddy cannot rebel like that now.
Somebody there is Obina there or who?
No, Emeka.
Emeka, let Emeka go. Let him go. I'll come after him.
Always our daddy there.
All right, relax. Emeka, do you want to comment at this headline?
Let me comment. I'll come in at that.
Let Emeka take a dig at Nigeria first.
No, I'm not actually taking a dig at.
I'm just messing around. Sorry.
What I would say is to Nigeria is partially right, but he was unable to articulate his point properly, and that's what I was trying to comment at. Yeah, he might have looked at it from ChatGPT or any of the chats. Yeah, but like I said, the president made a huge mistake with that pronouncement, without coming in to take charge and review what is in the shop. It's like you are buying a product, you have not done your proper due diligence, you are relying on the brief from the previous owner without going in to do proper inspection to see if what he has said, what the previous owner has said, is actually true. And based on that narration, you are taking decision. That was what the president did. It was a mistake. Now, coming in and seeing what was going on, and also looking at, in retrospect, looking at what has gone wrong and the sharp corners and practices involved in that sector, they had to now make a clear decision. Yes, the country was broke in terms of financial foreign reserve. The country didn't have enough. The right thing that they would have done was to do nothing. The Nigeria official auction rate was going on normally. Those guys, the banks, the the oil exporters, or the multinationals were coming into that market with their own foreign exchange. Those were the people who would have probably looked at things and drive that market. The moment the president said that they are not going to intervene again, we all saw what happened. In our situation, the president would have done nothing, look for a way to improve our supply side, and see how to meet up with the obligations, especially with the forward contract that we had. We were even lucky that those guys did not even take us to court. But again, actually, they are Nigerian banks. They understand what was going on. They could actually wait for a while and see how to pacify with their clients, who at the end of it wanted their forest obligation to be paid to their own suppliers. So we knew what was going on later on, but the president has actually made that mistake. And a lot of Nigerians are currently suffering from it. Would we have suffered? Yes. Would the rates move to this point? Maybe, maybe not. But it wouldn't have gotten this bad if the president had just come in and said, we're in a bad situation. What do we do? Then maybe he would have now appointed a CBN governor as quick as possible, and the finance minister as quick as possible to get on board to begin to try to address this problem. Now we are lucky, we're happy, we've addressed all the forward contracts, all the forward obligations, because those are obligations that we must meet whether we like it or not. Now the next move is we are now trying to improve on the supply side, and from the all indicators, and again, if you ask me, I think the problem came with a curse and a blessing, because what we were able to identify is that we had individuals who were taking advantage of the FX situation. We had the people who were dealing with the USDT, with Binance and other cryptocurrency platform. We had these individuals, the Malams, who were not even registered businesses in the first place. We had Malams who were not registered, who were just middlemen, just trying to make a quick bucks and doing their arbitrage dealings. We also had BDCs who were also making a killing. But now the CBN governor has come in place to try to see how to regulate that space. Hopefully, we'll begin to benefit in the medium term and in the long term. But would the market come back? Because it was actually 460 or thereabout. Will it come back to 460? Never. Will it come back to 500? I don't think so. 600, I doubt. 700 possible, or 800 thereabouts in the future. But again, the president, let's call a spade a spade. The president made a huge mistake with that utterance. Yes, many of us looked at it and like, okay, what was going on? Hopefully he knew better, but it appears that he didn't know what the jack was that was happening when he took over shop. And it was when he took over shop, he was able to see that this is a huge mess. And that's why Emefiele is sleeping in the cell currently for what he has done. Well, anyway, Emefiele would have still got to prison for the nonsense he did. But we can see that the problem was bigger than anticipated, but we are still trying to address it. Now, with the fuel subsidy, one man, I sent you something while Tunanja and Kolata was going back and forth. The government official statement says subsidy is not being paid. That they do not have control over the price. One man, you can pull that up and put it on the screen. They do not have control over the pricing because NNPC is responsible for that. There was another explanation again that the Minister of Minister of State Petroleum Resources gave. I didn't send that to you. Maybe when I'm done, I will send it to you. Which I think, which Kolata has actually was it last month, speculated on and explained that is what NNPC is actually doing. The Minister of State Petroleum Resources said it, but said then when the journalists reached out to NNPC said we are a private company, we cannot open our books to you. But IMF can say what they want to say. The federal government is not paying subsidy. Period. Next topic.
Emeka, hold on. Before you go to the next topic, you don't mind. The dollar thing, the dollar problem in Nigeria. So all the moves that Cardoso and I get the CBN are making to strengthen the dollar, right? Are those moves working? Are they taking the right steps? I'm asking this question because they're going after all the nodes, the channel where dollar can be captured or monitored, right? But the appetite for dollar in our economy is not addressed. I don't think it is addressed at all. I would like you, if you do know, because you're in that space, give a comparable economy or country to Nigeria with so much high demand for dollar in its economy. Nigeria is a typical example when you say a country is dollarized.
Okay, thank you, President. You see, with Kolata's narration, he's right. With what is it? Tunanja could not articulate what he was saying, but he's right. Now, what the CBN is doing is yielding some results. Would they have devalued the naira at certain point in the future? Yes, they would have done that. Because one way to improve your supply is to devalue your currency. Emefiele did it 3 times. He took it from 260 to 462 thereabouts. I might be wrong with the actual number, but he did that 3 times. So devaluing the naira with that scarcity that was going on at that point in time was was an inevitable option. But that the president did it almost immediately is now coming as a cost on his administration. But though it may not bite him in 2027, but it is coming that this man is coming to impose suffering on us. Then going with the 2 double-edged sword, subsidy removal and non-intervention of the naira, that was a 2 double-edged sword for the economy anyway. But would they have devalued the naira at this point? Yes. So that influx of supply would come in. And the influx is coming in. It's coming in through foreign portfolio investment in purchasing of our treasury bills, as well as investing in our stock exchange market. It's also coming in. We also borrowed. The CBN also helped, the non-CBN. NNPC also helped us with that stuff that we debated the other time, the cashback crude loan they brought in. Those were part of the intervention that they made so that they can be able to sort out especially the main thing, the obligation that we have. Because those forward contracts, if you don't do that, at some point, the individuals responsible, not even the bank's clients, will take the CBN to court because you have engaged in a contract that you said you were going to fulfill dollars, your own obligation at a certain point in time. You have reneged, you did not fulfill when the time came, you did not fulfill at other future dates, and it appears that you are not going to fulfill, they will take you to court. So that we were being able to sort it out, as well as the airline obligation, wonderful. So the only thing left now is also to correcting that BDC issue, bringing them into full regulation and ensuring that transparency is obvious. That's another wonderful standpoint. In the middle and long term, we will begin to see the result. But for now, which is the short term, we will begin to bite our teeth and scream a little bit because the pain is a short-term pain.
All right, brilliant. To the headline on the screen, Emeka, Eco Atlantic City loses 87 billion naira to Lagos Calabar Coastal Road.
Okay, go ahead. How are they losing it? I'm not aware. I don't know about this.
No. They are actually, they reclaimed a whole bunch of land from
from
yeah.
them.
So, but then that road cuts through it, and the value of that land, essentially, what they are speaking to.
Wait, are they trying? Is the Shaguri is trying to spin a different story? Are they not the owners of that real estate part, and they are the ones bringing a part of their funds to do that road? Correct me if I'm wrong, please. I want to be corrected. So they are the ones who, they are the owners of I don't know who is behind them, but they are actually the owners of that piece of real estate in that island. It's not an island, right? It's a small island. Now they are also bringing their funds as well as the federal government. They are bringing 70% of the funds to implement the road, the coastal road. So how are they losing the money? I want to understand.
No, they are losing. Okay, so they've reclaimed that prime piece of real estate through their own efforts. So the value of that real estate is the sum of money on the screen. So they are saying that coastal road cuts right through that real estate, and they lose the value of it. It didn't read like as though they were looking to be compensated, but they were just essentially lamenting. I think they were actually trying to counterweight landmark.
Exactly. I think that's why I call this a spin-off, right? I think it's a spin-off from their own PR team. Because nobody enjoys losing money. So if they are saying they are going to lose 87 billion for doing a road that they will bring their own fund into, I don't know. This is simple 1 + 1. It doesn't make sense to me. So I've not read the news. Maybe that's why I am lost for word. I don't understand it.
Emeka, they're two different companies. So think about it like that. Forget Shaguri for a minute. When you think about like one entity,
who is building the two different companies. So
iTech is building the road. We know it's owned by Shaguri. It's just because we know. Eco Atlantic is incorporated by whatever, but we know it's Shaguri too. But under the law, they're two separate entities. So one can be losing against the other.
If that's the case, then I can agree. Yes, two separate entities running on their own merit. Yes, then definitely the Eco Atlantic Corporation responsible for that piece of real estate. I agree. So the high-tech company, they are still under the same group, definitely I can understand this now clearly. Yeah, fine. But like I say, I've not read this news, so I think maybe I can't provide any opinion or input from my own end. If they are two separate companies, then it's all right. It's understandable.
All right, take us to Saraki, Atiku Abubakar, and
I don't want to talk about
Peter
Obi.
All right, let's go to then Fubara versus Wike.
Yes,
threatening now to probe.
Yeah, I think Fubara is, if you ask me, he's been surrounded by people who truly do not like him, opportunists, right? Because those people who are with him now, they are not the ones who brought him to power. And it begins to signify how ungrateful people can be. I also watch Wike saying, yes, I made a mistake, but we are going to correct it. And if we know Wike from his precedents, we know Wike is a man who talks and he will do what he wants to do. He says what he will do and he will do it. So from that oratory that he gave, and he was doing it, I think he was in River State saying it, right? So it clearly shows that he still has that influence. He still has the political structure that a lot of people are saying he does not have anymore because the turnout was huge. The people around him was there. You saw some of his aides and a couple of those who served under him going to the media and still expressing their loyalty to him. So the fight is still beginning, but I think Fubara is not expressing caution. For me, I think Baba Jalikoko said something that no, it was Kolata that said Port Harcourt or River State should not go under tumor, right? Maybe that's what he wants to achieve, so that the president can step in and exercise and advise each warring party to hold back and not continue to flame up the state, because Port Harcourt is very significant to the economy of the country. Maybe because I really don't understand why, even after the president has called both of them to discuss about this matter, they are not still agreeing. I don't understand what's going on. A lot of us are only speculating. We don't have the full story. Only a few Nigerians, especially those in the river states elites, the political elite, if you ask me, would clearly understand the fight and they know the nitty gritty of what's going on. For many of us, we don't have the full details. We only know that Fubara and Wike'S, they are fighting and they are not agreeing probably to certain terms. And it appears that the governor does not want to manage the situation as he should. And I think him being the governor, he should recognize that he's the leader of that state, and he must put the affairs of the states above his own ambition, and likewise, not do things that will make the states go down to the flames. If you ask me, my opinion about him is that he doesn't know how to manage affairs and people. He doesn't know how to read the times of the hands of time. He doesn't know how to even predict where he's going, and he's being surrounded by opportunists who are just trying to make money by saying things into his ears that when shit hits the fan, they will all run away. So Fubara should exercise caution. Should probably, if you ask me, maybe he already knows he's not going to win the next election and is trying to look for ways to see how to gather more influence to change the situation. But regardless, let's see how 2027 is. It appears like this fight is not ending any soon. And we hope that they can manage the situation to the next election cycle, and let's see how the outcome turns out.
All right, brother. Give us a little flavor on the headline on the screen, and then we go back to Prince Daddy. I think he may be ready for us now.
Yes, sorry, Prince Daddy.
Yes, interest rates to remain high until inflation comes down. So this is Cardoso. Are you in lockstep with him on that?
There's no other ways. The only thing, he's only addressing the money supply in the economy. So the other factors, the food inflation, what are they doing about it? What is the government doing about it? And the food inflation is the main reason why we have a huge spike in our inflationary numbers. If they are addressing that area, why the prices of food going up, which is close to, at this point, the last quarter was 39.99%, 98, which is 40%. Currently now it should have shot up. So they are not going to reduce the interest rate in any way. As a matter of fact, they probably might even be looking at how to increase it. But the government too must look at the other angle of it, those components, those CIP components, CPI components that are creating the issue, especially with food. Food inflation is the main driver. Address that aspect, increase the supply of food into the market and bring down the price. They should look at that. I think that's one area the government is weak at. And there's nothing the CBN governor can do at all. There's even no other fiscal policy they can implement to bring down inflation. No, because the government is not actually spending like they should spend. And if they try it, inflation will shoot up again. So now what they're even doing now is they're now trying to bring more taxes to the people. And what would that happen? Well, we are only going to bring more pains to Nigeria. So they should look at that, especially that food. Address the food, inflation will drop. Once inflation drops, then you can see how to reduce the interest rate so that people can, businesses can look at how to borrow and expand their activities and see if they can employ more people, more Nigerians, and bring them into the fold so that people can relax. There's too much pain in the country. I agree with the CBN governor. I think his hands are tied. He's having a very hard time on that job. I don't want to. I barely think he sleeps very well because there's a lot of pressure on him. Questions from the media, questions from foreign media, and also investors, and things are not looking any bright. It's not looking any bright for him. He's right. It's the right thing. Hold inflation. Not only what he's also doing is also in line with international practices. The United States had their interest rates for the I think for the third time running. Canada did the same thing for the fourth time running. Australia the same thing, and each and every one of them. I don't know about the UK. I've not checked. United States 5%, Australia 5.2%, Canada 5%. So they are holding their interest rates stable without increasing, without decreasing, because there's still some form of inflation going on. But our inflation is very high, double digits. So we need to try to see how to either like them holding it, fine. Reducing it is not going to work until they address the food inflation aspect of things. Then my fear, if they are not going to address it, my next fear is that the next MPR, which will be coming shortly soon, they are going to increase.
What is MPR, by the way, for the benefit of our audience? And
monetary policy rate. There's monetary policy rate. There's a committee for it, right? So there are people who have been chosen to be committee. The CBN governor is part of it. You have two directors of the CBN. Then you also have some economists that are involved. So they will sit down and they will vote on what the monetary rate policy rate will be. That's the rate at which the CBN will lend to banks, or banks will borrow to them. So from that, you can be able to price your financial instruments in the market.
All right,
So,
brilliant.
One man, can I just remind Emeka of something? Emeka, I think that's why. I mean, you remember when Tinubu came in June? This floating it was in June 2023. Everybody forgets we had a
He did it on the first day now, May 29th.
No, floating.
Even before he entered.
Not subsidy. That's subsidy. The floating was like in June, 2 weeks or something after. Remember that time, it was 2 weeks after. It was subsidy removed on day one. Remember that we had a liquidity crisis at that time. We couldn't even get loans, if you remember. That we came on this platform.
There was a lot of things. I remember, not that I can't forget.
We couldn't even get loan to even continue funding the what's it called? The PEG. I remember that Tinubu called in Emefiele like twice or something to have almost a full day meeting. So I'm just trying to I'm just trying to let everybody know that
he sacked Emefiele on a Sunday when he was saying I'll see you on Monday.
Now we forgot that we could not raise funds. World Bank would not touch us with a 40-foot
pole. We knew where the World Bank and IMF.
At that point in time, that's what you do when you were not following orthodoxy. We had kind of like continued this bold-headed move till we ran out of sources for forex. We even had to mortgage our own reserves. That's what I'm saying is at that point in time, where else could you go? Because nobody was going to lend you money.
So, Kulata, I'm not saying that what you are saying is not okay. But what I'm saying is that devaluation would have come in gradually. It was what they did. What the president did was hands off completely.
We needed it for a while for money to come in. Because that's what I'm saying. There's no.
If they have devalued, if they have staggered it, right? There are ways, definitely, yes. The IMF.
Emeka, if you're on the bed and you can't, maybe you have 25 pounds of excess weight in your belly, you can't get up, right? And the only way you can get up is for someone to take a knife and basically just carve out the fat in you, something brutal. Otherwise, you will not be able to get up. Like, removing it gradually. There was nobody willing to fund us to keep the peg. Nobody. We came on this platform and we were talking about, should we sell assets? Should we do this? Should we do that? You remember?
I remember, Kulata. I'm not disputing that. Hold on. On your point that there was nobody willing to fund us, I don't think that is clearly accurate in the sense that, number one, we didn't.
I just pulled up a Reuters article. I just pulled up a Reuters article.
We didn't have a CBN governor. We didn't have a minister of.
No, we had a CBN governor. Emefiele was still there.
Emefiele was going to be sacked. It was so.
But it was still there. Technically, it was still there.
So okay, fine. But there was this uncertainty about his stay in office, which all of us, even the chicken in Nigeria, knew that Emefiele is in trouble. Anyway, but let's rule that out. But again, the IMF clearly from day one, this push on floating is not today. It started with Abacha. It moved on to, I won't put Abu Salami. That one was just a couple of months. It moved to Obasanjo. From Obasanjo, I would also include Yaradua. He didn't stay too long. But it's still part of that same push to Jonathan. From Jonathan to Buhari. So they have been that move. All their, there's a name they call it. All their audit has been, you need a floating foreign exchange.
Okay,
Agreed.
you remember Obasanjo.
It has never stopped them. It has still never stopped them from
Yeah, but I want to show you history. Remember Obasanjo left Yaradua with a 65 billion, someone correct me if I'm wrong, 65 billion reserves. How do you think we bought through that reserves through Jonathan, that Jonathan ended up handing over?
We paid our debts now.
No. This was after our debt. This was after our debt.
When we had no debt to pay, foreign debt to pay, right?
We had paid down.
Oil prices.
You're not letting me land the point I'm going to land. Obasanjo, when he left in 2007, left a foreign reserve of like 65 billion, mostly no debt. Between Yaradua and Jonathan, they had burnt through that reserve, right?
Yes, they ate the money.
They ate the money, and then we had borrowed money, and Madam Ngozi was already saying we had to borrow to pay salaries.
Yeah,
and at that point in time, we maintained good exchange rate. Where do you think that dollar, that foreign reserve, what do you think they were using it for?
They were chopping it, no.
No, you just can't chop foreign reserve directly like that. A chunk of it was used. A chunk of it was used to
pay subsidy. Yeah.
Subsidy and to maintain forex.
I agree, but again, don't forget there was devaluation. Remember,
you have to devalue when you are running out of reserves. You have no choice but to devalue.
I agree. They devalued. They devalued. They also pushed the subsidy because they were trying to appease IMF. So we would have still Tinubu would have still done the same thing.
Everybody will have done the same thing.
Devalue a certain place because Emefiele did it. Emefiele did it 3 times under Jonathan. He did it with Jonathan. He did it with Buhari. He did it twice with Buhari.
Because what we've been doing has been stupid all along. We've never followed financial orthodoxy ever. We just do some half-ass measure, and then we say, Western policy doesn't work for us. So it does. How come it's working for Indonesia? How come it's working for Malaysia? Why are we different when we don't follow the thing through?
But wait, too, right? We have technically fixed it now. We have actually technically.
Yeah, we have to see it through. Yes, we fixed it now.
So now, when we only fixed it when things went out of hand. So if we had pushed, like now, we're like, okay, let's appease. The plan would be, IMF, you see our current situation. This is what is going on. Yes, we would do it, but we would, because IMF will not also likewise say, oh, you must inflict Nigerians into more pains because you must follow a rigorous economic reform. They won't. They know it's part of their goal. They would say, okay, they can look at it and say, yes, this would create more pains to Nigeria. You know what? We will give you guys more time. We will still lend to you. We will still open our credit line or extend or increase your credit line with us. And then at a later date, when you think things are getting a bit better, you can now look at ways to float the currency. They would have devalued. The devaluation was inevitable. They would have devalued, but gradually, maybe a 20% devaluation from 400 to something to probably 600, but not removing their hands clearly. And now we are at $1,400. Thank you.
That money doesn't matter. It's stability that we need right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, one man. No,
All right.
let me just
make that the last comment, and
yeah,
then we have to move on. Yeah.
I agree with Kolata. The stability is the most important because of the what was happening. I think we are clearly now seeing some form of stability coming in gradually. Yes, a lot of people are hoping for reduction. I don't see that reduction coming rapidly, but the stability and the prediction so that businesses can make good decisions is now there. We can see that it is hovering around the 1,300, 1,400, 1,450, which is fine. So the aspect where people are making a killing is clearly reducing, which is good. And it's also good for the economy. That's why I said in the medium and long term, we will see the benefits. But for now, let's just begin to, I don't know how to put it nicely, but let's just hold on to our own God and see how we can scale through.
All right, Brian. Prince, back to you, Prince.
Ooh, yeah, one man.
Yes, a lot of that went over my head. Though I just pretended like I understood what they were talking about.
But by the way, one man, let me address my cousin on the platform, Prince Alfana. How you doing? You need to address two issues when you have to address it. I came here for policies for you. Firstly, your buddy in the Republican Party, Vivek. You see how he was dressed down. They told him, we like you, you're very articulate, but we can't vote for you because you're an Indian. So they told him clearly they already told him you have no shot.
Did they use those exact words?
Yes, the famous.
Is it the Ancolta?
Yeah, she's like, oh, we like you, but you're Indian. We can't vote for an Indian guy. But they told him
that's what I'm going to tell Prince Daddy if he continues with this.
Like that's what. No, number two, Lindsey Graham said today that he's open to Israel using nuclear weapons on Gaza. So I want you, when you take those two, because I really want to have your take. I'm a conservative too, but not as hawkish as
you are opening. Please, Daddy.
And please don't quote the Bible when you defend this. Don't use it. Don't speak to the issue, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Did you dream of him?
Well, interesting you brought it up, Babati. I actually defended this guy. It's called ABL on YouTube. He played a video. That's where I saw that snippet of it. And I actually defended Enculture, actually. I can see
what?
I see the bias in the voice, even in their countenance, to that question. And from what I understand, Vivek was actually born in Ohio or in America.
It doesn't matter to these people. It doesn't matter. It's the point. They don't care if you're born, you went to Harvard. You're not one of us. You're Indian. It's not also Christian. It's also Hindu.
Right.
Okay.
And a lot of people have reservation about that. It's Hindu religion or background. So, but I don't really. It doesn't bother me. It didn't bother me. I see clearly that there's nothing wrong for self-preservation. I always say it on the show, and there's nothing wrong trying to have.
Hold on. So you are defending Ancota's position, is what you're telling us.
I wish I can give a screenshot of that.
It didn't bother you as a person of color, right?
Well,
I don't know what that means. Color of what?
Stop dancing. Go to the issue.
Prince Daddy has spiritual color. There's no color.
Okay, Kolata. Okay. I'm telling you. See, I have a history when it comes to this stuff. It's this color thing. It really puts you in the box. There's nothing wrong with somebody preferring their own kind. Every day we argue on this show sometimes, be it by tribe or whatever, north and south. Wanting to protect your lineage, your heritage, or your race. There's nothing wrong with it. So the fact that she prefers that a white person or a person that has some kind of Anglo-Saxon European background as a president doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me because after all, India is a nation of almost 4 or 5 billion people. There's a lot more Indians than Americans. than European. So what is the big deal? I mean, that's when people almost clamoring for a black president. But in Africa, almost 50 black presidents on that continent. So I refuse to be cornered and just want to debate or argue things based on,
No, I'm not
color
debating
or
you.
race.
I am actually. I'm only listening. I'm not even debating you. I'm just listening. You, but let's just give up on things like that at this point. Let's give up on that side because you hope you have feeling.
No, it is true. It is true because I like just like one man's position about guests on the show or the panelists. You can disagree with people, but you can still entertain their point of view. One thing I've realized: if you can engage people that oppose you and they don't share your value, if you tap into them, you'll be surprised what you can get from them.
No, I'm not. This is my point. So they're saying, listen, we share the same belief when it comes to economy, about the system, even nationalism. We share everything. But even though you sound like us, you talk like us, you believe in what we believe, we just can't vote for you because you don't look like us. So
I heard
that everything else, that one thing about you makes us uncomfortable. So how do you think it feels in their midst when they're having conversations and moving forward?
Yeah,
Kelly told him he's not welcome, so you can try to be one of us. But you will never be accepted by us. We can never vote for you. You can support our movement, but we cannot put you in front of our movement.
Yes, I heard that clearly.
All right, that sounds like something for the after hour. So
well,
he has one more, man. He has one more.
Okay, and briefly, whatever your position with this guy, Lindsey Graham, we're probably on the same side. Is a war hawk. We know that. It is reckless. It was reckless in Afghanistan. It was reckless in Iraq. So there's nothing about Lindsey Graham that surprises me when it comes to war. Nuclear weapon, I mean, that's just out of this world. It just shows the level of his state of mind, his deplorable state of mind, quite frankly. So that just blew me out of the water, really. That's what I can say about that.
Thank you for answering those. We'll talk later. Go ahead.
All right. So back to the conversation. I don't know where you want to come at it. Do you want to come at it from Obi or Fubara?
Obi. What about Obi? Fubara? I don't know. River State politics.
River State politics is probably the most important outside of Lagos. Probably the most, even more important than Lagos. Some would suggest.
Well, they're definitely not more important than Lagos. Not at all. I mean, I don't think they contribute to the national purse than Lagos. But the politics is always interesting. I mean, I like to be outside of it, meaning that let people that know much about it, they have the background, that they're from there, talk about it. I know in that state, there's so many factions of ethnic groups there. I don't know, is it Equeria and these other people? So, and there comes this Fubara guy. I'm not sure if he belongs to the minority ethnic group, but there he is. He is the governor, thanks to Wike. So Wike as a person is, and I respect him. I think he works hard, and given the projects and all the things he did in River State. But we've seen his pattern when it comes to selecting people of leadership qualities. He hasn't done so well in that regards. If we're talking from your child, you're back with PDP chairman and the one prior after him, and this Fubara guy, he's not a good judge of character, if I can put it that way. If not that then it's because Wike is very demanding of people. It feels that people owe him something for whatever he does for them, and that's nothing strange. That's just a Nigerian or African thing for the most part. So what is asking from Fubara, I'm not sure, but the guy seems to think is his own man, and he can stand by himself with his supporters to oppose whatever Wike may have against him. So, but really, it points back to Wike. It's It's all Wike's inability to identify true leadership. Now, I would like to judge Fubara by what he does at the end of the day. His performance. That's what it boils down to. Now, at the end of these 4 years or 8 years, if he outperforms Wike, I think that's all we should be talking about. Not is what he tries to do, and about trying to what is it going to do? It was trying to audit Wike, right? Wike is government. Well, that's quite interesting. I thought Fubara. What role did Fubara play in Wike's government? Was he?
Apparently, it was the accountant general, or it was the one signing the checks that is now going to claim Wike stole.
Okay, so he wants to, if everything,
Prince Daddy,
he wants to
Prince Daddy, bro, yeah, good evening, good evening, everyone. One man, good evening, everyone. Don't you think there will not be any development in that state if they are still having this fracas with Wike? You said earlier on that what's most important to you is at the end of the 4 year, what is the guy has done. Even a couple of 11 months or 12 months thereabout now, the guy has done nothing because of this fracas. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how much is done, but I think I've seen 1 or 2 videos, perhaps him commissioning some projects, something like that. So I don't know. I don't know this timeline, what he has to do. Maybe he doesn't have to do much. Who knows? Wike did a lot. I mean, before Wike's last few months in his governorship, it seems like he was commissioning projects like every week or every other week. So maybe Wike has done the heavy lifting, and it's just for Barrett to come in and just, I don't know what he needs to do the least he could. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, it's politics, and this politics is just loud. I don't think it's any different than many states. Actually, many states that's not like hunkered down by godfatherism, right? I think most states from Kogi State, I think this guy Yahaya Bello had the same thing in one way or another. I know in some Western state also they had the same thing. So that's how it's always played out in Nigerian politics. And of course, who suffers? The Nigerian people, the common people are the ones that suffer. And they are the ones also that support these politicians with all the money in their back pocket. And it's just where we are. This governors, I'm not sure what to do. Do we amend the constitution to be able to hold these governors accountable for what they need to do? Quite often on this show we talk about trying to get the local governments more involved in the lives of the people. Essentially, the subsidiarity of governance, bring things down to the local level, grassroots, and have the people that are closer to the leadership that are closer to the people be the administrator of their welfare. It makes a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense. But I remember having this conversation with Babati. This approach really, it's going to take a long time. To me, is the success of such a model, which we had before, I believe, if being implemented right now, would take a much longer time. We're going to have a lot of waste, bottleneck, redundancy. It's going to be a disaster for a while. The only way it's going to work is when we actually, if we can have a model state that that implements like a pilot project that implements such a model, and other states can copy how to implement this this kind of governance, because it's very simple. The local governance government has been weakened for so many years. They don't know what to do. Right now they can be likened to little children. If you give them all the resources, all the assets and the funding, you would have to hold their hands on what to do. I don't think they have a clue at all. They do not. So now we're complaining about waste right now. Imagine if they were in charge, the waste would be, it would be a much higher factor, multiples, really. So we have a big problem. And I wish these governors can really sit up and really help the people, really help the Nigerian people. They have the power and they can do a lot. But, it's politics as usual. They only care about, they're like, Wall Street stock market players. They only care about the short-term gain for themselves and their cohorts, and who's going to be the next governor. And they can do a whole lot more, but they don't care about the people.
All right, brilliant. Somebody sent in this clip, Prince, that they want a reaction to. So let me play it, and then I've not seen it myself. If we are halfway through it, it's no good, then we'll abandon it. Is our foreign minister to go on MSNBC or whatever it is you call it?
As Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Yusuf Tugar is in Washington this week, meeting with U.S. officials, hoping to strengthen relations between the two countries. The visit serves as a follow-up to the U.S.-Nigeria Binational Commission meeting held last month in Nigeria. And Foreign Minister Tugar joins us now. It's good to have you on the show. Thank you very much for joining us. First, I'd love to hear your insights on your goals for this trip to the U.S.
Well, just like you said, it's a follow-up to the very successful Binational Commission meetings that were held in Abuja, capital of Nigeria. And, of course, to build on the gains that we have made so far with regards to our foreign policy agenda, which is, just like you mentioned earlier in your program, democracy, demography, development, and diaspora, the 4 Ds. And of course, Nigeria is the largest democracy on the African continent. It is the largest country in terms of population, 220 million. We're set to become the 3rd largest country in the world by the year 2050, when we will have a population of 400 million, and the largest economy. So we need to democratize the very governing organs of the world. Nigeria needs to belong to the G20. There needs to be a reform of the UN Security Council. Nigeria needs to be in that Security Council as a permanent member. And we need to develop. We are fighting, we've been fighting terrorism for the last 15 years. Successfully with homegrown solutions. We have a multinational joint task force that has successfully degraded Boko Haram in the northeastern Lake Chad region. And yeah, so we're here to partner with America.
So, Mr. Foreign Minister, with your message there of wanting to partner with America, there's certainly a rivalry there on the continent of Africa. We are seeing Russia and China both really try to move in, gain more influence there, both economically and militarily. How are you seeing that happen from your vantage point?
Yes, of course, we're very wary of Africa becoming the ground for contestations, great power contestations. There's been a change from a bipolar world to a multipolar world, and this tends to attract contestations by great powers. Our outlook is that of strategic autonomy. We get along with everyone. We also, of course, have a history of non-alignment, but we are democratic. We have had 7 successive elections since 1999, and we don't want to see any private military companies or mercenaries in on our continent. Nigeria successfully tackled the insecurity and conflict in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, leading ECOMOG, and now we're doing it with the multinational joint task force, along with Niger, with Cameroon, with Chad, and we feel that's the way forward, as opposed to exogenous solutions. We would rather endogenous solutions that are supported with by countries like America that have been great partners to Nigeria and many others on the African continent.
So there he is. You know, I've always a lot of people talk about the performances or lack thereof of the ministers within the Tinubu administration, but I've always tried to promote that, and he meant indigenous, by the way, when he said endogenous. So I'm not quite sure what they are. I think that's just an accent thing. You know, I've always tried to champion this guy because I've always liked the cut of his jib. I've always liked the way he presents. He's clearly vastly experienced, and he certainly has the language for that space. So what are you then making of your foreign minister appearing in your now new country?
Let me just say something about this because I'm really interested in hey God. I see. I'm not. He looks clean. Let me say the positives that I had. I like
is Tunaja taking over?
Why
is he even allowed there? One man. Why?
No. Tunaja is one of the founding members of this platform.
Oh my God!
He's not
hijacking shows. Hijacking the whole thing.
Look, it's Prince Daddy time. Let him speak. Don't just jump over him like that. It's wrong.
Okay.
No, let it go ahead. Go ahead, submission. Finish your tonight. Go ahead.
He's going to spend all day now. We listen to him all day for 1 hour.
I'm kilo vessel with his all this is about
let Prince Daddy go now. Let Prince Daddy go so that Ajale doesn't fall from his chair.
I mean, you don't jump like that. It's wrong. What you do? You're not the one.
I think he was interjecting, and I think Prince Daddy gave him the window. So just give us a little flavor of what you.
Can you put a timer on this?
I think he can read the room. So
come on, man, calm down.
Give us a little flavor, and then. I like the guy. I've always liked him anyway. There are hidden gems within the Tinubu administration that will start to blossom fairly soon, and he one of them.
He's well presented. I like the acronym they're using. I don't know whether it's acronym or any different what the 4Ds. And he didn't flesh them out. He just listed them, but he doesn't seem to have had enough practice with them. And I like the idea that at least it's not just going, okay, I'm going to shoot everybody in America, get out of my way. But my concern is that this is where his limit is. My concern is that they're going to talk to America, they're going to talk to UK, they're going to talk to France, and that's the end of it. They're not going to do anything else. And so far, I've not seen any strong foreign policy posture that the government has taken.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said?
He said that he wants to partner with America.
No. He said Nigeria is a strategic, non-aligned country that stands on its independence. So he's telling you that that's a Nigeria first language now.
Yeah, they always use that term. When they are all deep inside the backside of a Western country, they will say they are not aligned.
Yeah, they are not aligned now. Nigeria trades with China, Russia, United States, everybody in between. I think our leaning actually is more to the Middle East than anywhere else, but certainly not to the West.
Even America trades with China and those countries, but the difference is that it's where your strategic focus is, and Nigeria clearly their focus is on the West. Like
no, it is not. It is not. Tinubu himself told us categorically there is an African-centric thrust that is presenting to the world.
Okay, I can present the evidence now. In terms of, I'm talking about politically, and I'm not. In terms of trade, I think Nigeria trades with almost the rest of the world. That's true.
Even politically, Nigeria is African-centric, always has been.
Let's say it's African-centric. What have they done in Africa so far, other than almost cost ECOWAS half of the landmass that
it just gave you a list now. Did you not hear of all of the interventions that I spoke about?
Let me give you to show you the inconsistency of what he said. He talked about private military coming to West Africa, which technically was referring to Russia. but they are also comfortable with French military bases all around Nigeria and American military bases all around Nigeria. Nigeria should have taken charge.
Where are they? Where are the French bases in Nigeria?
There's a French base in Benin Republic. If I'm not mistaken, there's some in Cameroon.
Within Nigeria, not
there's always a French presence.
Not within Nigeria.
Oh no, not in Nigeria. There's always
right.
a French presence, but the same thing can be said of Russia. Russia is not in Nigeria, but you heard him complaining about it. That tells you they are leaning. You see what I mean? They have a leaning. They will tell you that this is not aligned.
No. It's that private. It was anyway. You didn't listen to it, but let
I know he used the term private. I know. I saw that he used the term.
Yes. So that's the distinguishing word, isn't it?
It's just a word. In reality,
a word in diplomacy.
Yes.
It's a qualifying statement. He was talking about Wagner.
Yes, I know that he was talking about Wagner, but the idea is Russia, not Wagner. It's not. If it was just a normal private security, it's not going to worry, is it? But it's because of Russia. That's what he's complaining about, and that is the point I'm trying to make. That
that's your interpretation, though. That's your interpretation.
Okay, fair point. But the reason why those countries are backing, they decide to back away from this in ECOWAS, is one of the reasons why now that the ECOWAS is trying to fix the problem, which is basically trying to fix the problem he created, because almost half of landmass of ECOWAS was almost lost, and that is if they come back.
God. Anyway,
he wanted to invade them. Now he wanted to invade them.
Did Tinubu plan the coup in Niger Republic or those God-forsaken spaces dotted around us?
No, I mean to leave ECOWAS because of the sanctions. That's why they chose to do what they did. If he had,
can Tinubu act unilaterally in ECOWAS?
He didn't act even. He just made statements that resulted in the problems.
Yeah, but is it a unilateral? Don't they have ECOWAS? They talk, don't they?
Yeah, Nigeria has weight now. You know that now. Nigeria is majority in West Africa. You know now. I see. I'm trying to be reasonable. I'm not trying to just castigate the guy because they have not done much for me to. The only thing that they've done so far in terms of foreign policy that has caused problem, that one too is a problem. The foreign policy, the only thing the federal government has done is a problem. Personally, I said it before. If Tinubu came into office, just sit down, Nigeria would have been okay. But he seems to be going there and wrecking things.
And you don't. All right. Thank you. Let's have Prince Daddy come in. Prince Daddy, do you concur with that to Nigeria, or do you have a different take on it?
I don't know. I was going by the headline of what I heard. I thought you guys said jobs to create jobs with America, or I'm just thinking, what does it mean and how is that possible? What would be the impetus for creating jobs in Nigeria with America? Did it expatiate? Is it talking about outsourcing jobs to Nigeria or what? This guy's, it's just woman, quite frankly, I don't take this guy seriously anyways. I can't think
a lot of those short window interviews, they are usually spoken in sound bites, so you not get an expanded something, or when they have him there for 10-15 minutes, they can only throw snappy questions and he will sound bites to them, just bullet point answers rather than extensive.
I get it, but I can't think of any meaningful partnership between Biden's administration and that of the Nigerian government. The U.S. is just political talk, diplomatic talk. It means nothing. Everything he probably said there is almost expected, really. I don't see. He can't do anything. I mean, he can't do anything.
Yeah, saying they can't do anything. Yet they are setting up the largest embassy in the whole world in Nigeria. You say they are not doing anything. They are establishing a cultural relationship and cooperation with Nigeria, which is
that is not a good thing. I don't know.
That's a horrible thing. The United States of America opened its economy to China to trade in the billions of dollars into the trillions. What the heck are we doing? They want to open cultural centers.
Hold on now, let me land. it's not only that they are trying to set up the biggest IT, hub in Nigeria. That's going to be the biggest in Africa. And what are you guys? What are you talking about?
Hold on, who's trying to do that? I didn't know that. Because the U.S. or who?
Yes, yes. So you guys have not been following.
No. That's not. Hold on,
IT hub.
Explain. That's like almost like a fake story. See, the U.S. government will not do that. Number one, I know that for sure. So number two, what companies are behind it? I need more of it. The U.S. government will not set up no damn IT space in Nigeria. It's not going to happen. That's not the job.
This cultural thing is bringing, a cooperation in the area of education and technical education, including this IT, and it's what do you call this IT companies? It Google and all this thing, they are coming on board, and others as well. They're trying to set up this thing in Nigeria, and which is going to be the biggest in Africa. And you're saying that, why are you so fixated with this Republican politics? Every time you want to rubbish Biden.
Well, actually, that is not true, though. I don't know why you are saying these things.
Never. As I watched the interview of United States ambassador in Nigeria, and he was revealing all these things. What is wrong with you guys?
No, because it's not true. See, it's not true. The United States government does not. It's not true.
Along with politics, your politics is becoming too dirty with this your Republican and all this. I don't even know what to call it. You never want to see anything go. You can play your politics, but sometimes you have to, when in areas where
they have turned to obedience. They have turned to obedience. They have turned to obedience in America.
I can't get it. Everything bad about Biden, and that is not true. I'm not about
okay, Ajale Koko. I was not even playing that kind of politics. I mean, it could have been.
Can you ask him what the tech hub does that he's talking about? I hope it's not the place where we just come and meet and have a hot desking and all the rest, and you call it a massive innovation.
That story is not even true. It's not possible. The United States government cannot do that. They don't go around the world. No, they don't do that. It's a fake news, fake story. If you're talking about Google and Facebook and these other guys coming over there to set it up, of course I'll listen to you.
But Prince Daddy, but you know how the United States operates. They operate through their cooperation, so it's not going to be American embassy doing something directly.
I know that, but what is the interest? Why Nigerian all of a sudden?
That is a cooperation. That is their way to combat China. That's what they are just doing.
That is educational cooperation between us and them, and they're trying to bring in all of these things. So to help Nigeria in so many sectors.
Okay, it's a bad idea in the first place. Anytime the Nigerian government is a hindrance to progress when it comes to such.
Prince Daddy, Nigeria is right. Look, geopolitics, right? There are 3 superpowers wrestling Africa right now, and America is third. They're coming third. Russia and China have the leverage, and America is trying to crawl back. They're trying to do something. Is it in Congo or something? Where are they building the rail line? They're building the rail line somewhere. And if this is what they're going to do in Nigeria, so be it. Let them compete.
Okay. Okay. So they are reactive in their policy. It just shows. It just shows what is going on here, and you guys feel comfortable with it. Do you see what is going on? Okay. It's not like it's like a novel idea that it came up with. So, let's go partner with Nigeria. But rather because they want to combat China and Russia, that's why they're doing it. So what it tells me, just like they've done in the past, and just like Noam Chomsky has documented in his books, they're going to abandon Nigeria anytime, any day if they want to. If China is no more a threat and the Russians, or they change their direction, They don't care about Nigeria.
Exactly. These are the same people building microchip manufacturing company in Israel, where there is war now. And when they come to us, they come and give us tech hub. Tech hub, what is the tech hub going to do for us? Give us proper strategic technological relationship like they give to China recently. India recently. All of these
Exactly.
trinkets.
On this point, I'm actually agreeing with Nigeria because that's the game. So see what in a pitiful state that Nigeria is, that's how they're coming in. They're building a large cultural center, embassy for what? After all, an embassy is just an extension of the country. So they have the biggest embassy in Nigeria. What does that portend for Nigeria? What's the benefit? Okay, what is the benefit? Listen, United States is committed to the nations they want to be committed to. We know Taiwan. As much as they wrangle with China, they do a lot of business with China into the billions and trillions. Nigeria is a black nation, is a Negro nation. And I just probably doesn't like that, but it's another black nation. They don't care about Nigeria. Nobody does. Let me tell you, by the way, to contrary to what you said.
Oh man, now, if you believe they don't, because the Negro nation,
the only country that actually care about Nigeria was Trump. Hold on. The Republicans were the only one that cared about Nigeria, that they wanted to do business with Nigeria. This liberal,
on board with me, they don't care about you as a black man, as a Negro too. Do you believe
they don't
that?
care about no Negroes? I mean,
so you believe they don't care about you too?
No. See, Trump administration, on the other hand,
do you
actually
believe you?
No, but he is an American now, so they
Who
will
is
care.
American? What make him American?
No, I'm a Negro. I mean,
he's a flat-nosed Negro. Negroid.
He's a Negro.
Negro. Flat-nosed thick lips. Negro.
He's an American still, but what Prince Daddy might?
Who is not American? That are not American.
Yes, but they care about
this guy is a Negro.
Yeah, they care about they care about you more than they will care about Nigeria. Why would America care about Nigeria? They have no reasons to. But they care about you guys because you are citizens of their country. You know, so...
actually, no. One man, they do not. If you're talking about a true American Negro or black person, to the contrary, actually, because in corporate America, actually, and Coletta can testify to this, they rather favor an African awful Negro over an African American in the workplace because of cultural diversity, and because a black African Negro is more docile in a lot of ways. They think that they're more refined culturally and they're not combative. So the African Americans in this country are beginning to shaft. So when they group all black people in this country, is rather to the detriment of the African Americans. And that's why people like Al Sharpton and that awful black Negro that Angelica like so much is an awful person. I don't like him. They don't help their own people. So
you sound funny to say they don't have their own people. What they have done, in area of fighting for the right of black people, including your own right, the rights that you never worked for, that they fought for, that you are enjoying now. You just always sound ridiculous to say Ashanti never done anything. What do you call it? Jesse Jackson never done anything. The same thing that this Republican, these white people were saying when Martin Luther King was fighting for the right of the people. It's on after his death.
Dr. King is a different category.
Dr. King, when he was fighting for the right of the people, this is the same narrative against him that he's a Negro, he's a terrorist, and it was after his death that they started trying to package, come around and say, let us lift up black man, one of their leaders and stuff like that. Look, if you don't understand the way these people operate that hate you, then you will continue to spin issue the way you are spinning it and attacking.
Why are you here defending them then?
We passed that Jim Crow. See, see a Nigerian or Black African probably hates me more than a white person. I tell you that. If you believe it or not, doesn't matter. So I don't go around with this hate on my shoulder that the white people hate me. No, not at all. The next Black person hates me equally as much, if not more.
I'm talking of those racists on false news.
They are not. They're the racist people on
all
CNN.
The time.
They're on CNN. They're on MSNBC. Hey, by the way,
you are
do you know the most racist person in America? The most racist person in America is Al Sharpton.
To hate your own people, to hate the leaders of
what have they achieved for the Black Americans so far?
Nothing. Tonight, nothing.
I don't know why John Gogo is acting as
what are you talking about?
You watch too much CNN, that's why.
You don't know. You say, what have they achieved?
I asked. Have
we given them the opportunity to even govern this country?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
All right, Prince. I'm struggling to keep my eyes open, so I'm going to bail out. Hand over to Thomas. Acknowledge Ayo as the super chat. Ola came in as well. Chioma also there. So I'll keep them coming. To get the numbers up. I'll bail out. Thomas, be a bit rigid with the timing so that we can get to people. I tried to be, but I couldn't quite.
Omar, before you go, did you cover the? Okay, God. The bombshell that Landmark actually owes Electoral 7 billion. Did you cover that story? I wasn't around. Did you cover that story?
No, we did, yes, but it didn't get any action. Maybe you would. Maybe
the guy is a criminal.
It's embedded. Actually, now you said that it's embedded in this headline, but nobody. Let me just give you a few paragraphs before Eco Atlantic City loses 87 billion to Lagos Calabar Coastal Road project. So they came up with this story, I think, really to attack Landmark. As Lagos Calabar Coastal Road continues to be dogged by controversy, the promoter of the Eco Atlantic City, South Energies Nigeria Limited, has revealed that the reroute of the project cost them 87 billion naira losses. The company also said the claim by Landmark Group that it spent 3.5 billion naira and adopted a triple defense approach through stone embankment around its sites to reduce the impact of the large tidal wave, which was occurring as a result of the ongoing land reclamation work in the area, was false. According to the Assistant Public Relations Officer, South Energies Limited, Mr. Lanre Akombi, the loss of the value of the land they reclaimed, where the road will pass through. So that's essentially where the loss is. Akombi said that the Landmark Beach belongs to Eco Atlantic, and Landmark Group was supposed to pay the Southeast Energies over 7 billion naira for using the beachfront as the certificate of occupancy covers the area. So I think that's where you wanted to be.
That's my. So this guy is owing money. We need to I told you guys now that this guy. I told you months ago that he's been lying to the public. He knows for sure that he's not supposed to be there. So I mean, well. Oh man, I know you gotta go. So
all right, Thomas. Yes, I can hear you there. So Thomas, try and move it around quickly, just to, but let Ajan Lekoko speak first, and then after that. So after Prince comes Ajan Lekoko, and then try and speed it around, moderate the interjections, etc., etc. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, man. So I have to wrap it up, Ajalekoko, but I think you and I should have a debate, Ajalekoko, about what you're talking about. I think you have a false perception about people like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. This are, they're borderline criminals. Okay, even though you want to give them a lot of credits, they don't deserve it. And to the ambassador to the U.S., I think it's the same shenanigan. They have nothing to offer. Building tech up by the U.S. government, that's not true. That's the work of the private sector, and they can do a much better job than this government. If you put Nigerian government in between that, what you're going to get: corruption, delay, and waste. So let's not pretend that they're doing anything meaningful. He's just doing his job, talking like a diplomat.
So those one
Nothing to offer.
But your Trump is not criminal with this hush money that is being.
Oh no, you're going dirty. Don't go there. We're not talking about Trump. Don't go dirty. I mean.
Oh, okay. So your Trump is not criminal, right? But the black leaders are criminal, right? But your Trump, that the caught red-handed, that did not pay his tax, that was paying, that paid, how do I describe it? Harlot.
No.
1,000.
You can't say that. True. It's not
claiming on his tax, and
those were just allegations. Nothing substantial about those claims. And it's just a talking point from us.
When is standing as a witness against him today already, so it's just allegation, all right?
Yes.
You say that as allegation. When did
Prince Daddy, is the court case is in court? You're saying they're talking points. What do you mean?
I don't.
Well, I mean, do they not spin the narrative every time? Oh, guys, should stop every time. Even when they say in courts, when CNN comes out, they spin the narrative and it's something.
I have not watched CNN in 4 years, so please stop your talking CNN, please.
Well, but it's in your blood.
MSNBC or PBS.
That's what you sound when you talk.
I don't watch any of those things. So don't. I mean, last time I watched it was last election. This is a court case, so don't call it a talking point, please.
It is a talking point. I know what I'm talking about.
It's in court.
Yes, but the narrative is not correct. The narrative, according to Ajale is not correct because it's saying things.
Ajale is spot on.
It's completing the issue. They are talking about Al Sharpton. He's saying that, because you're saying the other person is nice. I don't understand. That has nothing to do with Trump when he's talking about the achievement of black community, what Al Sharpton has accomplished.
Ajale Koko is making a comparison, like he can't be disparaging Al Sharpton and the likes while he's encouraging Donald Trump.
I'm not of the same.
They're not doing the same thing.
They're not. They're looking at it in terms of like role model, like leaders, right? So Trump, you have to kind of take a standard.
That's actually what you must see in Kulata.
I don't watch CNN. You can't. I told you, I've not seen CNN in 4 years.
Send me a video where Trump say, "Yes, I'm the role model." Send me one.
No, it's not about Trump saying he's the role model. It is you adopting him as one.
No, it's a lie.
It is a truth.
No, it's not.
I think it's a fair point. I think it's a fair point. The way Kodata put it now, that if Prince Daddy is holding Trump as a kind of good leader, then why
not morally? I've made my argument, and even with Collateral on this show, when it comes to Trump, I never talk about his character as a human being. It's more aptitude, not at all. I talk about his economic policies, what he did, and his how he improved the economy, jobs.
He has the lowest job numbers of all the recent presidents.
I agree with if I was Prince Daddy, I would say Kulat, at least from the point of view of white people, Trump cares about his own white people. You cannot always be sure about some of all these black leaders in America, because they've not. What have they given to their black societies, communities so far? I've spoken to African Americans. I've not seen anything.
Okay. The last time Kamala Harris came to Africa, what did she bring to Africa? Tell me, please. If you know.
Just to come and sell out LGBTQ.
Okay, is that what Colata? Is that what you're going for? That's your Biden.
Who told you? I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. So you can't play that. You're not talking to man of prestige.
Please, Prince. By the way, you can't ask that question. Okay, you can't ask him that question. He's a corporate guy. He's a corporate guy. You cannot ask that community.
Thomas.
Yeah.
I'm a corporate guy. I can't take political stances. That's the truth.
That's the truth.
Kolata, you are in spirit. That's my real name. You just mentioned now. Yeah. Yes, that's my name. Yeah, maybe you are in spirit. Do you think Prince Daddy is behaving like obedient now
Of course, now is the obedient version of Donald Trump.
Nah, guys, stop.
You know, Prince Daddy was at the Capitol when they did that.
No. I was,
He was there.
listen, I was there on January 20th, not the 6th. January
You were
20th.
there for real? To do what? You were there on 20?
That was the inauguration day.
Bystander, by Lucas. Observant.
So yeah,
is a stop the steal guy.
He's a hardcore. So
hardcore.
So they start to like. So to me, to you now, I'm like the Mitt of the movement. You're like the core. Wow. Okay. All right. Good luck.
So Trump is my guy too. Please, Daddy, I'm with you. Trump is my guy, so I'm with you. Yeah.
Trump is better than Biden, if you ask me.
Trump is my guy.
I don't like both of them, but it's better than Biden.
There's not but then we have people like Kulata. I know he's trolling, that knows better, saying Trump has the worst job numbers.
He has the worst job numbers now. Data is data. You can call it. You can blame it on COVID. You can blame it on anything, but the data says he has the worst.
Blame it on COVID. What do we blame it on?
Prince. The man told you he's a corporate guy. What do you think he's going to say? He's going to be deployed. He's going to be playing both sides. You know what he's going to do now. So don't just leave him alone.
Well, how do you guys measure these leaders? The way I measure them is whether they are going to be good for us in Africa. Was it not Trump that allowed us to buy this thing to Kano while Obama was telling us to bring stupid nonsense documents or whatever, human rights? So yeah, I choose leaders whether it's going to be good for the Black community or Africa. And if it's good for Africa, I would go in that direction. That's how I look at it.
We good for the American people elected him to be good for Africa or for American.
That's my opinion. I prefer him for Africa. Why should I prefer him for Americans?
You don't vote for him in the elections now.
Exactly.
Everybody has their own priority. That's Sudan just priority.
Exactly. Whether it's better for Nigeria or Africa, that's what I care for. And I always tell Black Americans, you have to. These two guys are not good, but if you compare Trump to Biden, Biden is more dangerous to Africa, while Trump is more dangerous in America.
I don't know what.
No. Yeah.
Biden dangerous to Africa. One is this.
Who is sending all this LGBT nonsense to Africa and threatening Africans that if they don't take side with Ukraine, all kinds of nonsense they've done in the last 4 years of Biden in office, threatening African countries. It's just ridiculous.
Let's go to Nigerian politics. Yeah, let's leave American politics. You guys deal with yourself in America. Prince Daddy. Yeah. Yes. Let's just move on. Do you listen to the video one man shared to us in the beginning about what this guy did that came to our platform before? I forgot his name now. I think it's Bwala. Yeah, Bwala. Yes. You talk about. Did you see the video?
Yeah, I saw the video. I made a comment about it.
Yes. Your comments on that, so we can move it around.
Okay, let me spend a couple minutes. I already talked about it.
Before you speak, Peter Daddy, sorry. Don't you think politician is the worst human being on earth? Why do I say that? This guy was in APC before. He ran to Atiku camp. Now automatically he's back in APC. What is going on? What is going on here? I don't get it. I get agitated, annoyed when these people are just jumping from pillar to post. They don't even have any ideology. They don't.
Yeah, well, Thomas, you know that it's just politics as usual. There's no loyalty here. It's what gives you the advantage over the next election or the next person. That's what it comes down to. But I've said it. Bwala is a good speaker, but let's keep in mind it was the loudest voice in opposing the APC and Tinubu in this past election, right? And its impact did not stop Tinubu from winning. So my point is that what is Daniel Bwala's political capital to me, it's next to nothing. Next to nothing. So if it comes back to APC, well, it's all good. We'd rather have friends rather than enemies. But if it stays with PDP, it's a sinking ship. So we don't care. He can't run. If he runs, nobody's going to vote for him. So I don't count him as anything. He does a good job talking. But if you have people like Dele Alake and some maybe Jure Ngilale and some other person, they can easily replicate his abilities and his talking points. So yeah,
and Kiamo too. Kiamo of this world.
Yeah, and Kiamo, yeah. If you ask me, actually, I mean, him and Kiamo one-on-one, either or, I mean, whichever one can work, So Daniel just maybe a little bit flashy and he has a good choice of words, but it's not, to me, it's not a big deal at
Do you
all.
think he's going for the money and position?
No, it's just that it's all about relevancy. Do you want to go with PDP and Atiku that's like discombobulated? They don't know their left from right. They can't make decisions. No, you gotta go with the leading political party that has the headlines that people are always talking about, so you can remain relevant. So you're always on the attack, put it that way, which gives you more voice than being with the PDP. So at the end of the day, it's just a self-interest for Daniel Bwala, if you ask me. His contribution again is very minuscule, nothing to really offer, if you ask me. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, I think he finished Atiku and Peter Obi on that. Yeah, he said politics is gone. This is the time for governance. I think that is the normal thing. Even though you are in opposition, you are at the other side. When somebody wins an election, opposition should be like a unity. I can understand him from that premise, but it just jumping around, please, Daddy, it throws me off guard every time. You have to be. You can't see Democrats or Republicans. I know people switch party, but it's not like our own space that people just jump from pillar to post. Peter Obi, from Havga to PDP, from PDP to this to Labour Party. Maybe next time now we'll be going to Havga again or PDP. They don't sound like somebody that know what they are doing. They are just jumping around like kangaroo in Australia.
Well, unlike maybe in America, maybe some other parts of the world, Nigerians' political parties are not based on true ideology. They don't have any. So that's why they are so fluid to go from one party to another, because they cannot be held down by their values. Like here in the West, if you maybe in America rather, maybe if you're a Democrat or a Republican, there are certain values that's ascribed to you as a party member. So when you're moving across the aisle, you have to establish the reason why you're doing so. But in Nigeria, it doesn't exist. So it's a free-for-all kind of a system. So and that's how we play our politics. So there's nothing wrong with it. You can be APC tomorrow, PDP the next day. Nah, it don't matter. That's what we do. We would do things.
Oh, good. Thank you, Prince Daddy.
Thanks.
Well, yeah, thank you. Yeah, who want to go next? Who is ready for us?
Ajale Koko is next, I think. Yeah.
Oh yes, Ajale Koko, Baba. Yeah, you have the floor. Free flow, then I will.
Let me just take Ajale Koko's turn. Let me take Ajale Koko's turn.
This one is offline. It's offline. It may just be relevant. It may be relevant. I just quickly want to address my friend. Oga, just because I want to step away.
Who is your friend? Who is your friend?
Oga is Oga is arguing with me. Oga is arguing with me that he's saying NBA cannot make you an economist. And I'm telling you that what you did not do, don't argue. See, there's a reason we call NBA jack of all trades. And don't judge NBA by all those
master of what?
No, we call NBA jack of all trades.
Master of what?
Business administration, I think.
No. See, when you finish MBA, that's why you see many MBA sitting on the top of finance. of the organization. That they become a CFO. You understand? Now that's the reason you see them that when you finish your MBA, ICANN can easily allow you to get certified in ICANN. You can even become a tax consultant. You can become MBA. There are so many MBA that became economists. So we don't need to argue about that. So that's what I'm telling you. Some school will tell you they are doing MBA, or they will pack there is IT courses, and they will just have some management courses. I say this MBA. When I say proper MBA, when you are going for proper MBA, you are going for economics. In fact, I've not seen. I'm telling you, if you ever seen any MBA student that came out that, oh, I did macroeconomics, I did not cry. I want to know the school that person attended. It's just almost impossible because, see, in school, we were the most rebellious people that we write against this.
Wow, I've never had somebody try to business administration. I've never seen somebody try to make business. See, come on, don't over egg it. Yeah, fine. You guys do business admin, but don't over egg it
now. Let him land now. Let him land. You have not even let him land first.
At least I know in Canada that if you have your MBA, you can go for all these accounting certification with ease. I'm telling you. Don't forget that this my guy that we work together. You know, he had bachelor degree in economics. When we talk this thing, if Patrick is saying that, we understand what I'm talking better. So the thing is this: in MBA, before you can even do finance, you must know about accounting. That's why we say the language of finance is accounting. Now, you don't want to do accounting, you want to do finance without understanding the economics, without understanding economics, then you'll be a misfit. Then you don't want to be in MBA again without doing strategy and leadership, then you'll be a misfit. That is why we call MBA jack of all trades. It is true that you now go later and now specialize. It's just like it's just like MBA is not a regular master's degree. It's not because most of regular master's degree they are just 30 credits in America. But in some MBA, you will be seeing 72, 90, 102 credit hours. You ask yourself, what are they doing in all those? What they are doing is this: they allow you to take as many courses from all those other schools that you want to do. So you don't understand. No, but how many people knows that Mohalu now? Christy Mohalu never. Okay, go and show me where Chris Mohalu, for example, got a degree in economics, and today he's been referred to as economist. I can give you an example of so many economists today that they never had more than MBA and they graduated from Harvard. Some of them went to MIT, and they are economists that even they were even at the ends of their monetary policy back in their country. I can cite examples. Say that's why I'm saying what you are not. What makes you a professional in a field is when you start practicing. Now, you can have an undergraduate degree in engineering, but in an environment like this that is regulated, if you are not certified, if you know those, if you don't take all those certifications, they won't see you as an engineer. So you still have to go through those processes. The same way too, if you have your MBA, you can do some kind of certification in finance. You can do it in accounting. You can do it in economics. You can do it in so many things, just for you to be recognized within that field. So the thing is, this is one of those areas that I like to educate people. No, to share my opinion with people, because people like us, you know, why we're going for those things, and people will just be using some derogatory words. So MBA is pure water, is all those. I say, okay, good for you. It's pure water, we know, but let us go for those pure water. But one important thing I don't really appreciate is this: what you don't know, if you are not in someone's shoes, don't be so bold to discard what you don't know. If you are not a surgeon, don't argue with a doctor what they are doing in the theater room. You understand? If you are not a lawyer, don't start arguing with Ogbeni about the content of the law. You understand? You just have to respect individual speech. That's all I just want to say. So someone is telling me that that NBA cannot do this. I don't know. Maybe in England. I don't know where you live for Biggie. I tell you that NBA can do. I can. Even because it's someone that graduated with chemistry, with biology, even with bachelor degree. They are even doing I can. I seen NBA.
How long is this going to go on for?
You say what?
I'm asking Ajalego. I thought it was supposed to be his turn. How long is this going to go on for?
Yeah.
Online interjected now, and you know.
Baby, no, I'm done. Just because I want to step away.
Ajale Koko. Ola, sometimes comment section, you just leave them on their own world, so you don't need to prove anything to them. That's comment section for you. Yeah, Ajale Koko, you have the floor. Yeah, free flow. Then I'll take you
my friend. No, I'm not proving that my friend. I'm just taking argument with him.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, Ajale Koko.
Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Yeah, subscribe if you haven't done so. Take me one by one on the.
On the topic. Yes. Yeah. Let's start from. Do you want to? We started from the Daniel Bwala. Do you listen to the video?
I didn't.
You didn't.
I didn't.
It was very. It was just talking about. He declared himself non-PDP anymore. He said he's not PDP anymore. He said it on that video. He talked about this is time for governance. Politics is gone. So it just like put PDP on, it just put them under the bus. Yeah.
PDP. Did he say anything bad about on article? Did he say anything?
No, he didn't say anything bad. He composed himself in that area. He didn't say anything bad, but he just called PDP together, and Atiku is PDP now. So indirectly, he's talking to Atiku too.
Did he go after Obi? Did he say anything?
Yeah, he talked about. He didn't say anything about Obi, but he talked about obedience, about their rascality online, and so in a large form too, he's talking to Obi too. So because he talked about the obedience, about their rascality, and yeah.
Obedient like to Niger, all those rascal people. So
yes,
you started now, Ajale. You started now.
Rational mind. He was very furious about that space, like causing people, causing nuisance. He wasn't too happy with that at all. So that's what that's the summary.
Yeah, if you remember when he came here, I went after him. I described him as the biggest loser in the life. He was not happy that day when I did. I said he was the biggest loser because he miscalculated. He thought that Tinubu will not win, and that is why he quickly jumped to PDP to go and for Atiku. But Wike did not make it happen for Atiku, and Tinubu finally won, and they started praising Tinubu again. So he's a desperate guy.
But Johnny Coco, the handwriting is on the wall.
No, he thought, he and other thought that since he thought that the election is going to go tribal. He thought that all over the north they will vote overwhelmingly for Atiku, and Tinubu will not be able to win in the east and the south, and only in Yoruba land that he can give him that vote. But he miscalculated, and when he failed, and he started retracing his step back to APC, and that's why I describe him as the biggest loser.
Can we call him prostitute? Like prostitute?
The political prostitute now.
Yeah.
He even have no political value. He doesn't have a political base that can deliver votes for him. He just have that mouth to, so carry out propaganda. And, it is good that his kind of character is coming to open. People are beginning to see that this guy is a caricature of a person. Is an opportunist looking for where he can, where
where there is honey,
where there is honey, where some people already prepared, good thing. They already prepared the soup, and he can just go there and go and eat with them. He cannot mobilize anything to win election. It's just mouth caricature. So I believe that Atiku and his team will have seen it clearly now that they miscalculated too. If Atiku did not allow Obi to go, if Atiku had been open to Obi, if Atiku has given Obi that assurance that, look, don't worry about every other person, we ran together in 2019, you and my man that we are going to run together, you're going to be my vice president, maybe Obi will have stick around. But it didn't come open to Obi, and he was,
but Atiku said Obi didn't inform him that he's running away too.
Yeah, because
so how did you blame Atiku?
No, I will blame Atiku because Atiku did not carry him along. You understand? When Obi was when Obi bought form, before Obi bought form, they should have
strike a deal.
He should have brought him closer, talk to him, let him know that, look, we are still together. Don't worry about any politics. You are going to be my vice president. He should have had Obi with him, traveling together, doing things together, have him in his campaign team and stuff like that. Maybe that will have given Obi that sense of belonging, not to go and even apply for but he wasn't open to Obi, and Obi to have ambition. Say, look, if a guy is doing like this, I beg, let me find my way. Politics is I mean, everybody can go for the position of president. So they fail. What do you call it?
Sorry, both of them are graduates. You know that.
Yeah, you're right. Both of them, yes.
Yeah, Atiku was trying to play Obi, but Obi's crafty, Obi's smart. Or Obi don't play that. That's why Obi abandoned him. So they're playing each other.
Yes, I agree with you. So, but Atiku should have done better being a leader. You understand what I'm saying? He is a leader. He is a leader to Obi. Obi was his boy.
But Ajali Koko, is Atiku obliged to pick Obi second time for his running mate? It doesn't apply.
Sometimes in politics, you have to show an ability that you are a stable person.
Quick question. Yeah. So, what has been the reaction of the obedience to Obi visiting Atiku? I thought they said that Atiku is a thief. What is their reaction so far? Do you any news in that space?
Do you think they will ever go after Obi?
I'm only asking. You say
you ever say anything against Obi? Do you think they will ever say anything against Obi?
No. They labeled Atiku as a criminal, as a thief. So I'm wondering what their reaction is when they are
do wrong.
But I listened to some space. He said if he see Obi buying people like this in the day, they will look other way. Obi can never do wrong.
I don't understand what did he do now? Atiku is the one that did something wrong, as Ajahn Lekoko said. I don't know why you are bringing Obi into it. It's just that you guys you are giving Obi too much credit for everything.
Why you even listen to the question?
I'm listening.
They said that the man visited him, and I'm asking if somebody is visiting someone that your followers have condemned to be a criminal. Say, what was their reaction when you visit that person? I'm just asking the question.
Or you think they didn't hear him calling Atiku his forefather or something? They heard him. Yes, he does that. P2B does that all the time, and people.
So you are low-key obedient, but you're low-key obedient, but you pretend like you don't know.
No. They are factor that in, because in the end, that is not giving everybody that is available. He's better than the other two. That's how people look at it.
So what was their reaction when he visited him?
I don't know what they are. I'm not sure. I think some of them are just going to watch and see what's happening.
I
don't
think
know what's
the
happening.
question you should ask to Niger, Bin and Obi supporter is that
partial Obi supporter.
Is Obi ready?
Right now, I'm supporting P2B.
Okay. Is Obi ready to be VP to Atiku? That is the right question you should have asked him.
I don't think so. I'm not sure his supporters are going to be happy with that. So
maybe he wants him to step down.
Why Obi visiting the Atiku and not the president?
I think the only logical thing, Atiku, if I was Atiku, given all the damage he has done to that PDP, the logical thing was to find a way to work with P2B, so that he too should not run, but he should support whoever runs for president. No, because he's already run this time. I don't know why he's supposed to be able to run the next time again.
This guy, man.
No, I'm telling you, don't be shocked too, because Atiku
probably not going to step down for anybody. You know that way. We know that he's not stepping down for anybody.
So far, he has never stepped down. Who knows? You never know why he's meeting, because I don't think P2B will ever go for VP anymore.
But it's Obi that is visiting them now.
Yeah, but I don't think P2B is humble now. You know that.
He's humble.
He did go to beg, or guy might be new,
See, I don't know.
It could be Ajahn Lekoko. It could be.
Let me come back home. Let me come back home and work.
Ajahn Lekoko.
There's a strong argument.
The chance to be to Nigeria and everybody. Ajahn Lekoko, I think the chances of Obi being the vice president is a bit wider and the president is a bit narrow.
It depends on whether P2B is if P2B is the flag bearer and he has the blessing of Atiku, and they reorganize the PDP party properly, they have a chance. If they don't, it's an uphill struggle.
And they'll forget all this. They'll forget all this.
So P2B will leave the party, Labour go to PDP, and run for office. I mean,
the only time they will allow that to happen, the only time the supporters will allow that is if
Sorry, can I quickly interject for 1 minute? Sorry, guys.
Remy.
You make it very simple like that. Who is that part of Nigeria that will tell them everybody go for Obi? Who is he? It's because
he's the one that won 6 million votes.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute has not passed now. Calm down. It's because it's a tribal election. That is why they voted for Atiku in the northern part. And the reason why Atiku did not pick Obi is that Obi does not want to, Obi financially does not want to spend his money. And Atiku is already broke. He needs somebody to sponsor the election on his behalf. And Okowa, being a data state with a lot of money, they are ready. So who would you pick? And he does not want to pick Wike because Wike is very, now, he won't be able to control Wike.
But why does he care about, if you want your party to be in power, he ran that party to the ground. That the party split 4 ways. He should have allowed that party to select he should have been the caretaker, made sure that the party stayed together, and they would be in government right now. How can the party
you are not a politician. Are you talking about Atiku, right?
They are children now. That's why the politicians are children. They are all hungry for power. If they were wise, they will all be better off right now because they will
You
be
don't
in
understand
power.
politicians. Why is Trump and
Hold
Biden
on.
at that age? Why are they still contesting for election?
No. See, let me tell you.
Politicians
See,
about interest.
perhaps the most greedy politician in Nigeria is I think you know the answer.
Atiku.
Yes, Atiku. Yeah. So the guy's a greedy guy. He has a lot of money. There's a reason why, just like I think Remy said, he chose Okowa over Peter B that doesn't spend shishi. So it's all political
Who
calculation.
told you that Puerto Rico doesn't spend shishi?
He said it himself. He
How
said
do you
himself.
know now?
He buy gas
Now
for
that's not true. Now who told you doesn't spend shishi? That's not
And they
true.
were
He
saying,
spent some
I
of
know
his
the
money,
supporter are
but he
saying,
doesn't
we know
spend a
They
they,
lot of
be
money.
acting like they don't even spend a kobo.
eh?
That is
And
not
they are
true.
saying, we know they take shishi, we know they give shishi. Eh?
But he
That's
doesn't
their
give.
campaign slogan
Most
now.
of it, he doesn't give. That's the problem now. He doesn't have a lot of money. The campaign, as it is, compared to the APC and
No.
PDP, they don't have a lot of money.
Sorry to Nigeria. They always tell me that Peter B is worth how much? How many billions of dollars? They say it all the time. So what do you mean doesn't have money?
Not on the level of Tinubu and Wike and all and Atiku. Not on that level.
How many
It's a
billions
lower
do you need?
level.
Lower level billionaire, right?
It's a
Yeah.
billionaire.
It's not at that scale now. We
He
are
still
talking about.
scammed them very well. He scammed them all over the world by donating to him. He's not using their money to transact all the rest of Nigeria, donating money from the donation he got. I think what he did was he's a very smart guy. He doesn't want to spend his money. Okay, even if I want to spend my money, I will only spend 20% of my money. Why all this mumu and goon and all of them all over the world use propaganda? And they donate a lot to him. They donated a lot. That's why they cannot give an account. Because
It's not that many actually. I was surprised that it wasn't that much as I was expecting. I think it was some billions of this thing, few
They
billion
donated a lot
naira.
of money. They donated a lot of money. It's not using that money.
To Nigeria. Are you
let's
serious
go back
with that guy at the helm? What's that guy's name? The chairman.
Ogundipe, you mean?
No. The Abure with
Abure.
Abure at the helm.
Oh no, those ones. Yeah. I heard about it, but I don't think they made a lot of money as most people think. They didn't get a lot of money. But that said, anyway, I still think that the odds. We don't know what is going to happen. All this one is conjecture. 3 years from now, the political landscape could be very, very different. So let's not count our chickens yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go back to Ajale. Yeah.
Okay.
Ajale
So,
you haven't even say anything. You are a controversial man, Ajale Koko. Every time we bring Obi in, everything will just go. Yeah, go on, Ajale Koko.
you see, Bwala is a user. I think he has shown clearly that he's not a reliable person. I think any presidential candidate in any party in the future will be they will surely have a second thought before having Bwala to come and work in their team. In the future, I don't think he can go to PDP. He cannot go back to PDP. He will surely stick with APC. And I don't think that any other party, any candidate whatsoever, will look at him as a betrayer, because what he did to Tinubu, for both Tinubu and Atiku, I think really showed that he's not a person.
But as APC embrace him,
I don't know for him. I don't really know. I'm just seeing him talking too good about the president and, going after PDP, rubbishing PDP, and, he's no more with Atiku. And I think it's just finding a way looking for a way that the president will give him appointment. So let's see if the president will give him appointment. But to me, for what he has done to both Tinubu and Atiku in the last election, it clearly shows that he cannot be a reliable person. He's a backstabber. He's a betrayer.
is that not the work of politicians? They are not stable human beings now. You know that.
But
Why
his
have
own,
not done anything so bad?
his own is worse. If it's a politician with base, with electoral value, yeah, we say that, well, he has his own political weight and he can take it to anywhere. But he is not. And yet, you don't want to stick to one place. You want to jump around. So it's just a person looking for what to eat and not where to contribute. You know, it doesn't want.
Yeah, I think you are correct. The guy looks like just it lacks credibility. I don't even know why they interview him. Does he pay for those interviews or something?
I don't know.
Because I don't know why anybody want to interview him.
I don't know. They should give him any space to even talk anymore because it's not reliable. It's not stable. I don't know. It doesn't worth anything as far as that's concerned. He can speak good English. He's very good. He's a narrator. He's very good at
eloquent.
Yeah, very eloquent.
I think Babajale Koko, you forgot one thing. These are people that can spin, and if you can spin very well, they need you in politics. So for him,
they don't care where you are coming from.
Yeah. So for this kind of people, when election come, they'll probably give him part of the campaign council again. But for now, they can just push him to one of the lesser parastatal agency. Or if they want him very dearly, they can also put him to the communication team. Because politics is about deceit anywhere in the world. All the campaign promises they make, they will never make. If they can make 60% of it, then you thank your star in your country. So people want to hear that sweet word.
Remy, that campaign promise, after you finish talking, we want to discuss it because Tinubu is failing me there now because I know how much I supported that guy. So I want to be shouting now. So that is 2 million soldiers. He has to, and that is Kasaba and again.
Now you are talking now.
No, wait till 2 Nigeria now you the Dabaru things. Me, I've always said I follow manifesto. So I don't want your story. I'm not here to do side this thing. 2 million soldiers. I know the implication it can have on the economy. Cassava Agbado again. If Cassava Agbado again, if that revolution is in place now, honestly, even anybody that is talking that naira will become $2,000 to $1, people will just tell you to get away because people are already eating Agbado cassava and again people are working. People can celebrate within their capacity. The only thing they cannot do is they cannot travel to London, but they will find ways of entertaining themselves, maybe within a Kejabule about wherever you find yourself. So I just want us to talk on more.
Okay. Nigeria is a nice place, you know. Oh, let me add this. You people heard about
we can't continue that way.
You heard about the 200 and something, 200 to 300 and something schools that are being moved in Kaduna.
Too much voices. Ajali Koko has the floor. Please, let's go to Ajali Koko. Some interjection. Yeah. Yes. We'll say that. Yeah. Ajali Koko, please.
I finish on Bwala. Take me to another.
Yes. Let me take. Yes. You haven't even talked on any topic of today. Let's take the topic. I have 4 here. I will give you 3, Baba. Yeah. Interest rates will be high until inflation comes down. That's from Cardozo. What do you think?
Wait, let Ola can talk about. He's an economist. He's the one that can.
Yeah, let me give you this. Yeah, the details of Peter Obi met with I think we'll touch on that. Met with Atiku, Saraki, and Lambo. Maybe they are forming something. What do you? Ajali Gogo, this politician. I just laugh.
Their friend now. Their friend now. Their friend. It's people like the 2 Nigeria that want to fight Kulata, that want to do that over Peter.
No, where is Ikene today now? Ikene should have come on board today now, and we can ask him. Look at your principal. Go and
Ajali Gogo, do you remember this? Ajali Gogo, do you remember this video that Atiku met with Tinubu, maybe on the airport? Jagaba. They were shaking hands, laughing, joking.
Sorry, what are they calling Atiku?
Atiku, Jagaba.
They're all
And we will be
friends
fighting.
now.
We will be fighting ourselves here, causing our mother, causing our generation.
So
That's true.
you see, Obi, Obi, who is that? Where is that coming from?
That's the bed in my backyard. Go on, but I'll mute myself.
Okay, so we can speculate what Obi is trying to do. Is he trying to walk his way back to PDP? Because those three persons that he visited are the founding leaders of PDP.
No, Saraki is not there. Only Lamido and Atiku. Saraki is not a fan. It's his father, not him.
He was the first governor. So
But I'm talking, he was not a founding member of
one of the founding leaders. I don't want to use father. I don't want to use founding fathers. I want to use Atiku. If I want to use father, Atiku is the only one I can describe as a founding father. Sule Lamido was a leader, but I can't say is a father, a founding father. So one founding father, two founding leaders, because Lamido was a governor while Saraki was a governor too. So what is what do you call it?
Peter Obi.
What is he trying? Why is he meeting with them at this time, at this critical time? To me, it looked like if trying, those three persons are very powerful in PDP. They can connect with other leaders and, you know,
But actually, do they supposed to welcome him with the Peter Obi caused PDP most of the problem. Peter Obi caused them that election and the G5.
No. Oh, not only him. Atiku is also very, very a greedy man. That thing's supposed to go to Southeast from PDP initially. It's supposed to go to South, okay, not to the North.
But
so we cannot blame Obi for everything. It's Atiku we should blame here. He's the one that destabilized that party, to be frank with you.
But yes, you're right. But Obi did not show loyal party leadership. He didn't show it too. He should have been loyal to his party.
So that is why he went to beg them now. Accept me back to PGP because SDP is not taking me and Labour Party cannot win. So accept me back to PGP and the VP. That's what he's doing. It's so simple as CPC. Nothing there. Atiku cannot let him be the president over him now. Let's call it spade a spade. He just went there, beg, take me back. I'm ready to be VP. It's over.
Okay.
This guy, I don't know what you really hope that is what is playing out. It depends on what happens with Labour Party itself. If this Abure business is sorted out, and P2B carries on with the way he's carrying on and keeps expanding his profile in the country, PDP would die. PDP is dying already because they don't have anything.
Do you think that Labour Party is also improving since the last election? Let's be objective by yourself. How many senators even listen to your B? How many senators have been to the Labour Party secretariat to talk to their chairman? The party is already.
I think you are right. That's why I said if they sort out the Abure problem, it's not there. You are just making a lot of assumptions. If they sort out the Abure
problem, this is not assumption. This is subjectivity.
You hope the way you sound almost as if you are scared. Why are you scared of P2B so much?
I'm not scared. Who's scared of him? Let me.
Yeah, but you're acting as if you are scared of him.
No. I am.
He doesn't eat human beings.
Me, I don't talk like you talk. I will talk straight and direct, and I will talk more objectively. Because when you look at it, PDP still have more than 10 governors. Your Labour Party will only have 1 governor. PDP still have a lot of senators and a lot of reps compared to your Labour Party. Are you feeling yourself?
Let me explain to you. PDP is going to be experiencing crisis.
15 governor to 1 governor. How can you say your
let me explain to you. PDP, if they don't sort their mess out, given what is happening with Wike Fubara now, there's going to Wike is almost like a mutated problem within PDP, because now he's part of APC and part of PDP at the same time. Hold on now, he's part of APC and PDP at the same time, and sooner or later that the consequence of that will start feeding through.
There is no
If that's like I said, it's all about Labour Party. If Labour Party gets its act together, they could eat up PDP and go and dominate in the next election.
If PDP is going to implode today, APC are the one that will win, that will benefit. Majority of them know where to win election. This is not a Buhari regime that everybody just that Labour one chance to get to position. If PDP implode today, most of them will go back to APC or go to other party. They are not going to go to your Labour because your Labour party.
Remy, let me ask to Nigeria, who came second at the election?
From the result, it shows that it's PDP.
Yeah, so even though they have the crisis, they have the 5G problem, Governor G, 5G, or what they call it, G5 governor. They have Peter, a big problem at the side. I said it before the election, if you can remember, I said it's only PDP and APC can still win election in that country.
Okay, see, since that election, PDP has gotten weaker, not stronger, since that election. And it's Labour Party that is even injuring themselves now. If Labour Party had gotten their act together and PDP was a little bit more assertive, by now, PDP will keep doing what he's doing. Listen, you will see that if the polls, hold on, let me say this, hold on, I'll just fit 30 seconds. If the polls, 30 seconds, if the polls starts changing and people start thinking that Labour Party is a stronger party, watch what happens. You will just see that people will start leaving PDP and moving to Labour. You have to have a stable house first before people can move in. And that is the problem with Labour Party right now. They have to sort that out before they stand any chance at all.
Okay, let me quickly respond to you. From the last
Remy, 30 seconds. We have to go back to Ajani.
So if we compare the two parties today, PDP and LP, who is in more crisis? It is Labour Party. They don't have that formula to win nationwide anymore. People are not so stupid anymore. So if PDP implode, APC will win. Most of them will likely go to APC that still have electoral value, because they know that it's better to belong to the ruling party than to think about forming a party that does not have that status.
I would think PDP is in more crisis, given that they are burning down House of Assemblies and threatening each other, even till today, which is one of the topics.
You know what? At the end of the day,
let's go to Ajani Koko. Remy, please. We shall see. Ajani Koko. Yeah. You got
Yeah. So, like I was saying, we can only speculate what Obi went to do with those. My own speculation.
Ajani Koko, do you think Obi will be on his knees doubling for Atiku? What? I just phantom the scenario. What is going to happen in that room?
Look,
because if it's not there to beg, I don't know what is there for. That's my own conclusion.
Obi will surely beg his boss. He always describes Atiku as my boss. If the boss behind closed door asks him, why did you do that to me? See where we are, both of us today. Is this where we're supposed to be? Are we not supposed to be in that Asoro that fine? Look at what you did. We say, sir, I'm very sorry that. If he says, I'm very but if you carry me, you have told me that you will put me on the ticket as your vice, maybe I wouldn't have left. Maybe I wouldn't have picked the ticket. But you didn't let me know anything that you are trying to do. So your political you know, my political. That is why I jump out. So, but that one is just a joke apart. Well, let
Can
me
I ask you a question?
ask me.
Yeah, it's regarding the zoning attribute that is supposed that's zoning thing that happens within parties. Could that not be an issue if they still have a northerner in PDP? Could that, if they are negotiating, is that not going to come up? And how do you think it's going to?
Baba Jalikoko, I also want you to take this question along with his own question. It's a little bit similar. Talking about Nigerian politics as a whole, we know that it's the South that is ruling now. And if, let's assume that in 2027, are we trying to say the North will not get it back after 8 years of Buhari and they will not spend another 8 years of Atiku? Don't you? What do you think will transpire? Please, I hope you understand my question.
Yes. You see, number one, to answer to Nigeria, you see the zoning issue. Who want to yield for who? In PDP. The northern politician within the PDP are the most greedy people. Those in the South as well, they are not too good as well. Because if you want to trace the history of this...
Angelico, if you don't mind, sorry, 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I cannot disagree that the Northerners are greedy. It's rather the Southerners, or more specifically, the Easterners that are greedy. They always take the money and don't fight for their rights in that party.
Okay. I think, yes, everybody to his own opinion. So, but if you want to go by go to the history of this problem in PDP that caused them the election in 2015, down the line to where we are today, is Jonathan and the Eastern politicians.
And it's selfishness.
Jonathan, yes, Jonathan and the Eastern political leaders that were pushing him that don't leave, stay put, it's your turn, go another turn. If Jonathan had relinquished power to the North within the party in 2015, PDP would have won that election in 2015.
I agree.
They will have defeated Buhari. They will have won that election because Atiku wouldn't have left. Saraki would not have left. Dino Melaye would not have left. 5 governors. It was 5 governors within PDP that left to form APC. And they all won their state. So people can say, oh, Tinubu alliance with Buhari won that election. That one is by the wayside. But the biggest contributor or biggest factor, the biggest factor that won that election are the Atiku and the 5 governors of PDP that moved to join APC. I mean, to form APC and defeated their party out of power.
Basically, it was the discontent of the North with the PDP.
No. It's Jonathan, greed, and the South political leader and the Southeast political leader. South political leader and Southeast political leader, they agreed.
Can we blame Jonathan? He has tasted the power. He has tasted the power.
What are you talking about? You can still blame him. What then we shouldn't blame anybody for anything then. What does it matter?
No, try to reason what he's trying to say now.
It's reasonable to talk now. Jonathan has tasted power now. He has tasted power.
So
you see,
But
yes,
his grade is too much also.
It's great.
He's using a northern person's term in office, and from then he wants to keep running. That the North would probably have been so frustrated during that time because they thought it was the time after Obasanjo. But then Yar'Adua went and died. Then suddenly you get the South out. You can see how I feel like there was a lot of discontent and unsettlement in the North during that time, and that's why I think Ajan Lekoko is correct. That I don't think that dynamics was what probably cost Jonathan that election more than anything else.
Of course, he's right. That is the number one belt. Because if he has relinquished and let Northern pick it up against Buhari, they will still be in power today.
They will still be in power today. They will have defeated Buhari.
Yes.
Buhari wouldn't have won that election.
Answer this question. Can you blame Jonathan?
I blame him. You know why I blame him? You know why I blame him?
It's not that easy. It's not easy. You have the power. Jonathan had everything. Even he didn't know he would win the election.
Thomas, I agree. Thomas, I agree with you. I remember during Yar'Adua versus Buhari, I was thinking that Buhari is more popular than that Siki Yar'Adua. Obasanjo hold the power at that time, and Obasanjo made sure that he rigged that Yar'Adua in, and nobody said Yara, and that is our next president. So you can see that if you have that power in Nigeria, especially in Africa,
Remy, why do you think Buhari is more popular than Yar'Adua? Is that what you really think?
No, I'm talking about in the northern part of that country that time. Buhari is more popular in Nigeria than Yar'Adua, the one that died. I'm not talking about the.
How did you arrive at that?
I beg, don't let us go to that one. Baba Jange will continue, Jare. I don't want
to. Better go Sabahin.
No, because I know where you are going now. Jay Warfare, some page Yar'Adua popular to Buhari.
Fallacy ni kan tí ẹ sọ yẹn ẹ̀gbọ́n. Fallacy ni kan tí ẹ sọ grandpa.
Allow to tell me, Baba Jange will continue.
Grandpa ni Remi àbí. Okay, oh yeah.
Ẹ má dá lóhùn ẹ ọ̀gẹ́dẹ́ bá gbé àwọn àgbà ẹlẹ́wù ẹ̀tù ní ọkùnrin mi. Ìwọ̀n orí wọn báyìí funfun bíi ti Mètúsẹ́là ni.
Okay.
The same word. Mi rí ó dàbí ìyálé tó wá fẹ́ ìyàwó lé. Tó ṣe àwọn complain bí wọ́n fẹ́ ìyàwó tuntun lé every now and then. You are just behaving like that.
Ẹ jọra òkú ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ti pọ̀ jù ẹja fi sílẹ̀. So ká má da orí no let us scatter two Naija head. So
two Naija gbọ́ Yorùbá ó máa ń sọ Yorùbá inú kò sọ Yorùbá ó gbọ́ Yorùbá.
I don't know how to speak. I don't know how to speak.
Wọ́n tó sọ pé jà ìwọ ọmọ tí gbọ́ tó sọ Yorùbá rí bí ìgbà kan kí lorúkọ ẹ.
All right, now Adalego could continue.
No. But it's not two Naija. It's Aizon. Maybe Aizon.
Two Naija náà gbọ́ Yorùbá still come pretend fún yín ni.
No, I don't know how to speak. I hear a little bit, but I don't know how to speak. I didn't say in Lagos long enough.
Kí ni orúkọ ẹ? Kí lorúkọ ẹ ní kó dára lóhùn? Kí lorúkọ ẹ? Do you understand that one?
Whether I can speak something, I think that's what you're saying.
Okay, so as I was saying, yes, Jonathan greed cost them the election. So the same thing happened and the 5 governors left the party and they lost to APC. So this time around, the last election, 5 governors left the party, cost them the presidential election again. So what we are seeing now in PDP is a party. It doesn't look like a party of the future. It's a party that is badly wounded, badly damaged. So Obi, as a former member of the party, is well known within the party. I think the situation that is going on in Labour Party now is not looking promising.
Not palatable at all for him, Ajale Koko.
There's no future.
At all.
There's no future when it comes to a political party that can compete in and can compete in a national election. That party is not looking as a party that can really compete. So Obi is trying to walk his way back to PDP, which to me, as a politician, is not a wrong thing to do. Because if where you are as a politician is not stable, is not looking futuristic, why do you want to remain there? And remember,
and you still have the ambition.
And you still have the ambition.
Sorry, quickly. If where you are is not working out, and you are the number 1 person, you build that party. If you're a builder, but your business not a builder, is a lazy man. He likes to jump from one party to another, right? That's what he likes. When the work is all done, he shows up and takes the credit. That's what he does.
I agree with you.
Take this question along. Yeah. I want to also factor in Bala Mohammed and the core PDP that are interested in 2027 election, and also Wike with his other 4 governors, Otom, Makinde, and the rest. They are still in play, and they are still dragging that party. They are the one holding that party. So you guys are just talking like, okay, hold on, the article, and then it's just Bala. They just give it to him. In fact, you know what? I think I'm not praising Tinubu, but I think it's a good strategy. He already break all their canals. When you throw it up and down, no way. This guy should have formed his own party, but he does not want to do that. Like
it doesn't have the.
Just factor that question along when you are also continuing with your analysis. Sir.
I agree with you, Remy. Look, Autumn, Wike, governor of your state, and others in that G5, they are separate group within the party. They are not with Atiku. And Obi, fraternizing with Atiku, looking for a way where the Atiku group can absorb him, maybe present him in the future. The Wike and their group.
But Obi think Atiku will step down for him, or does he want to be vice president?
Because of the zoning thing, he might actually be able to
get
it.
He wanted to be vice president, but Bala Mohammed, they are pushing that one for 2027. They are not going to present you Atiku. So he should play his politics very, very right. So it's a lot of things at play here. The people that are holding that party now is a Wike group. They are the one that the acting chairman is from Wike group. All the principal officers are from Wike group. The people that are spending money, they are Wike group. Do you think anybody that just come and take away that party like before? No, they are ready to fight to the last dime. And they have their own eye at that Bashi governor. so that they're going to present for 2027.
Yeah, but this zoning thing is going to play a role because now they've had a northern person. I said PDP want to rewrite that constitution.
PDP will never present Obi. Go and write it down. If
maybe not Obi, but it will still be zoned. It will still be zoned.
They will never, even if it's zoned to the south, they will never present Obi.
Maybe not Obi. Maybe not Obi. Maybe some of that southeasterner. Who knows?
No. The way the southeastern have played their politics, all Nigerians have known what they want to do. They fought with the southwest. They fought with south. They have abused and insulted every other region in Nigeria. Do you think?
What are you talking about?
That is one thing I don't like you about. You don't want to be objective most times. You always.
What did they insult? They are the ones that were attacked physically, and they lost their lives. You forgot?
Okay. You will know. You will know when it's 3 years time. You will.
No, tell me one person that obedient bleed. Tell me one. I don't know where you got this your bias from. Where did one person that obedience scratch their body?
Listen, do you know why they call North? They did not vote for Obi. Because throughout 8 years of Buhari, you guys continue to, the Southeastern Party continue to abuse him, to do whatever you like to him. And do you think they forgot so easily?
Oh no, you can choose not to like them. They don't just like him.
No. This is not about like or no like. After the election is just a game. You win or you lose. After the election, they continue to eat up the politics, continue to insult everybody, continue to say blah 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 blah. Until today, they have that tribal sentiment is already there now. The vote that you guys there will be got in Southwest in 2023, you cannot get it anymore. Go and write it down because our son is there now. Let me
go and write it down.
Yeah, it's true.
Going on. You are being so tribal, and you are accusing other people of being tribal.
No, you can't blame us.
You see, Prince Daddy.
It's you I'm talking about. It's not us. It's you.
Okay.
Remy and Prince Daddy. Let me say this, Prince Daddy. Let's look at, because you have been talking. You have been talking about this zoning. Okay, let's look at it this way. So, if in 2037,
I gotta go. For me, 5 seconds. To Niger, are you still here? Can you take charge for like 30 minutes, please?
Okay, don't worry. I'll make sure Remy doesn't get to say anything.
God don't come. This man go punish us here. This man go punish
I don't have access.
They don't carry power. Give it.
I'll be bringing people in. I just want to do something here quick. Yeah,
just for 30
minutes. Now me go after first.
I will kick everybody out.
Don't worry, it's all good.
And the first, I'm the number one on the list of two Nigeria. We go carry Bwala and knock him back where we're now.
Me, I let everybody say their mind. Though. I'm not as strict as people think.
To Nigeria, in all fairness, I liked how Kulata flogged you today because we be this thing we tried to tell you yesterday, but you don't want to. I will say carry the thing enter today. And Kulata really flogged you koboko.
I think
I can't even remember that.
Was listening to us yesterday, so
it came with anger. What I came with anger.
Kulata. I was even thinking about Pastor. Kulata didn't flog anybody. He got his ass. See, personally, all I saw was somebody rolling in poto. Pretending as if he's won the debate. He didn't win anything.
He brought you to your knees today. He did.
Yeah, right.
It came with hard Bwala.
I think he just came with passion. He came with passion, but heat, but no light. You see, he can come with all the heat, but if you don't have any light, any real knowledge behind it,
you know where you are cornered. Well, you know where you are cornered when they ask you the same thing. Rational mind will do. Rational mind, I challenge you. Come up. Rational mind can criticize. In fact, can criticize for to save life. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
But ask him to provide solution. He start giving some kind of solution that you start thinking that at this party, to be honest.
Oh, come on. I gave solution. Kulata doesn't even have a clue what solution means. He will just use convoluted terms to confuse people. I gave 5 solid solutions.
What
And
solution? What solution did you give now?
let me manage depreciation, reduce the demand, which this government is beginning to do, efficiency saving, which is like subsidy removal, revenue generation. We know Tinubu can generate revenue, and
don't let us go
tariff
to
on
that
goods.
place
So
anymore.
I can give you all the this, and
you
all these
don't
things are
speak
very
grammar.
workable.
You
Don't
speak
let us go
grammar.
back. He already
No. I got
bulala
okay. Which one is the grammar there? Efficiency saving, which is basically subsidy. Always give an example of what you can do, like efficiency saving from subsidy removal.
Manage what do you call it, Gary? Manage what? You say manage
Manage
something
this
like
depreciation, which is what has always happened from
so,
8 years of Buhari.
how do you manage depreciation? Okay, look at it this way. Now,
Make I
in the
explain it
Western
now.
world, wait, let's talk of interest rate now, for example. In the Western world, whenever they are going through inflation, the first thing to curb inflation is to increase the interest rate because they know that people's spending habit has changed. When they see the spending pattern, so the goods, the available goods, you now have so many people trying to spend to buy. Oh, this guy will look okay. Be like say money too plenty for my hand. I will raise interest rates so that we don't call crisis. Now, you know the difference between the Western economy and our own. That is because that's why you cannot compare what is happening in America and UK to us. Is that they have mechanism to measure. Okay, once they increase interest rate, just give the thing like 6-7 months. You know, in fact, tech industry will even be the first to start laying people off. Then you see consulting firm like all those PwC and all those consulting firm and co. They start laying people off again. But you know, as they are laying people off, they have social we call it IE employment insurance EI. That okay, they say okay, the first 6 months we'll be giving you this amount, then after 6 months we give you this one. And government will even work with various organizations, at least in case of Canada, to make sure they retrain you for different skills to get you back into the market to even find another. So they have. But when you go back to Nigeria, it's a total different case entirely. So they don't have to use the templates that you are trying to import from the foreign country. They have to find another template because one of the way of increasing of curbing inflation, like we said the other time, you don't want to agree, is this flotation. I know it's arguable. It's arguable, right? It's arguable because what you want to do, you want to call people the pattern of spending. That's what you want to call basically. Then when you call people patterns of spending, they start the little resources you have. You start being effective with your resources. That's the essence. So when you are saying naira floating, you are not seeing anything good there. Is well, I'm afraid, I'm scared. So that's where we are. That is why we are.
Okay.
We have a way of flogging you because
let me say something.
Really...
Let me say something. Now, we'd like to hear what you think about this. So when the
to
subsidy was removed,
you people are taking over from me.
I'm taking over from that's true actually.
Okay, Baba, continue.
Naija don't come now.
It was this thing around that started it now. I was minding my business.
You are defeated already. Well, what is all this?
I accept Kulata's apology and his surrender. He knows he lost. I accept his apology and his surrender. So let's not go back there.
Go and sleep over the beating you got and come back tomorrow with another strategy.
Oh my God!
Yeah, go and do your research.
If I lost, I would have told him he made a point that I wasn't aware of. He didn't make any one point that I wasn't aware of, and he couldn't even defend simple points that I made. So
you know,
I don't have any issue.
A mechanical engineer like you that you want to be arguing with strategists like Kulata. How dare you?
I worry that Kulata has gotten a lot of people hoodwinked to an extent.
Ordinary mechanic like you.
He's a military strategist. I don't know what military strategy got to do with economics.
I'm not a military strategist.
But when military issue, that is when you can show your class. So
I like to think that I'm a critical thinker. I don't take things personal. Because if you are a critical thinker, it doesn't matter what you're thinking about. You will agree with somebody when they make correct point, and you will still defend your point if they cannot As if you have better evidence than they do. So it doesn't have anything to do with field. Like
no, like Ayalego said, you're a critical thinker, but don't forget you are the domain of your expertise. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you're a critical thinker now, you can't go and be competing with Wale Soyinka when it comes to drama or all those kind of things. You know. So you stay. So that's why you okay. If Ekene is air now, no matter how critically you can think, you can never compete with him in his own domain because that is his
it's
own
true.
domain.
I think people don't notice when I agree with people. Like now, when Jenna Koko was making the
You know
previous
this for
analysis,
anybody now. You,
I do. I see, but you don't notice it because when I agree with
for
somebody, why would I
anybody is
argue? I would
a
just
thing. You
say
are visionary.
you are right.
You
I
know
will not
this.
dispute that point. It's when I disagree with you, I'll say you know you are wrong, and I do have a way of coming across as being combative.
Anyway,
but I do agree with people a
we
lot.
don't pursue Ajale Koko. Me Ajale Koko continue with this.
Yeah, let's allow Ajale Koko
Okay,
carry on.
so as you are, look, Tunaja, you are talking about zoning. Okay, let us look at it this way. Let's say in 2027, now, let's say PDP now zone to the east, they pick Obi as the presidential candidate. So technically, what that means is that Tinubu has governed for 4 years. If they have to vote for Obi to be the president, I'm talking about the Northerner now. So if they have to vote for Obi, that means Obi we use maximum of 8 years, meaning that South will have 12 years in government. How is that beneficial to them? I mean, what benefit is that going to give to the people in the North?
You see, that's a valid argument there.
Yes. So
unless it's going to sign a deal with them that's going to go there for 4 years, which would not be believable anyway.
Or Tinubu goes and pisses the knot off. Tinubu could go and piss the knot off.
What kind of deal?
No.
Deal that we thrown into the dustbin.
You know that
just like Jonathan did. Jonathan agreed on the mutual ground with them that he's going to spend just only 4 years now, and the power will go back to the North. But after tasting power,
I don't know why they always fall for this
said
thing.
It's not going.
And by the way, also don't forget that one of the reasons that they did not vote for Atiku was because, remember, he also promised to only spend 4 years. And they said, oh, no, you're lying. In the Southeast, they didn't believe him. So how do you think that they're going to believe Peter Obi if he says, okay, I'm only going to be there for 4 years?
They're not
going to trust that. They won't believe that deal now.
And Peter Obi is not going to this thing grant that.
Exactly. So they won't. So in their own best political interest, as the North, it's good for them to vote for Tinubu to finish his 8 years so that he can come back up North. So politically, it's kind of, it makes more sense to vote Tinubu as a Northerner in the next cycle.
But if they are calculating, they will know that APC would have been quite exposed by that time. They would have ruled the country for about 16 years. And depending on what Tinubu accomplishes or whether he annoys the Northerners, because there are some things he's doing now that they are not very happy with. So it depends on what is happening during that time.
The point is that if the scenario is true, then they will vote for maybe an Atiku. But depending that they will choose over Tinubu will not be from the South. If that is the truth, then they will pick somebody from the North then. But it will not be somebody from the South if they really are disgusted with Tinubu.
But the way they will look at it is that they will look at two Southerners running and they'll have to pick one.
No. I mean, in terms of who
one second. Jonathan was not a natural ally for the North, for the Northerners, right? But it is in the interest of the Northerners to wait for Tinubu to finish, right, his terms, and that the Southwest is a natural ally to the North, especially the Northwest, right? So there's something to be gained from them in protecting Tinubu's second term. There's no doubt about it. So yeah, they'll be better off. The North will be better off for Tinubu to have 2 terms, and Tinubu can use his machinery, right, to support the next northern person. But in the north, by the way, it's becoming dicey too. There's a faction going on, and I know you guys know that. Now, we all know there's a power play between the northeast and northwest, and the next front runner for in the north may be a Kanuri person in the person of Kasim Shettima, right, to be the president. And the Fulanis are not, they're not going to lay back and just accept whatever. So that's another dynamic there that needs to be considered in this whole equation.
So basically, the odds of a Newman winning or P2B winning in the next 2 cycles is very slim to none. If you just look at what Prince just put out there just now, it's a very slim chance. If you just look at the landscape, the political landscape is just it's going to be very difficult for him to win.
Yes, it'll be very, 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 very difficult. So, to Niger, your zoning formula, I don't think it can fly. I don't think it can fly in the next election.
But would they care? Is it not just 2 southern candidates running? I don't think voters calculate too far into saying, "Oh, it's going to be in office for 8 years." They will just look at 2 southern candidates and choose one. What do you think?
It's easy like that. Do you think they are mumu, right? So you pick another certain candidate. You will now use 8 years, make it 12 years. They will not be looking. They will be looking at you. That cannot work. Okay, they are smarter than that. Okay.
You see, but the situation in PDP now, with the crisis in PDP, I don't see Obi moving in there and easily get presidential ticket. It's not going to be easy. They will not make it happen.
But quick question. Okay, let's say for some reason, some way, somehow, P2B convinces Atiku to step down. P2B goes back to
PP, right?
no, hold on. Let me sooner. It go back to the PDP. Okay, so that faction of Atiku is gone. What other factions do you think will give him problems in the PDP?
We have faction.
Yes.
The Wike'S faction is a very strong faction in PDP. It cut across the federation within that party.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Wike'S faction control the southwest, and Wike'S faction control the
Middle Belt too, part of Middle Belt, yeah,
and part of Middle Belt, and some states in the northeast and northwest. So, to get a presidential ticket, number one, you must have that structure within the party in terms of delegates that will vote for you. And what propelled that is what is goody money. It's not a consumption to production. No, that consumption production did not work in that party that time. That is why you run away. So you can't come back and it is not a mouth that work in that APC and PDP. You must have that groundwork. You must have that money to back it, to achieve.
But you know that if P2B comes in now, it's not coming in as former P2B anymore. This P2B that won 6 million votes. So Wike may not have as much power over him anymore in PDP.
What are you saying?
No, because Wike had never had 6 million votes. You can say whatever you like, he's never had it. And in nationally.
No.
The first thing is this:
the people that are going to vote, are they general people outside, or
it's party people now,
or the members of the party?
You must win the primary first, Ivy.
You must win the primary first.
Yeah, my point is that if Atiku and Obi go one side, Wike cannot do anything about it. And if Atiku and P2B align themselves, then because both of them want 12 million. Who is Wike then?
No. That is, you are talking of general election. Internal party affair doesn't work like that. We are talking of.
Why do you think Atiku lost? Because he lost those governors to affect you in the general.
And yet Atiku crossed Wike too in that party when he was there. So,
but he lost the general election because he did not align with him.
True.
He would have won with Wike on the side now.
No, I agree, but I think that if P2B is there, Atiku is there, they come together. I think maybe even a few of those governors that are working with Wike right now will peel away from Wike.
The only way PDP can have a say in the next election is that they jettison both Peter Obi and Atiku and look for a neutral candidate. Probably from the north again. Because if they pick from the southeast, the northern people, they are not Momo. They know you are playing a game that way. But you must find a new candidate. Totally different.
You can't win while P2B is out there. That's the problem. You can't. If P2B is out there,
Remy to that point. Hold on, Remy to that point. Who's a formidable candidate now that has any capital than P2B and Atiku?
No, politics is like this. If our PDP, I will just test the water in 2027 and prepare my candidate for 2031. And that is why the game at play is very dicey.
Okay. I get your point, but hold on.
The South also have a play. They have a play after the Northern have do their.
They don't play that politics in Nigeria. No, they don't play that long-term politics. Who's going to test the waters for 8 more years to come? No.
Things change.
They want to win the next election.
In the political space
what
in
is doing
Nigeria,
that?
there's no guarantees now.
I know there's no guarantee.
You can even have a new political party that's come from nowhere like Labour did and just take over. You never know in the next 2 or 3 years.
Exactly. Nobody saw Labour coming. Did anybody see Labour coming 3 years ago? Nobody did.
No. Do you know why that election?
Labour never came anywhere. It didn't come in from anywhere.
I mean, in terms of being taken, no, Remy.
They won 12 states. Labour didn't come anywhere.
In terms of being taken serious as a political party,
Labour never came anywhere. We all know. See, because
they won 12 states. What's wrong with you?
No, hold on. See, Labour was never an organic party. We all know that. Labour happened. The momentum got behind Labour. Why? Because of PDP's lack of leadership and weakness.
But that's the point we're making. That's the point. That you might have that thing repeat itself, but in a different dimension next time.
Quick question for
with what party? With what party?
No, we don't know. That's the point I'm making. You never know. That's the point.
Do you think APC will
do the same mistake? We never know. But see, the party cannot be truly independent of the candidate. Okay, I don't think so. Let's not think. See, this is one big mistake a lot of people make. See, if you have a CEO of a successful company and that CEO retires and you replace that CEO with a different CEO, don't think things will run smoothly. Yes, for the short term, things may run smoothly. Why? Because that previous CEO built capital and a system that works. So the new CEO may be benefited from that well-greased or oiled machine. Okay, so don't think we can just replace one candidate and put another one so it's going to work out well. No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
the candidates do matter.
I wasn't even saying that, but to address AB in the comment section, please. No, there's no way PDP is going to go bring Good Luck, and no, Good Luck is done. She's not going to run for anything, any party. So Good Luck is not even in the
Definitely
discussion.
not. It's not even on the chart at all.
Yeah, Good Luck. No, Good Luck is not going to run for anything. But
can he even run? Is it because he has 2 more years left, or what? Can he run?
He's still eligible for 4 years now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's eligible for 4 years.
But they will never vote for such a candidate.
There's no way he's gonna from the south. No,
he has that. He doesn't have it. No.
I think the best bet for PDP is that just throw away Atiku and Obi and bring out a new candidate.
Remy, you know what Remy's nightmare is?
Do you know why I said that? Listen, do you know why I said that? I will tell you why I said that. There's so many things that will play out. First and foremost, let's look at the ungentleman agreement between North and South. If you pick Obi for PDP, the Northern people will know that you want to shortchange them. That means if he wins, that means he will spend 8 years plus Tinubu 4 years. That's 12 years. Think about that one first. Then second, with the way we play tribal politics in Nigeria, forget all those grammar we are talking about. Nigerian politics is full of tribal. And that is what panned out in the last election. everybody voted for their son. But it is we in the Yoruba land and some other northern states that they voted, that the real voting actually happened. That they vote like Tinubu lost Osun and also lose Lagos. How many? Obi did not lose any states in the southeast. Everybody, 99%. So people are wiser. Do you think they are stupid? They see the results now. So you voted for your son, and our son cannot even garner 10 or 20,000 votes in your state. And you think in 2027 they will fold their hands and then the same thing will repeat itself. It's not going to be like that. And for APC, what happened during Buhari 8 years will never repeat itself. They will do a lot of projects that will attract more people to even vote for them more. They are not stupid too now. And this is the first time of Tinubu. No matter what happens, we will continue to show out project upon project. So at the end of the day, when you throw your coin up and down, it will win in the next 4 years again. And then it will go back to the north. If Sasa play their game very well, they will come up on top after 8 years of northern rule again.
Yeah,
Don't play very well.
Remy, don't mean to be funny, but I don't mean to be funny. I'm not teasing you, but
yeah,
I see that Showore is back now. He's been making rounds again. So, do you see anything for the AAC this time around? Not at that level, but in terms of at least some positions locally or as of assembly, do you see them at least making a move?
No, let me tell you.
No, I'm being I'm really serious. No.
Look, what AAC stands for. AAC is a party of ideology. Nigerians doesn't care about ideology, and that is why they are suffering in that country today. So we will continue to do our best to fight for their right, to fight for good things for Nigerians. But it's left for Nigerians to follow us. If they don't want to follow us, good for them. Let them follow politicians that have destroyed destroyed their country. Fine. So Showore is only doing his own best. So it's left for Nigerian to follow him or not follow him. So we are not worried. We have shouted, we have demonstrated, we have done everything to lead, to show them that, look, this is the option, this is another option, better option. They don't want to follow it. Fine. So, but
the reason I ask that question because I have a friend of mine that the last cycle he lost this amount, but the last one it was a councillor, right? But his own approach was that he was doing non-profit before. So I want being farmers, he would supply them stuff, and they were making money. He was helping them. So when he was ready to run for office, we know this guy already. So he didn't have to bribe anybody because he's been doing the work for about 7-8 years.
Did they vote for him?
Yeah, he won the council, but offer run for assembly, in state level. Money from that position to
which party?
Assembly. It was in APC.
APC, because in the APC now.
But money from councillor to state assembly is a leap now. Local government chairman first go to Bessie, but he wanted to go to councillor to, but he lost he didn't win. But my point is that his own idea of he wants to change the politics where if you don't have any small business, employing you should not be able to run for office. Don't run for local government elections. So I was wondering when you say they have ideology in AAC, I want to know maybe from you and Fodi, what is your belief about local government or how you should? In the primary thing, I really want to know of how in that party, that belief system in terms of who should run for office, ABC. I know they should not be corrupt. I know all those ones, but in terms of who understands the people, Anthony Ishawa, they should be the one running for office that actually have employed people, maybe 4 or 5 people. It's a get point me at that level. So I don't know what the belief system is of AAC in that space. Because I mean, that's where they should focus on local government councils, state assemblies, not
I think
federal.
it's your resume that should speak better. Yeah, your resume should speak better about.
Like you said, if you see I have PhD, I have all. My thing is, in got to work fún pàdé ni pé ó close mọ́ àwọn market women àwọn àgbẹ̀ yẹn. So it was evidence they know what he's doing. It was not doing, oh, I have a degree from A, B, C, and D. I have this and that. They don't care about that. They don't care about your degree.
It doesn't necessarily have to be that you're a degree holder, but how well are you interacting with your community, the people in your community, and in the constituency where you live? You know, just like this, your friend that you are telling us what he did. He worked with the farmers and market women, and he has helped a lot of them by one way, not financially, but in their business activities. They have run some
NGOs and all that stuff. Yeah.
So they already know you must play a role that people will easily identify you as a person in this community that stand up for the community, work for the good of the community. That is what makes a politician. It's not necessarily have to be money, and that is what AAC stands for. That do not bribe people. Do your work, talk to people, mobilize, do whatever you can do to get people sensitized of the political situation in your area, in your community. That is what AAC stands for. But Nigerians, because of poverty, because politicians have weaponized poverty, because politicians will come out with money on election to bribe people. So
point me no nìyẹn.
Okay, but
this will now. Hold on, please.
So people that are hungry.
When you're losing your go. It wasn't general election, no. They didn't vote for him in primaries anymore, so.
You go and ask him.
Because we want this guy to run now. We've known him for years.
So why did he lose? Did he tell you why he lost the election?
Enough money, and he's too young. You are in your 40s. You have all these people that they have been waiting. They have been waiting their turn for so long. We could even though,
but
yeah.
Where I want to speak to is that you see, ANC, or what do we call Ajale Kuku's party? They are actually supposed to be alternative for Nigerians, but the problem I've always with them is their strategy, their focus. Because why do I so believe that they should be alternative? Because capturing the local government should not be a big deal for them. Should not be a big deal. It's not. I'm not just saying that casually that if they deploy their effort properly, they should be able to make some kind of landmark within the local government. Because when you start using the local that knows about that, because what people want to know is this: people think that buying vote, buying election is necessarily bad. It depends on the way you look at it. Now, you want to buy votes, you want to buy election. It's not the way we are doing in Nigeria, that on election day, you start giving people 500 naira. No, I'm not saying that. How do you buy election? Is, okay, you look at your people, what are the area of deficiency? What's the problem they have? Ajale Koko is in the United States. You have so many area in United States.
Hold on. Are you not stretching the definition of buying votes? I understand what you're saying. I think you made that argument.
Okay. Let me just land the point down.
NGO is not, to me, NGO is not buying vote. I don't think NGO is.
Wait. That's why I'm just saying. Okay, you can look at what you can do that will serve as benefit. See, you will think people will not appreciate what you do for them before election compared to what you do for them on election day. Oh, Babatiri, Sakuro. So the thing is this: if you start doing something that will benefit people's life, Fayose, because that's why Fayose already led us to that template. What was this guy? What is it that this guy was doing when he wanted to become the governor? He started using tankers to feed everybody water. And he was putting his face there, and people know, oh, this is the guy that used to give us water. Fayose knew. Before you knew it, even if they didn't want to vote for him during the primaries, they had no option than to just accept him. So all this I'm saying that you
Okay,
have to start
so
solving
you are an advocate of gaming the system. You don't really want a real
Thomas,
I think he has a point that Showore should win. Showore should win. I don't know. I don't have backstage access. Not yet. Anyway.
Thomas, please bring that Gale Kokobako.
General Thomas, are you there? Oh, he's brought him back. So
okay.
I think there's argument for him to win local government. You know, it would have been nice that Showore has shown that he can govern. You know, that thing I think is a big drawback for him. He doesn't seem to realize it.
And in addition, I think Showore people are making one big mistake. They are not really practicing what we call grassroots politics. Most of the people that are in that party are ideologists. And when you are ideology, that means you are enlightened, you are educated. And when you are educated, you don't tend to believe the grassroots politician. And the grassroots politicians are those ones that are very close to
Remy.
Yes, sir.
All these grassroots politics you guys are talking about, you guys are just not truthful to yourself. There is no
okay.
Sounding like Showore. That's why you don't get vote. Keep saying that.
Hold on now. Hold on. Look.
Thomas, please bring Babati in. Babati, please bring Babati in, Thomas. Babati wants to come back.
There is no grassroots politics in Nigeria. Go and look at local government election. One party always win all the position, all the local government position in every state. A state that is governed by PDP will clear all the chairmanship position, virtually all the councillorship position. So when you have the other party, are you going to tell me that in a state where PDP controls it, are you telling me that APC don't have some stronghold in that state?
But Kwakwaso state now once used to be controlled by
PDP. Wait. I think Ajale will ask a point. Let him land.
Okay.
He has a good point that we are missing here.
So go and check. Did Obi not win in Edo State? How did they win? Is it not from the grassroots?
Jack Showore supporter.
Oh, don't forget about Showore. I'm not talking about.
So force the one. Did you force them?
So
what are you talking about? So you can't say they are the one that left. They abandoned Showore is the right way to put it.
No, that is not what I'm even saying.
You can't say
they just in the 2000 is it last year election? Yes, 2023. Obi won overwhelmingly in Edo State. PDP came third. Go and look at the local government election recently. PDP that came third won all the local government. Labour, nowhere to be found. APC, nowhere to be found. We don't.
Peter B was carrying the capital of PDP, just like he won almost 100% in the southeast.
No, wait. No, let's even forget about maybe PDP or this thing. The Labour party is already in existence in that state. That is even their strongest state within the. Well, let's forget about the Southwest. That okay, Obi is their son. That sentiment, support for him is they have it strongest in the Southeast. But when we are talking outside Southeast, the state that showed other party that they are well determined and ready to win the election is Edo State. They demonstrated it before the campaign and they actually deliver. Edo is one of the toughest states in this country when it comes to our election. For Labour Party to win, that tell you that yes, they really did a very hard work. So, but hold on now. But in the local government election, they were swept away. The same thing happened in other states where the governor control. Each state where the governor control is the governor party that will win local government. So all this, Showore go to grassroots level, go to this. You can't win an election in Nigeria at the grassroots.
So
that is where we got our democracy wrong. And that is why the governors never allow local government to function independently outside their own control. That is where democracy is killed in Nigeria. So look, it is we are not heading nowhere with this democracy. This is not the way to govern.
Well, you are making a point that is not necessarily accurate, though. Or in all cases, yes, most of like 80% of the cases, if the party wins the governorship, they go on to win. But there are places or states where this thing it is shared. Or you see some smaller portion of small parties that emerge in other states, and that's how you can spread. And I think Showore has a profile.
Tell me how many states.
A state like that, you will say like Kanu. Kanu before the governor became this thing.
Who is the person? Who is the head of that party in Kanu?
It was PDP before now. Before
hold on, who is the head of the party in Kanu you are talking about?
I don't know. I know
Kwankwaso. You don't know Kwankwaso?
No, Kwankwaso. No, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So you don't know what Kwankwaso represent in Kanu politics?
That's what I'm saying. Showore represents something too.
No. You don't know what Kwankwaso represents in Kanu politics?
So you mean Showore is not that important then?
Hold on. A former governor that took people out of poverty, people that never got education in their life. He gave them education, he gave them life, he gave them everything to succeed in life. You said people should know. So you want to compare Kwankwaso with Showore. So you think Showore have the money to give to people like Kwankwaso? Do you think Kwankwaso doesn't give money?
I mean local government.
Yes, at the local. You think Kwankwaso is just free? You think they don't spend money?
I mean that what I meant to say is that Showore has enough money to win local government.
Showore said he's not going to give anybody one cc.
Yeah, but he has to give them. It's not like for bribe to finance their election. You know, they have to buy papers. They have to do stuff.
That one is different. Buy paper is different. He said he will not bribe them to come and vote.
Exactly. He doesn't need to bribe them. They know him. They know him. He has name recognition.
Adewale, the SDP guy.
I can't believe this.
Hold on now. The Adewale, the SDP guy, in the last presidential election, lost his polling booth. Why? Because he told his people, I will not give you money.
They know Showore. So he has name recognition.
I just gave you an instance of Adewale. Adewale is a prince in his community. Yet he lost. To tell you how useless our people are. and he
and
sponsored them.
he has several programs that is making people rich.
Yes,
Farming,
he
give them
has
money for
foundation that
education,
give them
foundations, and
scholarship.
yet they did
He
not
give
vote
them
for him.
scholarship.
Yeah,
on
that's
yearly
politics
basis.
now. You didn't you see what's his name, Buhari crying on TV? You see, that's politics. You go again. You go again.
What
I
are you
believe
talking
Shore
about?
can win.
We are telling you that, look, Nigerian people have lost it. These politicians have destroyed
No,
the psyche of
Angelico, the
Nigerian
people
people.
have not lost it. It's
No,
the kind of politics that we play. It's the
yeah,
kind of
that's
politics.
what I'm saying. I said these politicians have destroyed the psyche of Nigerian with money, politics, bribery, particularly to come and
No,
vote.
okay, 1 second, Angelico. On the show, on One Man Show, the Prince Adewale said the reason why somebody would not vote for him was because that the GO or the church told them to vote for, I think, Peter Obi, of course, not Tinubu. And, see, that's how you play politics. So, and that's a good reason why to recognize that in this past election, like religion had not played such a pivotal role in our politics than the last election that Peter Obi brought
What
about,
you just
really.
mentioned is one of the factors. But
Yes,
another
you
factor,
mentioned one of the factors. So
yeah,
there's a combination of different multiple factors that brought
yeah,
about it.
yes, yes. So we politicians have destroyed the psyche of Nigerian people in such a way that to even vote, people are looking to get something from the politician first before they vote. And it should not be like that. And who made it be like that is this politician from this crazy two-party, PDP and APC. If all politicians doesn't bribe their way to power, if they go on that contest with their merit and their
No.
good name recognition, we will have got it right. It would have been better. People will have voted their conscience to the best person that will work for them.
But Angelico, you have to break it down. One second, you have to
President, I
break it
just
down.
want to ask me a quick question. With all this analysis and all this what you have said in the last 2 to 3 minutes, it does not say that even your party cannot even win a state assembly election throughout the federation, whether it's money policy.
And even councillor.
I don't understand though. So I don't get it. Even smaller party that are not as popular as the AAC, they still win something now, and you do not win nothing.
That's to tell you how we have got it wrong, how far we have got it wrong.
No, it shows that Showore is not a politician. He doesn't know. He does not understand. It doesn't show.
It is not only. Is it only Showore that, or only Showore's party that we have in contention? There are so many other parties that couldn't win anything. But what we are telling you is that, look, Falana with his name, with everything, went to Ekiti. These Ekiti people.
Blame Ola now.
Hold on. These Ekiti people, as well educated as they are, as well enlightened as they are, Falana, with everything he has done for that country, they did not vote for him for the position of governor in Ekiti State.
Okay, allow me. So as educated as hold on, as educated as Americans are,
I'm telling you, you guys look.
Coco, as educated as Americans are, they voted for Biden. What about that?
Biden is a well-known politician. What are you talking about?
But it's the worst of the worst politicians. Is the worst.
For over
but anyway,
40 years.
No. Okay, I was just trying to pull your leg with that. But
but you have to at least admit that the grand game of AAC is very weak.
Let me tell you, that's
so
your friend.
They've not played their politics right either.
Babati, that's your friend you are talking about. If you are not contested in APC, I'm telling you, he wouldn't have won that councillorship election if he had
I
contested
agree.
on the
I
ticket.
agree.
If he
I
had
agree.
contested on AAC ticket, he wouldn't have won. So what does that tell you? Does he want to tell me that when he was contesting for councillor, he didn't pay some money?
I mean, he knows some.
He
Kabisi
bribed.
and all that.
No, okay, just look at it from the point of even buying the form. Why must you buy form for millions of naira just because you want to contest for election? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Why, when the form you are buying at the cost of millions is even more than what you will get paid as salary for your 4 years in office. What does that tell you? Look, we are far behind though. We are just joking with this democracy. You say we are.
So there's no point to have a party then if you want to change the entire system. Go and fight for that.
Let me tell you, Babati, democracy cannot work for us in Africa.
I agree. I've come to realize that as well.
It cannot work. You know what can work for us? Is
Koboko politics, Koboko love.
No, it's not even Koboko.
It's
a kind of arrangement. It's a kind of arrangement where we all sit down as people in our community, select, appoint those that will represent us.
Isn't that a form of democracy, Angelico?
No. I'm not talking about.
By the way, Angelico, I don't agree. See, because it's not democracy is not working as it is right now.
Let me land before I will let you speak after me. You see, let the people in their communities sit down. Okay, this is the position of councillorship. Who are the people that are interested? From there, let us sort them out openly. This one have no credibility in this area. All leaders, everybody agree it cannot. Then at the end of the day, we will agree that this is the person. You know what that's going to, what we are going to achieve by doing that? By selection, what we are going to achieve, we are going to eliminate this bribery system where we bribe our way to power. Number two, we are going to eliminate this excessive money, the use of money in campaign, in all this. We are going to eliminate that. We are going to eliminate this tokenism where people kill themselves during the campaign. All those talks, we are going to eliminate that. So what we are going to have, anybody that we finally selected to go and represent us, be our candidate, our what do you call it? Our what do you call this thing? Our councillor and all this, they will be committed to us because it is by the people or the power of the people that you got that selection to go and represent them. If you fail, the people that sat down to select you to represent them can easily take you out as well. So the power lies with the people. And you'll be committed.
Great job, Angelico. All you've done is
you'll be committed to serve the people at that office where you are representing the people, because you didn't bribe your way. It's on your merit that, look, we have seen this guy, he grew up in this area, he's a responsible person, we know who he is, he doesn't engage in any bad thing, and we are giving him this position to represent us. He will not disappoint you. But all this democracy that we are practicing, where any thug can just come from nowhere, bring money, whether it is drug money, or whether it's from anywhere, as long as you can share money around, you can and have thugs around him,
Let me
beat people up,
allow me to yeah.
carry election ballot box, find his way to power, and he end there. So let me
all
leave
those. Thanks. Well, by the way, great definition of democracy, maybe true democracy. What you just described there, Ajilokoko, was democracy, really. But money in politics is nothing new. It's where you live now. It's a big problem, and it's always been a big problem for a very long time. So what you describe, Ajilokoko, it's actually democracy in what they call the subsidiarity of governance. What you're saying is that let's push the power, push the decision making to the closer to the people as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. In America where you live, politics at the grassroots level, on the local government, state level, city level, it's more pure politics because people vote. It's strictly by the number of votes. Whoever gets the most votes, wins the position, the candidacy. But once you start collating and pushing upward to federal election, that's when you have this, the disparity of electoral college and all this other stuff. So, but they've been able to modify their democracy to fit their own country, their own system. So you said we should get rid of democracy, but there you were given a classic pure definition of democracy by the way you described it. So the problem is not democracy. The problem is the way it's practiced on a national level. Okay. So what can we do to remedy that problem? It will be the question and the answer that we're looking for. Because in looking at it, no, I don't know. Maybe if you go socialism, but I don't know of a better system that will really work for a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state like Nigeria and many African countries for that matter. So we don't have a problem with democracy. If you practice democracy, or rather, what you're saying is that okay, there's so many if you want to call it loopholes in our practice of democracy, the corruption, the bribing, the money, all these things. These elements or these attributes are no different than the politics we play in the West. I can testify to the ones in America. There's criminal money in America. There's corruption at the highest level. If you want to involve, the history of the Union in American politics, there were thugs, like you're going to say like MC Oluom or whatever. I don't call him a thug, but that kind of operation. The union leaders were like, they're like mobster and gangsters. They were, and there comes the politicians and organized crime also, like the candidates, for example. They injected money into politics. So the bane, what you call the bane of Nigerian politics, is not unique to Nigeria. Not at all. It's not at all.
But Prince Daddy, what I'm telling you, how can we eliminate those problems that doesn't make our democracy work? What can we do to eliminate them? Like bribery, falsification of result, gangism, thugism, killing of each other. What can we do? It shows that, look at years that we have been practicing this democracy. It has not changed. As a matter of fact, all these challenges I mentioned are getting worse. And it's telling me that we don't understand the concept of democracy. It is not
No, no. I'm sorry. We do. See, it's just like another game. People always find ways to game the system.
Hold on now. Hold on. We don't understand democracy. It is not our way of life. It's never be part of us. It's something introduced to us that we don't know the nitty-gritty of it. From our traditional way of governing ourselves is by headship, family headship, community headship, which is usually attained by selection. Good character. Good character and selection put you in the position of leadership in the society. That is the way that we govern ourselves from time immemorial, before this democracy was introduced to us by the white men. It's their own thing. But our own thing that we know from ages, what can we do to develop it?
Nothing. Sorry, hold on. See what you're saying. Hold on, what you're saying. Unless Nigeria ceases to be a country, I'm not sure of a better way to rule the country. What you're talking about is a divisional kind of a system that each tribe or ethnic group had a way of governing themselves. Now we are a conglomeration of different ethnic groups, background, tradition, religion. What is a better system to come together to be one to run the country?
Look, let me tell you this. Even in the Hausa land, is it not the same model that we govern ourselves during the pre-colonial days, before the white men? Is it not the same model by selection of leadership through good character? Is it not the same in Igbo land? How can we develop that tradition of selecting leadership? How can we develop it to work well, and have people in the position of government that can govern well for us, instead of this democracy that I've been practicing that we don't even understand? It's too troublesome. We cannot practice it. It's not working. It's not working for the people. And for you to know that it's not working for the people, people does not even believe in it. You see, out of 90 million registered voters or 87 million registered voters, you see 25 million voted. Less than half. It's like one third of registered voters voted in the election. Why are people not coming out to vote?
Well, especially in this past election, you know the answer to that. I mean, you saw the economic hardship they put on the people. You saw the suffering that the people went through. That was a deliberate attempt to stifle the voice of the people. You know that. They did that on purpose. So truly, we don't know, out of the 90 million people that were registered, what the true percentage would have been if all things been equal. You know that.
Look, it shows that, to me, it shows that it's not working. Even if you go to Russia, that, the West are described as, they don't practice democracy. 77% of the registered voters voted in Russia election. 77%. Our own 25%. I mean, sorry, money 25%. 25 million out of 89 million. What ratio is that?
Baba Jalikoko, I think first and foremost.
So we are not getting something is missing. Something.
The reason why it's like that.
Right.
The reason why it's like that is very simple. Because for a long time, Nigeria economy has not been very good for more than 30 years now. And if people cannot feed themselves, how can they make a right choice? They don't have the power to put a roof over their head. For example, if you look at all these countries you mentioned, people can still live a fairly decent lifestyle. If they can live a fairly decent lifestyle, not looking at who governs them, then they will make the right choice. You don't need to, but as it is now, with a lot of people not having.
No. It is
okay.
not because people doesn't have anything to eat. It is not the suffering in the country that should not allow or should weaken people to go and vote. In fact, that should ginger them out to go and vote for a change. So, but what we are saying, low turnout, gang raising in practicing of this democracy, vote buying, and all this shenanigan that work with this democracy.
Actually, if you know, Remy knows. Which region had the highest percentage of voters turnout? I'm guessing Southeast. I don't know.
Which
region had the highest percentage?
It's the Northwest.
It's the
Northwest
that have highest coming out to vote.
Not number. I'm talking about percentage.
Oh, I don't know, but I think Northwest have the highest percentage.
I'm guessing Southeast. Did.
No,
okay.
no. Look at the number of total vote turnout from Southeast.
They even have.
Wow, Remy, calm down. Calm down.
Relax me now. What the total vote of all the 5 states in Southeast compare with the 3 KK states? You calculate all the vote, you will know where I'm coming from. And we are talking about 9 states in the whole of Northwest. So Southeast does not have the highest percentage of vote, okay? If you're talking about highest percentage of vote for one candidate in all the region.
Well, okay, maybe I didn't get my question right. I was asking based on the percentage of registered voters in the Southeast, what percentage turn out to vote?
I don't have an idea.
I would guess it's 50% or more. Maybe 50% or more, actually.
You said in Southeast?
Yes.
Well, I think it has been before the presidential. I can't remember but before the presidential on the governorship, it has been less than 25%.
Yeah, but Peter factor was a big catalyst. So
we can look it up. We can look it up.
Okay.
Babati is there. We can look it up. Southeast, the ratio. I mean, the percentage of voters against the registered voters. So is that what you're asking for?
Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yes. So anybody can look it up, and I mean, it's there. So, but what I'm telling you, the registered, the Southeast recorded the lowest registered voters in all the geopolitical states in Nigeria. I'm talking about registered voters now. I'm not talking about voters, the people that voted in the last election, but the actual registered, those that are registered voters, they recorded the lowest in the whole of the federation. So their votes, the totality of their votes, we cannot go far to make any significant impact in the national politics of the country. No, it's just.
So I hope that won't satisfy Nigeria that is opening his mouth anyhow.
Work well tonight.
The moment he hears out, the moment Remy hears out, he goes all negative. Eh? Calm down.
No, contrary to your expectation, I like the Southeast more. Okay, I really like that. In fact, when they were killing them like foul by IPO and the rest.
But Nigeria can look it for us now. Bring out with that.
He won't look it now because he knows it's not right. He will not look. When it's not right, we kept quiet.
My God, man, this guy. Let me see if I can find information.
Yeah, find it for us. Find it.
Find it. Now, you always you are encyclopedia. You always check everything. Why can't you give us the answer off head? But when you want to criticize, you know everything. You'll be quoting it.
So this democracy, to me, I don't think it's working for us, and I don't think we ever work for us because it's not our culture, it's not our way of life. We don't understand the concept, the nitty-gritty of it, and we are not practicing it well. So it's just we have to define a new way. What is a new way, a new system of governance that is more traditional to us? What can we do? We should.
So, I think you like tiptoeing. I think what you're trying to do at the end of the day is to lead us into socialism. I think that's where you're trying to go gradually. I'm sensing it. I'm sensing it. Keep
Another bad year politics, okay? At the end of the barrel is our professional president.
Prince Daddy and Remy, we have so much talented people, so much skillful people of honest character that can lead us in that country that are not given that chance to get to the position of leadership. Because
they said he's an honest guy now.
Because of politician rascality. And we cannot continue like this. Politicians, most of them are not even competent to be in the position of leadership. It's not a position of it's a position of great. You must be a good thinker, a great thinker, a person that can solve problems, a person that can work all day. I mean, at least 16 hours a day. At least 16 hours working to solve problem. At least 16 hours. But it's not a joke. We don't have people like that. But we have a lot of hardworking Nigerians that can take up the job if they are given the opportunity, and not this rascal way of bribing, carrying thugs around and having women coming to your house to come and beg for money, or some people come and beg for nonsense. We have not paid for our school children fee, this and that, and you have to give them money. You say you are giving money so that you are helping people to come and so that on election day they will come out. No, we don't need it. They are not good. It wasn't like that when we are growing up. It wasn't like that. They don't pay people.
Yeah, I think I regret to say Remy is correct. I will have to go and wash my mouth after saying that. But still, hold on. Hold on. Okay. The Northwest has 31%, North Central 30% on average, Northeast 28%, Southwest 24%, Southeast 20%, and South 20%. That is devastating, isn't it? Turnout. You would think the Southeast and South should turn out the most, or Southwest even.
But
the North still.
What changed? Because remember when the news story broke that over 80 million people got their PVCs, right?
Yeah.
So how do you have only 25%, 30% coming out that actually got the card? Not like they didn't just come out. They actually got the card. What happened within that space?
Now the area is the tension in that area. Samonekba didn't help. But South, I don't know what the excuse is. So they didn't have much of an excuse. Why did they show 20% turnout? So the North is the one participating in the democracy more.
Hold on, Tunaja. Is it the result of the last election, the turnout for the election you are telling us?
Yes.
Against 20% of registered voters.
No. That got the people went and got their PVC.
Percentage of, let me read the title. Percentage of voter turnout in the 2023 presidential election by geopolitical zone.
Oh, that is election. That is people.
Election result. Yeah, the people that actually voted versus the population that registered.
Yeah. So in Southwest, how many percent?
25%.
How many?
25.
25. So Southeast 20.
Yes.
South.
Depends on how you look at it. If you can round it up to the highest number, so it's 21%, Southeast and South.
21. So North Central.
North Central 31%.
31. So Northwest.
31% too.
Northeast.
29%.
29. So on the average, all those northern states, they are like 30%.
Yes.
Whereas on our own side, we're like maybe 18%.
Yeah. No, 18%. On your own side is if you average is South, the entire South, you are looking at about 22% or so.
20%. Let's just say 20%. So you see the difference. So
it's devastating, given that there is a lot of trouble going on in the North. They still came out the vote with all the banditry and everything.
Yeah, we thought. So if there wasn't no trouble at all, those people would be hitting like
almost 40%. And yes, you'll be forming. Oh, we are educated. We are more enlightened.
Exactly.
You'll be forming all this nonsense. And when it comes time to actually prove that, they will form.
They blow grammar. They won't go.
And do you even know what's point? Where you go? Even in the South, it is the least educated that actually come out to vote. It's those village people that come to vote. The people that are wearing tie up and down don't vote. They don't vote.
They are the worst conspirator. They are the worst people. Educated people in the South. They are the worst people ever when it comes to democracy. They don't contribute nothing. They don't.
It's crazy. And the numbers are. I'm scratching my head. It just doesn't seem to make sense.
But to look at it, if you really look at it, that shows that something is strongly wrong. Why are people not participating?
But they came out to get their guys. You're missing my point though. The way they came out to get that card, you know how they were even arguing that we want that card, we must vote. They were fighting with people like we must change this country, and they were fighting over the card. We got my PVC. Why didn't you show up on the day when you fought to get a card to vote? Why didn't you show up with the card on the day of election? I don't understand.
Exactly.
In the entire country, 89 million registered voters. 25%.
That's my point now.
5 million voters across the country.
Wow.
Something is wrong with this democracy. People don't like it.
If you look at that number, if the South and the Southeast came out at the level of about 30%, maybe the outcome of this election would have been different. But they didn't come out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's crazy. That if they had come out up to 30%.
Even do you know that even in the Southwest, there are a lot of people that did not vote. Even though that Tinubu is the ticket, they said no. They don't want him. They don't like him.
Yeah, but it's interesting though. It's higher in the Southwest, and I think it's because of Tinubu. That's why maybe it would have been 20% like the others too.
Maybe it would have been worse.
Exactly.
It's because of Tinubu helped a little bit. But some states, like even Lagos, a lot of Yoruba people did not vote. They said, no, we don't like him.
Man, this number is a bit annoying, because if I see anybody complain anymore in the South.
He lost of two states. So, but what I'm telling you is that, look, if we look at that data, the data we have in our hand now concerning registered voters and people that actually voted, it shows that something is not right. We must go back to drawing board. What is wrong? And start solving the problem from there. This voting election democracy system by this election, democracy by this system from the West is not a good model for us, to practice. It's not. As far as it doesn't look good for us. And it's not working. Go to everywhere.
But Ajalegogo is the only one that has lasted 24 years or 25 years now. It's the only system that has lasted up to 25 years in Nigeria.
It lasted 25 years, but people are not voting. People are not coming out to vote. It should be, the figure should increase every.
Can I ask, is the day of voting a public holiday in Nigeria?
It's a public holiday now. You don't know?
Well, I didn't know that. You see, that should have made the turnout go up again.
When they are voting presidential, no work all over Nigeria. Everywhere is closed.
But they should also introduce early voting. You can make it a week-long thing. You go to work, you can stop by, vote, go to your house. Make it convenient for people to actually participate. Make it easier for them to get their PVs.
Australia has mandatory voting. Maybe they want to consider that one too. You have to vote.
That will not work in Nigeria.
The cost, Babati, is the cost.
Yeah.
They believe the cost will be too high, and it gives room for potential election malpractices.
I've always said that the system I prefer most is that direct democracy that they call those of Switzerland, where the people have a lot of say in everything that happens in the country. They can pass laws, remove leaders, anyhow they see fit, they can do whatever they like. And I think it will help a country like Nigeria, where we have too many powerhouses, from chieftaincy titles to churches to oligarchs and cabals and all that nonsense. If you put the power in the hands of the people for them to start deciding, making big decisions for the nation, I think Nigeria will be better off for it. I need to disempower all these useless people that are corrupt and all this nonsense that they keep doing to the people. So I would espouse a more advanced democratic system than you have in the US and even Switzerland, something more advanced, because we are very diverse. So, but people are willing to sign up to a system where they feel they have the power to change laws and change things if they don't like it. And I think maybe that's the direction we want to head, because anything else is going to be regional. How many regions are you going to get? We already have 36 regions in Nigeria, technically. All these states are basically autonomous states that do their own thing. So that has it worked? You can argue, I can argue that because of the longevity and no disruption to the system, it is the best one Nigeria has got so far. That one can argue with the numbers and the timeline that it has lasted. But if you are looking for a better system, most people have to we'll talk about a confederate system, regional system, or even dictatorship. I think we should deepen the democracy and empower the people directly, so that the leaders they are just figureheads, and they are basically house boys working for the people. Whenever the people don't like them, they'll just kick them out. You know, that's what Swiss people can do. Swiss people, if they want to remove their leadership now, they could, if they want to. You know, you just go to a referendum very quickly, and they can call for a referendum too. That's crazy. The people themselves can call for a referendum. You can't tell them what to do.
But to even exercise the power we have, I'll say for us to move in that direction, you need to see some signs first. And one of the signs is to start testing some of these laws. I want to see us test this recall power that the people have. Once you start recalling a few politicians, I think we will be in that direction that you speak of. So until you can recall a senator in Nigeria or a House of Rep member, then I will know, okay, we are onto something here.
To be fair to them, if you have not given people responsibility, they will not feel responsible to do anything. Because the power they have now is very limited. How many people can be able to afford the time to spend to go and try to recall it? Only middle class, upper middle class, and the elites can do that. Poorer people don't have the energy to do that, and they form the vast majority of the Nigerian population. So, but if you give them the ability to say, you know what, they are not happy with anything, they can gang up and get signatures and trigger a vote that will change things on the ground. The moment they start seeing that they can do that, that's it too. And all the chiefs and all the rest of them, they will be the ones watching the people with the side eye, not the other way around.
You know, I was watching one of the debates in the House of Rep. Sorry, in America like years ago, and they said, "How you're a Democrat? You should be able to pass this. Why are you not supporting this? Blah blah blah." The guy said, "If I dare support this bill, there's no way I'm going back to I think it was from Alabama. You see, I can't go back to Alabama. Like, there's no way that if he dare support this bill, he's in trouble back home." So in America, they pay attention to what the people are saying. They're always polling on issues. What do you think about A? So they will test. They would do some kind of survey to find out what people are thinking back home before they support any bill. Nigeria, somebody will just sign a bill. I don't even think they even read the bill that even sign in that House of Rep in Nigeria. They don't even read the damn thing. They just sign. They also, okay, I agree. Without asking their people back home, what do you think about this? So that has to change. Prince, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to make a comment to not just numbers that you read. Yes, numbers don't lie, but there has to be an explanation. You know, prior before the numbers came out, I said perhaps Southeast would have 50% turnout compared to the registered voters. So one explanation I can give to that low turnout was because non-obedient voters were intimidated. Their votes were suppressed. I mean, and that's why at the end of the day, Peter B was clocking 95% or more of the turnout votes. Now, if there had been a genuine, free, and fair election, I think that number would probably go up to about 40% turnout. I think so. Yeah, I think Southeast would have had the best percentage-wise in the country.
So you think the non-P2B voters, which is a unicorn in the Southeast, did they turn out to vote for P2B?
But that is even more shocking. That's Southeast number. That's very shocking.
That's what I'm saying. That has to be the explanation. No, it's not. It's a unicorn, but PDP had their own. So not everybody wanted to vote for P2B. No doubt about it.
I get the feeling that if P2B wasn't on the ballot, that percentage would have been less, because there was a lot of disturbances in that region, given what Samuel Ekpa and the others have been doing. So it probably would have been less than that. P2B is the one that probably pushed it as high as it got. If these numbers are anything to be believed, it would have been less. Can you imagine if it was Atiku that was the only option they had? They will not even come out. They will not even bother. This is what we have to deal with now. For me, I find that quite disturbing because the South, we like to complain a lot. Oh, the North, they don't have the same number. How can they be living in desert area and they have more numbers than us? With the number they have, they are coming out to vote. Why are you not coming out to vote like they do? You can't even come out to cast your own vote and you complain. And this is a democracy. That kind of number, you can lose election repeatedly, even if you have equal population in both sides. You have the South turning out 20%, while the North turning out 30%. You will be losing all the time. That's self-inflicted. But then when they have Muslim ticket, people will complain. I've told my fellow Nigerians they should practice facing Mecca because that's their future. If you are not careful with this type of numbers.
The audio died down or what?
I think everybody just kept quiet.
Oh, okay. All right. So this ongoing feud between Fubara and Wike has taken a new dimension, because I was just reading reports that Fubara wants to probe Wike's government that he was also part of. I don't think it's a wise move. People are obviously exploiting Fubara. I think he's very gullible. He's not as smart as he presents himself in public, because I don't think it's a wise political move. I'm not saying Wike is not a thief or he's not a crook, but I don't think politically it's a smart move. Am I wrong in that? To go after Wike like that?
If you ask me, Fubara remaining timid in the face of someone like Wike may not help.
No. I know that. What I'm saying is we can stand strong, but now say you want to start probing his administration.
Let me finish my reasoning behind it. Someone like Wike, the best form of defense is attack. So if you attack him, and that will become a form of leverage that Fubara will have over him. Because if Fubara, let's say Wike has the House of Assembly members, maybe even if commissioners, but Fubara has a court. Now you begin to see dynamics. If anything goes nonsense, the court sentence Wike, and before you know it, they are jacking him all the way from this in Abuja to throw him in prison. So you can see, I think Wike has overreached and is nowhere near the way people just assume Tinubu is a godfather, like he's like a bully. I don't understand. They don't understand how he managed to do it. Well, Tinubu wields power only when it's needed at the critical time, and often is with consensus.
Yeah, he's like a chairman of
exactly.
It's a chairman of the Cabal board. It's not the Cabal. It's like a chairman of the Cabal.
Exactly. It's not like he's just calling shots and threatening everybody. That's not how it works. But that's how Wike works, and he thinks that brings loyalty. It doesn't generate loyalty. That's his mistake. And this is why Tinubu inspires a lot of loyalty, because he allows people, and maybe he's manipulative, but he gives them the impression that they are taking part in whatever he's doing. But Wike thinks that he can bully his way out of it, and you can't do that except you want to set that state on fire. And I think Tinubu recognizes that too. Tinubu, in the end, will not take sides. If anything, he's going to say, Wike, calm down. You're minister. That guy is not going to touch you. No matter what happens, I will make sure of that. Because if Wike goes after Fubara and the president tries to join Wike, if Fubara says, okay, I'm going to press the nuclear button, Tinubu's government is not going anywhere. In 4 years' time, he's going to be in trouble, because the whole South will be on fire. Who needs all that wahala? And Wike, his arrogance has brought this situation to where it is. How? I don't even understand. You are the PDP. The governor is PDP. What is your problem? You want to be taking money that doesn't belong to you when you're already rich. All these people, I don't understand them at all. Then the guy says, okay, let me govern. let me do my own thing a little bit. If there was something, let's say there was a big project Wike is doing, like that train that they have in Lagos, and they were doing it in Port Harcourt, that Fubara is trying to sabotage. I can say, okay, yeah, he's fighting for the people, he's fighting for his state. But Wike just appears to be fighting for himself. He doesn't know how stupid that looks from the point of view of the people of those states.
Well, apparently he has enough supporters to keep him going. I mean, he has people that support him on that in Rivers, right?
Because he used to have power, but it will backfire when things start getting hot. People are going to they will have to ask themselves, why are we fighting again? This man, are we fighting for any development? Is Fubara stealing anything from any group in Nigeria, in Rivers State? So you begin to ask, why are we fighting on behalf of Wike? What is the point? And the funny thing is that this same thing happened to Wike, if I'm not mistaken, because Wike, I remember see him saying something about him not governing for almost half of the term, his first term, or almost throughout his first term. He didn't govern because he was always fighting. I think whoever that was before him, he was fighting them. So he didn't have chance to govern, and now he's inflicting it on his own successor too.
It's like they have that history in Rivers. For some reason,
it's so sad, really, to watch, because Rivers State, Port Harcourt is one of the best states, capitals in Nigeria. But when I went to Port Harcourt the last time I went, I wasn't impressed.
It was a shell of itself, right? The old self, right? It wasn't the same.
Yeah, I wasn't very impressed compared to other states, the improvements I saw in other states. However, since then, they said Wike, that was just during the time when Wike became freer. They said Wike has done a lot of projects since then. That Port Harcourt is looking quite different. So like go again. That was just 3 or 4 years ago. I went to Port Harcourt. So I would like to see it again for what Wike has done in Port Harcourt in 3 to 4 years. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, there's some states in that south that I feel like they should, not in terms of size, but at least in terms of like growth, they should rival what Lagos has. I mean, in terms of like GDP, Delta, I mean, in my opinion, quite all those states should be. I mean, they've done enough. Don't get me wrong, but with the kind of resources that they've in the past 24 years, it should be a top. It should be the way people are going to Lagos. Those states should also be a place, a top destination for Nigeria.
It should be. It's like Nigerian politics has mangled so many parts of Nigeria. You see, one of the examples I will give you before I explain what is going to happen in the South is it's like the Benin people, the Edo people. During the colonization war, during that time they were the most advanced group in Nigeria in terms of technology. They were manufacturing guns and all. And their bronze artwork and all, so they were quite advanced in Nigeria. But now they have been reduced to agrarian society, prostitution, and a few arts. So that is what Nigeria does to some parts of Nigeria that is not always good, but it's up to them to track back. I won't say this to my Edo people, but that said, regarding the South, the reason why they've not developed as well as Lagos is because the coastal region has not been developed as well as Lagos, and this is why I support the Lagos Calabar coastal highway, because it's not going to open up the coastal region of all the South now, and the economic activity that is going to be happening there is going to benefit Nigeria as a whole. This is why I support that project, because I've seen it happen in other countries. If you go to Togo, you go to other, Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, you see this sort of roads, and it creates commerce along the coastal region. You know how easy it is to commercialize coastal regions now. And Delta State, they wanted to give make Delta a state. Instead of them to put the state in like Warri, where that has access to the ocean, the sea, they went and put it in Asaba. Politics. The area that will give the state the highest potential is like putting the Lagos in Ogun State just out of spite, because he didn't want it to be in that area. It just doesn't make sense, So, but with the road that this president is building, that might help. I don't know what plans are.
I've been watching this project for a while. The Ibom deep sea port, the one in Akwa Ibom. So I think they need that seaport. And I said Tinubu support. I was really important that Tinubu supports that. So hopefully they get federal help too. But they need that. I think the coastal road that you need is going to connect seven seaports. That's the plan.
Have they completed it?
Huh?
It looks like it's functional though.
The which one?
Ibom Deep Sea Port.
Renew bids for
They have a
design.
website
Yes.
and all.
Because I put the link in the private chat. The port has a website, so I don't know if the
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. The website is up and running.
yeah, but
Location and all.
because they're still because I didn't hear any story about them finishing because they can take bigger ships. That's what Nigeria wants to do. They're not building smaller the deep, so they want you can take times 5 times 6 of what a papa can take. So that's and that's right. It's also effective and cost effective for people that ship. That's what you want. So Ibom will be my top in that region. So I don't. Yeah, Ibom will be.
They said the status is a federal government approval obtained. And
yeah, that's my point. If you want seaports, my people, you can get seaport approval. You don't need all this propaganda of we can't build seaport. It's all lie. If you want seaport, they will give you approval. You don't need you don't need. So anybody telling you that they want to give it's all lies.
I don't know why they say that because Port Harcourt does have a seaport. Bonny has a seaport.
Yeah, if you want seaport, you can build your own. All this federal government is stopping us from it's all.
The difference is the area where they are developed. It's not the coastal region like Lagos. Lagos is the only coastal region that was developed as a major capital. In the other capital states in along that south region, the capital state is not in the coastal this area. That's the problem. So
you feel like, but just like the story of most Nigerian states, once you leave the capital of a state, of a city, maybe Ogun, where you can still go to the Obushagam. In most states, once you leave the capital, that's the end of development. Major roads, it's like in the middle of nowhere once you leave the capital of the state. You don't really focus on the outskirts of the city.
That's the problem now. That's the problem. I've actually gone on the Nigeria map and I tried to find the sea, that's the beaches in these areas. I went to Ondo State because I know Ondo has access to the sea.
Right.
I kept asking, where is their beach? Do they not have a beach? Because I've always wondered that. And I go and check, and you see some small towns that are by the beach, and you see a little bit of resort now and again, but nothing major. And that's why I think people don't understand the potential of this coastal road. Is going to open up all those regions, all those areas for development now. And it's a powerful thing from my point of view.
There was this guy that, let me find out. He went to a beach. It's like that beach was underdeveloped, right? I think it's Akwa Ibom, although that area. That was one of the most beautiful that I've ever seen. And it's just there's no sign of there's no building anything. Just I'm like, my God, why is nobody investing in this side of Nigeria? It was just showing us that there's more to just Lagos Beach, that there's more across that coastal road. I think it's in Akwa Ibom, not is it Akwa Ibom? Yeah, that was this. Yeah, it was just showing because you could see the oil rigs like far off. You can see like oil rig far deep, but it was a beautiful location. And like, yeah. I found it. I found the video. It's I think it's in Akwa Ibom.
Yeah, Akwa Ibom is quite a state now. There was a time in Rivers State we used to laugh at them. Now Rivers State is suffering from Wike'S and Fubara fever.
Yeah, so I put the link there, and the guy, I love the. I mean, that was. I'm like, my God,
look at that beach now. I'm telling you, this is something
and
that
the green
behind
it is just lush and.
Yeah. Nigerian coastal region has been cut off for a long time. It's only Lagos basically that has coastline, really, that they really bother to even develop at all. Most of Nigerian coastline is lost. And I really hope that Tinubu is serious about this thing, because if he does that, I think that south region, even with all the oil, the GDP is going to go up by maybe 5-10% just because of that development alone. That's how important that stuff is. because people are going to traverse in the area. Then because it's close to the ocean, it's not just a road. Now you're going to be having resorts built along the road. And that's how it happens. And you start developing different nights, and you start seeing small towns emerge along the side of the roads, because people like to live by the ocean. People like to live by the water. You start seeing all those small towns are springing up. That area is going to enjoy a lot out of it. And it's just a shame that Nigerian politics, it kills some parts of Nigeria lost out because of Nigeria. And that's what most people don't tend to notice. And the areas that are truly lost out are those south region. Even if they have oil coming through, but what does the oil done for them? Because nobody truly developed the hinterland. Instead, they ran the road from Lagos to Onitsha. Why not run it down through the south the road? They could have built it that way, but they didn't. They run it to Onitsha.
People they were making fun of me when I was talking about cultural integration, where I can take my family from Ondo to that beach in Akwa Ibom. Like, you can say, let's drive for the weekend and go spend the weekend with the family, just to experience the different side of Nigeria. It just makes it easier, more community. So now imagine they even have a train line in the middle of that, like they're planning. Imagine, forget the driving. We can take it.
Train line would be good too. Yeah,
the kind of like the sightseeing only for the kids and family in that train. You can just be different part of Nigeria. You can watch from the. This is what open up that, like you said, opens up that region. 10 states. To Nigeria. Let's go and look at what's going on in the south for the weekend, and that is money for businesses to open up that area. That's tourism. That is a restaurant. That is beachfront. So it's a lot of opportunity.
Akwa Ibom, Calabar, and a little bit of River State used to have that. And I don't know how Taraba is, but I think these groups in Nigeria represent some of the best or potential for Nigeria. Because if you look at the way they run their states, their states seem very organized. You would think that they built it like Abuja. The roads are cleaner. The lines. If you go to, how you go to some African countries, you see that even their roads are cleaner than Nigerian roads, especially when you go to the southwest, southeast, and some areas, except definitely in the north. But if you want to see a part of Nigeria that looks like an area that can turn western or turn more developed, or at least look more developed from the surface, is somewhere in Akwa Ibom, Calabar. Because I'm just watching that video that you sent to me right now. And you can just, they clean it, you don't see rubbish all over the floor like most parts of Nigeria. You don't see it in their states. They just seem like they're a little bit more organized about their environment than most other areas. Look at the sites that I'm watching just now.
I like the layout is very it's well planned. It's well planned.
I think somebody once said that they were the cleanest state in Nigeria or something like that. Somebody was saying something like that. So, and that tells you something, and it comes out of their culture. It's not just something that the federal government had to enforce or anything like that. It just
there's a part of that video where there's this small port where they have the slavery stuff, and they still have all the offices of the white people, even the radio, everything that they use, and that place is just wasting away. No roof.
Wow.
So imagine having all this old tech and rain just point on the chair, and nobody is even preserving. You will see now where they used to come, the office of the white person, like, whatever governor it was at that time, at least preserve the structure, people can come there and see what happened here. They still have the canoe that they used to move people, the slaves from the canoe into the big boats. They have to make it look presentable.
Look at that coast. Nobody's even there.
It's fat. It's pretty, man. It is freaking
unbelievable. Pretty. Nigeria has treasures, man. We are bothering to travel overseas for all these things because we've not developed our own. Look at, we have coastline all the way from Lagos to Akwa Ibom that we've not even touched at all. Just look at that coast. There's nobody there. There's nobody there. Just the guys that went there. There's nobody there. Unbelievable. Quite a sight to behold. Quite a sight to behold. Yeah. It's sad. Can you imagine if you were from these states and you'd be wondering, why is this country doing this? And look at all this stuff not developed at all.
This is where if I'm from that state, this is where you bring your diaspora in. This is what they can help you with. I mean, they have the resources or they have people that have the connections.
With the right mindset now, with the right mindset, then they will do it. But without the right mindset, they will find a way to destroy it.
Yeah,
you see, there are a lot of jealousy that goes to that Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. See, to Nigeria here, I believe is a river man. I'm and he's supporting that project.
We know now it's coming Benin, but we know
not
that area. Yeah.
To Nigeria, I watched Dr. Damage's show over the weekend. Thank God you are one of the hosts. They would have kicked your butt out of that show. It seems you were towing a different path and everyone kind of not following you. I remember last week your topic was about the taxation, and you were vehemently, reminding them that it's necessary to grow the economy and for government to be able to have more money to take care of things. And they were saying, no, I watched that show keenly, and I could see that they were actually, I support taxation, but introduction of that cybersecurity, I think it should have been introduced in a way that it won't be in your face kind of way. I mean, it's been in the book. It's it's just more or less following the law, but it seems your audience did not understand where you were coming from. Despite that, the statistics you showed that taxation in Nigeria is much lesser than every other part of the Africa, and you cited example. But they
The world, not just America, Africa, the world.
So when you now brought this idea, this issue of Lagos Calabar Coastal Road up, most majority of the people from Southeasterners are now going to support that. The reason being is that it's not extended to their side, so they believe that they are being shortchanged. So whatever the impact of that infrastructure will be, they probably would not feel it, which to me is just myopic thinking in the first place, because as long as it's extended to the south, definitely southeast is going to benefit as well. And it's just a starting point. With time, government might be thinking of linking, that road to the inner states, and so that other states in the southeast also could benefit. But to me, it's a great idea. I will learn that this project has been in the pipeline or conceived in the 60s. I don't know how true it is, but they said it's been years, even before Tinubu.
Yeah, it was supposed to start from the Senegal now, down all the way down to coast.
So we're talking about
I'm not surprised because you can see it in other countries. That's what I was talking about in Togo, Benin Republic, and Ghana. You can see it.
I mean, if you are traveling from UK to France, you could see the roads, the way it's linked to one another. It is strengthening integration. And we're talking about regional integration in terms of commerce, economy, and all that. We have similar culture. I don't see reason why we cannot link up with good infrastructure, heavily invested in that. But unfortunately, not everyone sees that project. You can imagine how small-minded some people could be, thinking because of one business only is enough to stop that project. I'm talking about the landmark.
And did you hear the news that broke yesterday that
what is
the landmark is even owing $7 billion naira?
So I didn't even know
the guy now I was telling that actually belongs to Atlantic. They have to come out and clarify that this guy on their list, they even give you are still owing us money for the beachfront.
Oh.
And the guy, I told you, he knew
land
now.
Extended to Atlantic.
No, all that beachfront back of Kuramo is all Atlantic now.
Oh,
so they are even losing money with this project.
So that 80-something billion, is it 80-something billion, 8-something billion? They said they are losing.
Yes.
Which woman showed earlier. So that means people at Landmark contributed to that loss one way or the other.
Yeah, because all the part of that road is all Atlantic. The back of that hotel, all that place that you see, is all back to that blue water apartment. It's all Atlantic. Wow. So they are also losing because of the value of the land that they are losing for that road. They are also losing money for that.
Wow. To Nigeria, I understand your level of enthusiasm about this project. Of course, your village will be put on the map this time around.
How dare you?
You know,
See, no,
all
I've
those
always come on, man. I've traveled on the road to
Confess
Ghana
now. Tell
before.
us where are you from? Why do you always hide? Just say
No,
where you
how do you think I knew that this stuff was going to be good? Instinctively, I would check more, but I didn't need to check because I've traveled by road from Nigeria to Ghana before. And I was like, look at these coastal roads everywhere. They can have. And I literally went on the map, checked Ondo, this in beaches, and I checked Warri once, and I checked River State once, and they are hardly developed at all. Bayelsa once, I checked it on the map just late last year during the election period. I was like, what is going on? Why is it that the coastal regions are not developed? I didn't even know that this project was in the pipeline in Nigeria. Can you imagine when somebody tells me that they want to build this road, what I would say? Immediately, I would jump on it. I say, that is a long time overdue. It should have happened a long time ago. Do you know that the image of Nigeria will change just because of that thing? Because people will see, look at that beach now in Akwa Ibom. It's like secret that nobody ever knows that Nigeria has. Nobody is even there. If they develop all this area, that is going to change Nigeria's image in the world, in Africa completely. Because Nigeria is actually beautiful, but it's like because of our politics, we mangled everything up. We don't allow the area that should shine, and then we just go and develop the country in the wrong way. Like if you look at the Niger Highway in the middle of Nigeria, that should be a water highway that we should have created almost like we should have dredged it so that it allow heavier vehicles to navigate almost throughout Nigeria.
Buhari has made that happen now.
Has he done it?
But at least 80% completed.
If he's doing that's good then, because we almost drowned in Nigeria because they couldn't dredge.
I mean, it was open during the last I think the December of
by the way, when it comes to this flooding issue, why can't we have underground pipes that can pump water out? Why are we always doing canals? Like in some countries, you're supposed to have like big pipe under, you know.
You didn't have
that's
that.
Electricity now. Are you giving them electricity?
You didn't have that in New York, despite the fact that New York and Lagos have something similar. You didn't have that in Lagos. There's a reason for that.
Adewale, just ask him which electricity is going to power that pipe.
No,
you
run gen now. You run gen.
You want to be running gen in Nigeria?
The telecommunication company.
You say it's coming. Yeah.
No, they can't do it.
Well, no deal.
It's doable.
Exactly.
Remember, the telecommunication company ran virtually on private generator for years in Nigeria, right? I'm talking about the MTN likes. Some of their masts were being powered by generator. I don't know if you know that. You know.
Yeah, they are. But you don't want to
do that successfully for years. They could do that. But the thing is, there's a scientific explanation to this, I believe. In New York and Houston, in New York and Lagos, they're very similar. Both of them are below sea level, and any little clog on the canal like this, everywhere, and that's why the issue of these demolitions is really painful, because people are now actually saying the potential, solution to their perennial flooding that always beleagued that city. I'm talking about Lagos now. There's no way we'll look at it. Lagos State for donkey years, the other administrations have looked the other way, and now people are reaping it. Can you imagine those flooding that will happen in Lagos, and yet we'll be complaining about government not doing anything? But now they are extending, the canal. That guy, what's his name, Shinedu. I was told that he was trained as an architect. An architect. What does the architect know about canal? So he went to the place with the camera, and then went to Arise News and said, "Oh,
to
he has
embarrass
gone there
himself.
to inspect the place." I even Arise News took it as news. As to me, it's not worth the news to me. What does the architect know about, town planning or canal dredging? Talking about scientific issue. Now, every year in now, if you see the torrential rain that falls in Lagos every year in and out, those waters. That's why even that Atlantic that's being used to push the ocean away, it's still somewhere. Somewhere is going to pay that price, because the wave, the current is going to go back somewhere, and it's going to hit somewhere really hard, and that is the reason why the canal should not be blocked. Lagos does not even have those drainage systems that they have in the urban cities like New York or Louisiana or Houston or Florida. They don't have that, right?
That's why I was not even happy that the governor agreed to reduce the size of that Mende canal from 150 to 100.
I think I remember when they were demolishing properties in Lagos because of the blockage of canals and all those things. And I'm not sure which one is related to Atlantic. See, anything that is for the greater good, the government should not even pay attention. Individuals, in the case of Nigeria right now, shouldn't block progress. And I don't even understand how you can, because if you are busy listening to one man complaining forever, how about the thousands upon thousands of people that will be gaining for it? Or the people that, when some people build on canals, the water flows somewhere else and go and flood other people's houses. And this is something that happens in Lagos all the time.
That was why the governor came, because people actually killed down the street. In the case of that,
exactly. I don't understand how people don't feel it. No, let me just add this. I find that weird. How human beings can be fighting for the people that built on top of property, on top of canals that leads to flooding of other people's house, maybe 10, 20, 100 people's houses. And then when they tell you that they need to deal with that property, you're like, no, it's somebody that invested a lot of money. The government it's like, why? How about the law-abiding people that didn't do anything wrong? That their houses are flooded. I don't understand how people always like to defend the lawbreakers or somebody that is in the way of progress.
Ignorance of law is not an excuse. You see all those people coming with the emotional blackmailing on social media, with the way the Arise News is hyping that news as if Lagos State has done something terrible. Even about it saying that someone should leave legacy. Legacy is about laying a good foundation that other successful administration will build on, so that they won't inherit all this nonsense that is been happening to that state. But can you imagine Arise News echoing that same issue?
But they were on a more serious note, what is the goal of Arise News at this point? What are you trying to achieve?
Propaganda.
Once in a while you should, just to get. But at this point, it's like it's personal or something.
To be fair, I like, compared to the other two now. The other two seem to be like fanboys. The other one, I think channel has become a little bit stale sometimes. But Arise is doing quite a lot of analysis.
No, they're not doing
really analysis.
At least they are trying compared to the others.
No. I'm singling out maybe the other guys' business. Their staples, their morning shows. What I'm talking about. There's nothing objective about that show. I'm sorry.
Okay, they are not as good as they like to believe they are. No. But compared to the others, though.
No, to Nigeria, any media house or any media outlet, the core objective should be about being unbiased, reported in the same way, but editorial has taken over in such a way that people are now seeing themselves as the third arms of government that they can challenge as an opposition. They've given themselves that something as an.
But they are not even doing a good job of it. If that's what they're doing, they're not even doing it. If I was the one doing it, every day I won't let the government rest about their security policy.
I know some people would like it, like Ene and Co would like that because it echoing their.
Ekene has come in like with fully charged battery. What is going on?
I heard that they always say people building on canals and all this and all those.
Oh my God! You came in for canals.
So you mean all this building that they're demolition, all of them are on canal? Adewale, you need to come and look at it. It's not just saying they are.
But is more than
the wired of it is that many people don't know that all these buildings were approved by government officials and government parastatals. So why all these things? When you have approved those projects, those buildings, at the end of the day, you come back to demolish it and you come back to say that people don't know the rules, people don't follow rules, people don't follow laws.
But they didn't
approve it. It's still the government officials that approve those buildings. So even if
approve
government
it
want, if
now.
the government really want to fight, who are the people that sold those land to the individuals? We are there. We cannot just single out people and be demolishing their
It's not their
houses.
job to find the people that they bought the
Hold
dodgy
on,
land
that
from.
is the civil lawsuit now. You that bought from you, you can sue that
Exactly.
developer for selling you. You can't blame government for that. Is for you to go and sue that developer for selling you that land or property, not the government.
Okay, if I go and sell you land
You
now,
just, you
and
know,
then the government should come and chase me.
the way you say it is just like people just come on top of canal and build houses, which I know, like where I am today. You can say people build close to canal, but not saying that people build on top of canal.
No.
They literally build on top of some of them.
Let's clarify.
No, maybe two or maybe few houses, but the kind of demolition happening now in Lagos State, it's not people building on top of canal.
There's
It's just
more
more
than
like
that. There is
no more than there is no more than that.
No.
There is no more than that.
Hold on.
Saw it on the map.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. This is my point, and this is what I've always said. If I'm going to spend close to 100 million or 200 million naira on a property or land in Lagos, I should be able to spend 10 to 15 million to hire a good lawyer, a good agent, to make sure that the land is legit, or that they can actually go. What happens is that I won't say for all people, but the cases that I have seen, people did not go through the right channel. Maybe because they were naive or ignorant about how the system works. But my thing is, for me to spend that much money on a property, I'm going to hire professionals, lawyers included, and I will spend out the money required if I pay for any land or property in Lagos.
That's true.
That's my point.
They want to buy a property that is.
The point is that even it's just like the other man coming out to say that a lot of building in Lekki don't have is it of CF or whatever. So which means about 80% of building there will soon go down. So people are already have that in their mind that very soon government is coming for them. But it's not even only in that area. I can tell you that even in this Ojo, 95% building here don't have a CFO or whatever.
So
when you ask people, they will tell you that it's not that they don't want to have it, but they are not giving it to them. The process is frustrating them even to get it. You understand?
How did they manage to buy a property and build on top, buy a land and build on top?
They normally building house, you can buy your land, they will just allow you to build your house. But after building the house, you see some laws, another law coming in. You know, Lagos law is just not what you can just.
But
why
can't you hire a lawyer?
Why can't you hire a lawyer?
Even with the lawyers, you cannot say they don't have lawyers. A lot of property owners. A lot of property owners have lawyers.
Nigeria may be a lot of things, but one thing I've observed in Nigeria is that if you are fairly due something, it is often given to you. You can look at an example of what the government did with this Lagos Calabar road. They said they are compensating people that they don't have any obligations to compensate because they were building on illegal land. But yeah, they were still compensating them anyway. So I don't understand. From what I can see in Nigeria, if you take, like, let's say you have your CFO, but because somebody was corrupt and you built on canal, and they come and break your property and they don't compensate you, it's very rare you see that kind of situation in Nigeria. They will always compensate you. Because it's very funny because sometimes we think the Nigerian state is very cruel, but what I can see on the ground, it doesn't match. It really doesn't match.
You know, when you have the money,
it's only when you go through the system, when you go through the system to get anything in Nigeria, you know how frustrating the system can be.
Okay, there's this rule of thumb, especially in Lagos, where you are to buy property, whether in the highland or in the mainland, in a very pricey area. Anybody that is interested in doing that should be very, very careful. If you're buying a house in Magodo, if you're buying even Magodo was even contested at the point. If you're buying a house in, let's say, anywhere in Lagos, mainland, let's say Bariga or Bagada, or some areas that are nice, Those
But
areas is hold on, it's very rare.
Adewale, please, before
Hold
you
on.
continue, these houses, these properties you are talking about, don't they have family? Like when you come to your house now, your family has a family land that you can decide to sell without government intervention.
Let me give you an
Because I see
example.
a lot of landed property here are owned by family members. When they come, they are the one that sell the land mostly. But at the end of the day, you see government coming in. Even when they have maybe the family member directed them to, this is what you have to own this land. They give you all the document that you need to have, believing that a family has sold the land to you. So government will now come back again and tell you, no, this is the way to go.
Forefathers, how many land has Kappa and Abeto helped develop that government has brought down in Nigeria that you know of?
No,
Because
I don't
they're not
know of
going to
anything.
that's my point. When you go to real professionals, they know. But if you just go to uncle down the street, I know this, I know that. All this shortcut that we do as people, we know ourselves now. You must pay the money to.
I've seen about 3-story building in Abuja, in Ikeja, that looks like somebody used their hand to mold it. And I was like, how did they allow this thing to go past the first level? And they built it to the top, and it's still dirty today. I was like, that is an eyesore. If an engineer is allowed to build in a capital city about 3-story building, maybe it's even more, really tall. I was like, Nigeria, it's like everything goes with them sometimes. And as long as that thing remains there, that's going to be a story of the Nigerians past where people don't follow rules on anything at all.
To Nigeria, in as much as we are trying to blame the government official, there's this thing about Lagos. They said, shine your eye. If it is too good to be true, that it means that thing is not genji, not real fake. But people are always so eager to say, oh, do it now, pay now. Everybody is rushing, you want to do it. So if at all somebody is selling a land or any property to you and you're very, very quick to say, I'm going to put my money down and buy this thing. Well, when the Wala comes, the person has, I mean, we're in the same, it's not the same Lagos where the caretaker will lease a 1-bedroom to 3-4 people. And yet that caretaker will not go to jail or go to police station. As a matter of fact, that caretaker will be the one to even arrest you if you're trying to challenge him. So Lagos State has a penchant for all those petty crime like this. They will blame government officials. Well, government officials are in collusion. I mean, collude with property developer to do innocent people. I mean, if you're buying a property and C4 did not come out on time, and Okene is saying that they will frustrate you, that means you enter Wahala. The moment you are unable to secure C4 on time, that means that they will be there. So, I mean, Lagos State is known for that.
I know what I'm saying. There is this building close to me. That building is a very old building. Almost that building is if I'm not mistaken, it's up to 15 years now or 20 years. That building, and the person that has that building is a very learned. It's a woman, and she lives abroad. So this building, she has been pursuing the C4 for God knows when, even up till now. And she's still pursuing it with all the money that woman has. So if she has gotten it, maybe it's recently, or maybe years or 2 years back or last year. You understand? So, and the woman continues to do that because she knows the importance of it. But she has built this building for more than 20 years. But that building, if she has acquired the C4, the way I see her, she was pursuing it, is just last year or maybe this year. And she has spent a lot of money. So that learned woman it's because she knows the importance and she's doing it and she continues to do it. That's why I said that the system is very frustrating. And she's not an Igbo woman, no. She's a Yoruba woman. She lives abroad. So the system is very frustrating. We don't have a clear system that when you go, you want to acquire something or you want to have a document, you just get it seamlessly. It's not done in Nigeria.
Even
They will frustrate you.
Lagos land is overpriced. It's like a jungle.
So I know what I'm saying, and when I say that this one is even a learned woman, somebody that is very intelligent, and you talk about businessmen that when you frustrate them most of the time, they will just leave it. But what I found out today is that people are being more careful. People are beginning to learn. So even if they want to do that mistake, they don't want to do it in a higher level again to spend a lot of money trying to build a lot of mansions. So it's just like one of my brother was telling me she has about 3 loans bungalow somewhere. So when they were bringing papers, he has been pursuing his own documents. But the thing is very frustrating to him. He said, anyway, if they want to give him, let them give him. If they don't want to give him, if they want to come and take the property, let them come. After all, this one, I can endure this one. You understand? So that's the mentality of the people now. They don't take it more. They don't want to build big mansions again. They let it just stop from the one they have already built. So it's just 2 rooms and parlor, 3 rooms and parlor. If the government don't want to give them, any document or CFO, any day they want to take it, they will just let them just come and take it. But this one, I can endure it.
The way
you understand? That's the mindset now.
That's a good thing now. Maybe they should be focusing on building industry instead of building mansions.
To Nigeria, whenever you go to Nigeria, pay attention to the landscape of Lagos State. When you are still in the airborne, you will see the way they build those houses. Jaga, no structure, no. In fact, to the point that you won't even know which is the main road or link road or frontage or main road. You won't even know. That's the way we construct houses in Lagos.
Horrible.
If you go to Port Harcourt, building in Port Harcourt, most of the building in Port Harcourt are CFO. I have somebody in Port Harcourt, and even all his land, it's easy for him to acquire CFO. Even in Port Harcourt, unless if you don't want to. So different states, different laws, different things. But when you come to this Lagos,
those properties
trying to get those things become very difficult.
They are
you understand? One of I know somebody that has a lot of landed property there. So when you are talking to him, say all the land I have in Port Harcourt are CFO. Even if government want to take it, they will compensate me.
Now.
Yeah, but why shouldn't they emulate? Why should Lagos State or other states be different from?
Okay. If there's anybody now want to,
because Lagos State is a more civilized environment. That if you want to go through those processes, it would have been an easy thing compared to River State.
The population is one major thing that drives that. In fact, some of those lands are even overpriced. They are ridiculously priced. My own house here, how much is the land? Maybe 20,000. 20,000 depends on that acre. And that's how much tax I pay taxes on just 20,000 for land only. I mean, the building, the structure erected on that land is what makes that costly. But in Nigeria, land is even more expensive than the building that you built on it, which is ridiculous in the first place. Why should it? The lands are overpriced, to be honest. They are just ridiculously priced. And they're doing that to price some people out so that they'll be able to, at the end of the day, when you go there, you just realize that, so this is where they're selling for, they call one banana island. Before you know it, you will see Plantain Island. All those, man, Lagos is people.
That's it's just like when you come to Alaba now and they tell you one shop is in Alaba is going for 50 million. Just shop.
That's ridiculous.
Just shop, not land. You know the size of a shop. A shop in Alaba is going for 50 million, 30 million.
Because there's
so
no
the ones
price
that are inside
regulation. Anything goes.
is about
Anybody
50
can just
million
wake
and the
up.
20 million. So,
Anybody
but
can wake up.
people are
This
buying
is
it
how
now.
much I'm selling my stuff.
People are buying it.
Of course, people
Somebody
will
just
buy
called
it
me
because
yesterday and he's selling his own for 15 million. And the buyers are already there.
we're talking about inflation. When you have all this thing
Nigerians
going,
mean business, so Nigerians don't play around with business.
criminally increased prices. These are the things that indirectly that affect inflation one way or the other because people are jacking up the prices. We should not have before when you need to mention million. Million is
They
just
will
like a
increase price on things that have nothing to do with dollar.
huh?
They will just jack up that
Yeah.
that material that has nothing to do with dollar. They say
No.
dollar don't
No.
go up.
Exactly.
Concern with dollar, we don't know. If
Some
they
even
increase price for no reason.
some of those land grabbers or what do they call them? They were ever selling the land, by paying dollars. They will tell you if you have dollars, go ahead and pay dollars and give you a discount for that. It's ridiculous. I don't even know why people still live in Lagos. To be honest, I can't do that anymore. Living in Lagos.
Lagos has one reason why people still stay here.
No,
Yeah,
see, okay,
the
let me
reason,
tell you something. When I come home,
most of the reason is that even as a commercial city, the seaport and the
Ekene,
airport and
when
everything.
you
But
test,
I think that
when you
mindset is changing now, not like
Ekene,
before.
when you taste
Yeah.
good life for once, you will forget about your sorrow. See, I've lived in a chaotic place. I've lived in New York. Never would I. When I came to Nigeria, my in-laws were living in Ayobo Ipaja. That was the only place I had a very good and sound sleep when I came to Nigeria. I slept there like a new baby. The noise pollution in the main city in Lagos is killing. It's shortening the lifespan of the people, and they don't realize that. The fume, the air pollution is so bad, so terrible. If you go
Well,
to
we
Lagos
cannot
Island,
leave Nigeria because of that now.
no,
All
no,
of
no,
us.
no, no, no.
I understand.
See,
Even Adewale, this way you are talking like this. Maybe if you live in Ojona and during market closing hour, man,
no,
you see human hold up. Not even motor hold up.
no,
Human
it's
hold
not
up.
as if we experience. But you live in H Town before you experience traffic now. It's not as if we don't experience all that. But when you have like where people don't live like a king, they don't have money, but they live simple lifestyle.
I
All
mean,
those
there is no way I'm going back to H Town.
well,
Never.
you may not come back, but the thing is, at least it's a starting point, right?
I mean,
Compared to the Owole Opomo in Lagos, will be yelling everybody. Someone is playing one record in one corner. Somebody is yelling and cussing. It's
and in the
just
morning,
too much.
somebody is doing Allahu Akbar.
No, in fact, that is
Jesus Christ,
is the
at 10
most
o'clock in the night.
annoying. See,
The conductor,
and you like, why are these
it's all
people
good
so?
though. I do enjoy it though. You can say whatever
See,
you like. I do enjoy all those
you give yourself a
bustling
week. Once
environment.
you take 1 week, after 1 week, you blend in.
You have been traumatized. Yeah,
I'm telling
you get
you,
traumatized.
You may not like it, but that's the hustling split of Nigerians. And for somebody like us that are hustling, me,
I
I love
live
it.
that
Oh. It
life.
doesn't take anything away from me. It never take
Exactly.
anything
I
away
lived
from
that
me. So
lifestyle for decades. Okay, but once you taste good like my brother, you don't want to go back. See, every time I arrive Lagos, it's like I'll be thinking of the day I will jackpot from this. Just this. I love the city. Don't get me wrong. I'm a beneficiary of that city. That city blessed me one way or the other. My family. But you see, there's a way. It's just too chaotic. I can't live in New York. I was there for briefly. I was there for some time briefly. I couldn't stand the noise, the smell. That was just too much. And I moved to Indiana, then back to East Town. But the point is this: I'm sure I was told that the government, I think Fashola started the pollution eradication, something like that. And you know what I've discovered about my tea? To Nigeria, take a picture from where you are right now. Then whenever you travel to Nigeria, use that same camera to take a picture again in Nigeria. You will see how dirty, cloudy looking that picture in Nigeria will look like compared to the way you live.
I took a Sony A7R to Nigeria. That is 4K. Like it became like it's very dusty, cloudy looking.
Yeah.
Like the environment is just it's
Yeah.
It depends on where you are though. Like
Lagos.
okay, Lagos.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, I guess it also depends. If you're on Lekki and some like nice areas, it's not
All
going to
those
be like that.
overhyped locations.
I was taking a video of the bad road. I'm like, let me even film this bad road so that I can post it online. My God, I'm like, I mean, you can see the quality of the 4K, of course, you see that, but you could tell like the environment was just like foggy and muggy.
For me, the biggest disappointment in Lagos was and especially the main Ikeja area,
If the
the
government,
Allen Avenue
if the
area
government
is going
want
to
to
be
do
more
something in
developed by
Lagos
now.
now, if the government want to do something in Lagos, I think the area they have to move this is Festac. Festac is getting very, very old, very old. So
I think
and
all those Allen Avenue area hasn't
so when
developed.
sometimes when they do things, I wonder are they not seeing the areas they need to go in? If they go to the Festac now, say all these buildings need to come down to elect new ones, or even the roads, build the roads, because I know what Festac used to be 30 years, some years back. The story they told us and about Festac and a few years ago. But now, if you go to Festac doesn't represent that anymore. The buildings there they are very bad to look at.
Hey,
Most of them are even collapsing. So, these are places that people pay millions of naira yearly.
Why paying
I
so?
cannot
Not
even
paying
try
such
it. So
humongous fee
if you ask
for
them
what?
why do you pay such amount in this dilapidated infrastructure, they will tell you it's because of security. Yeah, security is there, but I cannot leave that place because I cannot live in that place because of security. It's better I live in Ojo that has a very good and beautiful mansion than go there and live a very dilapidated environment. And the government are overlooking it, are going into areas that have already having new structures and all those stuff. So that I believe to renovate Lagos and to make Lagos look good, that Festac environment, they need to go in there, mark a lot of buildings. I mean, even all the buildings, mark them, give them time to either elect new ones or pull it down to make Festac come back to what it used to be before. But they don't, I don't know. Their priorities are even sometimes, I
So
don't
can
know
I
how.
tell your brother, your friend, and comment section to go to hell. Answer.
The
Now
only
your friend
area,
now.
the only area in Ikeja that I like is just the area around the airport, closer to the airport. But the other areas are not that developed. When I went there anyway, the hotels, even Allen Avenue, all those areas, they
Allen
didn't
Avenue used
improve.
to be a nice people. Ekene and his brother bought the entire place up. Now turn it to a commercial area. The like of Ajawa Estate used to be a residential area where professionals stayed, like Festa. All of a
By the
sudden,
way, that king of Ajao, that Igbo they never released him from prison yet. Is he in jail? Where they
Looks
want bring
like
that
it's still there.
up from Lagos. I mean, okay. All
That's
right.
harsh, oh. That guy, they are really giving him some tough treatment. What is that all about, even?
You know, get lawyer or something.
I don't know what kind
Even,
of like they
even
treat him as if he killed somebody.
What happened to the guy now? This 1 year don't pass now.
He must have some enemies, man, within even his community, because it doesn't make sense how long he has been there. Maybe he's out because I can't imagine 1 year he's still in prison. He didn't kill anybody, did he?
He wanted to invite me on. He didn't invite them yet.
Igwe
who is that?
Igwe of Ajawa Estate. I don't know that.
Guru of Ajawa Estate.
That Igbo guy, that Igbo.
Yeah, they wanted to bring
Igbo traditional ruler. Now, I carry and put her for prison now. Now they try. I carry and put her there.
You want to bring
Anyway, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything, but that's
say what you want to say.
Nigerian.
No, say it now. Say what you want to say. Say
But
it.
it's not good.
I
Though.
don't
It's
want.
not
I
good
don't
that
want.
they
If
still
I
have
say it
him.
the way I want, if I want to say it the way it is, yeah.
I have something to tell you. I'm disappointed in Igwe Obi of Onitsha.
What did he do
You
now?
know what he did?
No.
Obi of Onitsha is a river monarch, and he went to see
embarrassment of the highest one.
what is her name? Mega.
and his baby daddy. I was so, in fact, I was embarrassed for him.
How can you leave your region to come to Lagos to come and see who? Not even.
That is it on behalf of that king?
No, that was a private visit though. It wasn't even behalf of the royal family. It was by themselves.
It doesn't work for the royals anymore.
They remember they don't work for them anymore now. They are private.
He turned black. The guy went turned black and he can't go back again. They will treat his whiteness.
So how can you leave your kingdom? That means I was disappointed, to be honest with you.
No, it's because of Punani, not too much.
Even Oluwo came there now. I'm like, come on.
That one.
Why are you leaving? Why are you jumping 7 states to come and see?
That one is a fake urban.
But the OB thing, that one, I was not too pleased with that one. That was not.
I was disappointed. And there's another one, monarch like that. Okay, Olu of Worry.
Worry.
I said. Why would these people that I respect most, doing this to us? Why?
And they should bypass all this. This is why I believe in a more direct democracy where they should bypass all this and just ignore them, because we've been disappointed by some of all these people for far too long.
Fleece bag and trying to fleece innocent people out of their money. How have they been living large in California?
They're always overseas now. Even this Okwama one, if I'm not mistaken, it was overseas when the whole trouble started.
I think the guy did not appreciate his
privilege. Do you know who I was surprised that if he had showed up, I wouldn't have been surprised. If he had showed up, like
that would be ridiculous.
I would be like, Naim now. I was surprised, like Naim.
I want to go to Alaba now, so I want to tell you something. That your coastal this thing that you are.
You know, go like why you go take like her?
Cool down. You understand? Nobody's saying that the coastal this thing is not a good project.
If it's extended to,
anyway, let me talk to Nigeria. But the concern is this.
Benefit from it.
To Nigeria, don't let APC and that they're going to finish that project in the next 8 years. If it's another government that are very serious, I will tell you,
you don't buy land for that side.
That would have been a very big project that is going to be finished maybe
if they do that 50%. Even if they do that 50%, it's going to open 50% more of the Nigerian coastline up.
Even that 50%, you will not see it. Let me tell you, the only area that I know that maybe they can is that Lagos part of it. If they manage to finish that Lagos part of it, then just go and thank God. And you know that if they do that Lagos now. No, let me finish. If they do that Lagos, because it's just about 1 kilometer something or so, which they are very eager to that Lagos part of it. They're very eager in it. So if they finish that Lagos part of it, just go and thank God. You understand? I know what you know what it means to finish that just for Lagos. So, but if they can do more than Lagos, then kudos to you. The problem is not that the project is not.
Think about it. Tinubu's son has money in it. Nigeria government has money in it. Don't you think that is in all their interest for this stuff to
I don't even want to care whether the contract is inflated or whatever. My only concern is the completion. Because the reason why people are complaining is that Nigeria the economic state of Nigeria today needs a serious attention than that, and a lot of dilapidated federal roads and all that. You can see it in the videos and everything. Even you have a lot of federal roads that leads to your state that are not in good shape today. Very bad. You understand that government can easily maintain for you, so that whenever you come back from abroad, you can even use that one to hold body. You understand? So instead of them to invest money to do those federal roads that leads to your home or leads to your south area, first, which would have cost little or nothing much, they are now embarking in a very big.
But those federal roads have to always go through the upland, not through the coastal line. See, you are missing the point. Lagos seems to be the only coastline Nigeria has, but we have a lot more. Lagos is just about 20% at most that Nigeria has, and the other states, none of them have been developed at all. I'm telling you, it's going to transform the South if they put it all
Nobody,
to the other side.
nobody is saying that the project is not good or it's not. See, Nigeria is not abroad. That you know that if governments tell you at least something, at least 70% of it is true or 80% of it is true. Let's not say because no human being is. You cannot tell me that a human being is 100% all right. But at least in abroad, you can get 80% assurance that government is going to do what they say they will do.
I
But
know.
You understand my point?
Let me just ask Kene this one. If Buhari can work with Dangote to complete the Dangote refinery in 6 years, is it not possible that this government could actually pull this one off too?
No, you would have asked yourself when that Dangote refinery, but that's another issue. You understand? I'm just telling you the issue of Nigeria. Even if Tinubu wants to be sincere, that coastal road would have, at least in the next 4 years, would have been, let's say, 70% or 80% done.
They have a chance. If they are serious,
telling me that project would take as long as 8 years is to tell you that this is a campaign strategy. It's a campaign strategy. You cannot tell me that a project that you know, even if that project, if government is sincere, they want to do work on it consistently, knowing the importance of it, that project should not take nothing less than 4 years.
But
you cannot be telling me that project will take you 8 years.
By the second year, by 2 years, they should be starting from the other side too. It's not only the Lagos side that they'll be building. They'll be building
But
from
that's
all
what
the
I'm
other
telling you.
sides too.
If they move past Lagos, I will give kudos to them. Nobody is saying that that project is all. Everybody knows the importance of every project. No road infrastructure in Nigeria today is not useful. Every road infrastructure in Nigeria today is useful. But regarding the way our politicians do things, we don't trust them. We are even more comfortable repairing the ones that we have, so that we can even have something to use, some roads to use. Then that road, you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you are saying exactly. Because if you look at like the Ajaokuta steel and the refineries in Nigeria, I think what tends to happen with them is that they get stuck with one person doing the project, and then before they move it to the next person, the long stories keep going on. But if you look at the way Dangote refinery happened, it was just Dangote. Even if there was a bit of a rigmarole that happened, that's when they moved it to Lagos. By the time they actually started working on it, was 2017. And then they finished it by 2023. So what does that tell you? It tells you that this
that's a private. You cannot compare private
too now. That's what I'm trying to tell
you. Whether government is involved or whatever, you cannot tell me that if I want to do business today and I have a business plan, then government coming in to help me and all that. It's a private thing now. I want to start up my business. I will do all it takes to make it. But when it comes to all these government infrastructures and all, you know how it is in Nigeria. It's not, a lot of roads today. A lot of even there are roads that you have since there are roads that you have since 1999 that are still under construction today. And you don't know whether the next government will continue with this legacy. If Tinubu leaves government tomorrow and did not complete this coastal road, you don't know whether the next government will have it in his own interest to continue with it. And it will not make it an abandoned project for the day. So any project that any government wants to embark on in Nigeria today must be a project that you should be able to complete. Not leaving it for the next government.
You know what I will give you the argument for is that if Tinubu was serious about industrializing Nigeria, he should have gone for either Ajaokuta steel with this money, with some of the money that they are investing in this, or built another steel manufacturing plant. Those are the kind of things that industrialize the economy.
What are you doing? Why are you doing back and forth?
I'm just saying that there are priorities, and sometimes
there are priorities.
I'm just saying
it's just like I ask a lot of people that are. I just ask a lot of people that are talking about it.
I can hear you, Thomas.
Thomas, are you
saying
talking?
anything? It looked like Thomas is tired, just waiting for us to finish so he can go.
You just want us to finish. So, but
Yeah, what's up? Thomas, say something now. Why are you? Is he drunk or
Yes,
something?
I'm trying to tell you, APC will rule 16 years. So don't worry, they will finish the coastal road.
Okay, only that one you want us. Maybe. You see what happened. You see,
hold on. Let me tell him that. What if the remaining this is 12 years is only Bobel in office? Would you be happy, Thomas? Would you be happy? Adi Bobel gets into office for the remaining 12 years after the first 4 years of Tinubu. You're not going to find it.
Let me tell you the mindset we have in somebody like me have in Nigeria today. Instead of if the government of APC continue like this, instead of them to continue in the next cycle of election, I would rather support an Hausa man to be the president. Honestly speaking, I would rather leave P2B and make sure that I support a popular candidate from the north to take away power from APC, because they are really killing this country.
Which party is going to do that? Is it PDP?
Whether PDP. Whether PDP. Even
PDP has to choose Southerner now.
Even
Atiku. Yeah, but PDP
even if they don't choose it, let me tell you, even if they don't choose Southerner, and I see that they are ready to take away power from Tinubu, from this APC government. Let me not call Tinubu, because it's not a Tinubu thing. It's an APC. Because if you look from Tinubu down to the ministers and most of their governors, you know that they are not ready to do anything for Nigerians. So I will not put Tinubu. So when you look at it,
minority, nobody. You see, most Southern people will not care whether it's Tinubu.
No, I don't think Nigeria cares now. No, to Nigeria cares now. Nigeria cares a lot. What Nigeria is yearning for now is to make sure that power is removed from APC.
Okay, let me ask you this, because I just checked today. I was surprised to see this number. I checked the percentage of voter turnout in Nigeria, and it turns out that, like, in the Northwest, 30% or 31%, and the North Central, 31%, Northeast, 29%, Southwest, 25%, Southeast, 21%, South, 21%. How can we explain this? Ekene, what is going on in the Southeast and South?
You know that is it now. Southeast, if you know, Southeast and South has been an area. Their political thing is almost the same. Their political understanding and political lineage is almost the same. So Southeast and South can always go in the same direction.
But why they know why? Vote?
Well, you know, a lot of South and Southeast are more. They are more feel like most of the time the candidate they bring is not up to their standard or whatever. You see somebody like Bwala, South never cared. Southeast never cared to support him. Even down to Tinubu. Forget what happened in River State. Forget the rigging. Forget some mago that happened there.
Who told you the rig?
You understand? So, but still, if an election happens today, South, I don't believe we go in the direction of APC, except this coastal this thing that they want to use to bribe a lot of you guys to Nigeria.
If they start seeing it, it will make a difference. So if they start
it will make a difference. Quite alright, because I can also see politics in it. But the problem is, whether it's politics or whatever. If they're going to do it, I don't care whether it's politics. It's going to be nice. But my problem is that they're not going to do it.
How do you know?
You understand? And they're giving me 8 years. Giving me 8 years for the completion of that project is something that you guys don't understand the kind of politics they play in Nigeria. You cannot tell me that you don't even know whether you will get another 4 years. The project you should be executing is a project that you know that you will finish in your first term. So if you're not able to finish it in your first time, don't tell me that I will
that's
give
a
you.
good idea. I think that's quite right. Ideally, you want to finish in your
Yeah.
first time. At least go more
You're
than
not going to finish it in your first time. Why telling me that it's going to be 8 years? So that, okay, you will come to the South today and tell me, this coastal project, we started it, we give you 8 years and all this stuff and all those stuff. So give us your vote.
Can I give you one more reason why I think it's going to be completed? It's because what Nigerian government is reacting to is something bigger. They are reacting to the Continental African Trade agreement. So their plan is to draw a road from Nigeria, I think even up to Central Africa, in short, South Africa. They want a road from West Africa to South Africa. So they are trying to kind of create connection between all parts of the continent. This is why they are building trains. All the countries in Africa are doing it too. It's not only Nigeria. All the countries in Africa are doing it. So that's why I'm thinking.
Nigerians forget about to Nigeria. Forget about those explanations
I'm
you are
thinking,
giving. No. Let me tell you. You guys live abroad and you use a broad mentality to judge issues in Nigeria. You understand? So, but we in Nigeria, we never live in abroad, and we are like Okikibo. We know what is happening in our environment. We understand more our politicians more than you guys understand them. Before they make any move, somebody like me, there are things I see on television. If they want to speak, I will just off my TV. I don't have to listen to it because it doesn't make any sense. You understand? It's still the same story all the time.
So
I've never seen
I
anything.
forget you are in Nigeria sometimes.
Yeah, it's still the same story all the time. Still the same story. If you read our news, you will know that a lot of everything that happens in Nigeria today didn't start today. Even everything we are seeing under Tinubu government, it didn't start today. And the only thing that we talked that we are going to have it differently, especially
but let me
from
ask
Buhari.
you now.
Let me finish. It's just like a few days ago, you see your minister of power sharing rice to the people. What does that tell you? Your minister of power sharing rice. So if minister of power is sharing rice, what would the minister of agriculture share?
Boiled rice.
So you just somebody that is going to be maybe sharing transformer, bringing this concrete poles in the areas that don't have electricity, or in the areas that their poles has gone down or is very weak, bringing those things to even in his own community, using it to go maybe in his own personal capacity, bringing the transformers, bringing poles. The last time I traveled to Edo North, all the poles, the wires are even falling on vehicles traveling towards that, and it's a federal road though. The wires are down, falling on vehicles traveling towards that road. That if we have ministers that are very matured in thinking, those areas they need to go and remove those wires from the road, remove those poles, rewire those environments. Let's say they don't give us light though. Let's say they don't give us right.
But the federal government, there's only as much money as they have. By the time they steal some of their share, there's nothing left. They need to collect more money. that's the problem.
That's what I'm telling you now. But that's the problem I want to tell you, that we are not the issue still continues. They're not doing things differently. You understand? So we understand their politics. We travel around, you see some disgusting things that are not supposed to be in our system. When we say it here, people say you are doing propaganda. It's not propaganda. You go to areas today in most of Nigerian state today that you think are developed, don't have electricity. In the past 20 years, they don't have it.
Not good.
They don't have transformers in the last 20 years or 30 years. And your minister of power has the guts to be sharing rice to the people.
Wow. I don't even know how that managed to happen. What they think they are doing. I say some of our leaders, I'm not holding any brief for any one of them.
So if you give me a work to be a minister of power, am I supposed to be sharing rice? I'm supposed to be sharing transformer. Even if I don't have money for transformer, I will go and change those. I will make sure that the electric poles in most of the areas in the rural areas are being transformed, are being changed. Electric poles, this concrete pole will not cost you a lot. With 100 million or so, you will go a long way to change a lot of electric poles that are falling in many areas in Nigeria, even in the south or in the southwest then southeast. In many areas, you can change a lot of poles that are no longer in order, rewire those poles and order. Then maybe even if you don't give us electricity, we'll see the reason to support you again, because we know that you have the right, you are thinking straight, you know your work, you are doing what you're supposed to do. Maybe we will not say that maybe some powers are holding you maybe to give us 24 hours electricity. Then we'll now start to know how to deal with those powers that are holding you. but your minister of power find it necessary that those things are not necessary. So what is necessary is to be sharing rice to the public. So the Minister of Agriculture now will now be the one to give us transformer and concrete poles in most environments. Just think they don't have priorities. That is the problem. And that is what people are talking when you talk about this coastal roads. There are a lot of priorities. It's not, these things are good though. But regarding our situation now, that you cannot travel from Benin to Ore, a lot of areas, a lot of federal roads today, you see trailers falling on the way, just a few days rain. You see our roads, water filled everywhere in our federal roads. You don't even need to do much. You just to fill it up, tie them back. Do you understand? So you don't have to spend much to do that. So that at least people using that road will have a breath of fresh air traveling towards that road. You will receive a lot of accolade for that. People will praise you for that. People will congratulate you for that. Then you will now come and tell us, yes, there is a project that we want to do that will connect us from south, a lot of region that is coastal road. Even if you want to pull down the landmark, go and pull it and nobody cares, because we know that the little you have done, you are going to do this one. Your words are your word. You understand?
You would think they would do it that way, but they don't. They simply don't. And for me, I try to take what I can get from these kind of human beings. And I think Nigerians should be smarter about the way they deal with them. Because if you look at this cyber security levy, now they said they've taken it back for review because Nigerians criticized it. And this is something Nigerians don't notice that the government do. They don't notice that sometimes the government do listen to them. And they don't necessarily know how to organize their voice to force them to do what they would not normally do. And I think that is the trick to pull off. I wish it's something that I can just pull up myself, but I don't have the money. I don't have the capacity to pull it off. But I believe if the people want some serious change, they will get it. If the people want
if
it.
you want us, the only thing is for us, what I want you to do, not allow them to deceive with all these mago things. You know, there is what they call mago. What they're doing is mago, trying to deceive the public. They can deceive a lot of people. They cannot deceive me. When you are doing the right thing, people know that you are doing the right thing. And what you see, you just like now, you are talking, okay, what Diogoni cleansing that has been commissioned for many years, that even somebody like me would like to see that place being cleansed. What is stopping it?
Yeah. I think they started cleansing it. I thought they had started doing it.
Started what? The last few days, they showed that environment. You have mercy for that people. Nothing is going on there. Nothing. Ogoni cleansing. Since Buhari, they commissioned this in Buhari up until today. This government is not even talking about it. They just brought it out in the news a few days ago for people to see that this thing they commissioned many years ago, that nothing is going on there. You people should, and that was make the governor of Bayelsa State now begin now to lament that the area that is giving Nigeria resources and all this stuff, see what they are taking them for. You understand? So the little things that they are supposed to do for the people of South, they are not doing it. It is not the coastal road that you believe that they will do. What kind of thing is that? What stopped them from placing that Ogoni land? The area that is generating resources for the state. And they have commissioned it for many years back, many years. Go and check the time they commissioned it. And the government that's commissioned it has left office. So this current one is not talking about it. The only thing he wants to tell you is that he's going to do coastal road for you. Then he left the Ogoni land that's supposed to be cleansed for the people of South to have a breath of fresh air. Their land is no longer producing any agricultural stuff.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the report about that the Ogoni youth gave Nigerian government 7 days to revoke 80 billion naira failed contract for cleanup. That is sad.
So
And
what are you telling me?
going on.
What are you telling me?
And they also want oil. I didn't know that they've even stopped oil exploration in that area completely. They said they want to.
Yeah.
The youths are calling for that to resume because, man, Nigeria, man, we really know how to sabotage ourselves. My God.
So it is for you that is talking about the coastal road. When there are things that you need to do for the South people that they will see and they know that you love them. You cannot just come and mess up. You come and mess up. You came and messed up the whole environment of Ogoniland. You explore them. We explore their oils. You took away everything they have, and you left that environment very deep. If you go to Ogoniland, you are talking about some areas in Nigeria. That place, with the amount of money they generate for Nigeria, and you go to that place, you cannot step in your foot there. You cannot. With all the things they gave to Nigeria. And nobody wants to talk about it. They want to use coastal road to blind you. A project that you know that they will abandon and leave it for the next government. Then when that next government come in and say, this project is less in our priority, then that you will now leave it for the next 80 years. Then in the next 30 years, that project has not gone anywhere. Why are you giving us those nonsense fake promises and all those stuff? Come and do things that are simple for us. 80 billion cleansing of Ogoniland. What is stopping it? You are spending 15 trillion for coastal road. Just map out a little amount of money. Go and clean that place for us now.
You would think.
Just map out a little amount of money. Clean that environment for us to be happy.
They will not. I think I don't know why they've not cleaned it personally. I really can't tell how they can allow this to carry on for years. How long does it take to clean anywhere again? It shouldn't take this
long. How long
long.
does it take to clean those environments? What does it take the government to do? So, but you guys, it just when I say that you see things from abroad, we see things from Nigerian things. You understand? So,
but I'm not.
Nobody. Don't tell. Let nobody tell you.
In the South, they are going to be happy about it. Anyway, it touches in the South, they'll be happy. If I'm trying to give you a picture of what is going on in the South.
No, I'm going to be happy about it also. I'm going to be happy about it also. If they will really do it, I will use that route. If they will really do it, I will enjoy it. If they will really do it, it will connect me to a lot of business. It will develop my business idea very more because I will have reasons to go to South to look around to know if I will still have business opportunities there. You understand? But there are still priorities that are not being met before talking about that issue. I just give you an example of Ogoniland. So what happens to the business there? That Ogoniland business is dead. Everything is dead. Nothing is going on in that environment again.
Yeah. I think
the people are left in abject poverty.
They must have their reason. See, if you ask me, people in that community are part of the reasons why it's not being cleaned. It's not just the federal government. Otherwise, they will be roasting the federal government by now. It's their own people that are partly costing it. They will take the money and will not do the job that they are supposed to do. You think if they give that project
it's a federal government issue. Tuna just said federal government awarded contract, so it's not about the people. So and then I will not. If Tinubu says he will not do it, I will not blame him because he was not the one that commissioned it. I think it was during Buhari or Goodluck. I don't know who commissioned it. But government is continuity. That is what the same thing. If this government come in now and say we commission this coastal project now, and they didn't finish it, you see how many years this Ogoniland has taken just to cleanse it. Then you will now know if the next government now come in and say it is Tinubu that commissioned this one. This is not in our priority. It will still be an abandoned project till any government decide and come back and say yes. We remember years back, Tinubu commissioned this project, and this is the percentage that I've been able to do. So let's complete it. You understand? That is when you will see that road to be commissioned. By that time, I don't know how many of us will still be alive.
Who knows? I really hope I'm around to see. That's for sure.
So,
At this
so,
rate.
so, but Nigeria are eager to see. If you want to give me 1 kilometers of road, just give me that 1 kilometer of road and they commission it for me. At least let me enjoy that little one when I'm alive and have the
Around,
strength to
yeah.
enjoy it. Don't just give me something that I know that I don't know when I will enjoy it.
I don't mind if I'm not going to enjoy it, as long
In my
as there's a
heart.
commitment for it to be completed. That's all I care about. Whether I'm not going to enjoy it, as
Yeah.
long as I know
Every
my children will have a
Nigerian
better future.
environment needs to be. Yeah, every Nigerian will have to. Me, I want to enjoy this country because I know there is a lot of potential. That's why I still live here.
Yeah,
I
there's
don't
a
have the
lot to
mind to
enjoy.
travel anywhere. I really want to enjoy Nigeria. Nigeria has a lot to be enjoyed. It's just that we have foolish leaders and the people that don't think. You understand? So, but if
Man.
Nigeria really want to do well, let me tell you, none of you would like to live abroad because we have a very big space that will contain all of us. If all of us in Nigeria decide to live in Nigeria, we have the land. You can if your place in South doesn't contain you, you go to the north and find a space and live. As far as you are living in Nigeria. Now a lot of land in the north that are not being used. You go there and develop it, build houses there. You understand? Do business.
Just hearing you talk like this, I'm even envying you. That we are not enjoying our country now. We're just talking
We're
foreign
not
lands.
enjoying our country. We're not
Just
enjoying our
a shame.
country.
Just a shame,
So
really.
we have a lot of things to the only thing that happens here is that if you're able to build up yourself, being able to build a good house, have the money to buy petrol, you will know the little you will enjoy it because Nigeria has this kind of potentials that you don't enjoy in abroad. In abroad, I don't know how many of you goes out in the evening to say you stay with your friends, you eat in kwabi, you drink, you enjoy a lot of things, you come back home and sleep. Tomorrow morning, life continues. I don't think you have that privilege abroad there. But we have a lot of it here. You
Yeah,
understand?
no. Oh my God, the freedom we get in Nigeria is just
So the
astounding.
freedom in Nigeria is more. I cannot live in a country now where you'll be chasing me around with policemen to show my papers.
This thing, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about this thing? If P2B goes to Labour, this thing, PDP, would the votes follow him? If he went to PDP and becoming the flag bearer?
In PDP?
Yes.
Okay, if he comes to PDP and become the flag bearer, if I will support him.
Whether, not just you, whether the votes that he got before will follow him there.
Well, for what Obi, for me, I don't want to talk the politics of Obi now. The reason being that even if you follow him very well, I think what he's centered on now is how do we get Nigeria back, put them back on track, because the Nigeria is not back on track now. We are just going south. We are just going down the drain every now and then. You understand? So we need to pull Nigeria out of APC first. That's the first agenda that should be in the mind of every Nigerian. Let's pull Nigeria out of APC.
How do you do that without voting now? You think they will vote for him?
Yeah, we can do that without voting. So anybody that fits in
you can do that without voting. How you
no,
do that
I mean
without
we can. I know. No, I made a mistake. We can do that. We can do that with voting. That's what I want to say.
Okay.
But there are some sign of alliance that is good. When I listened to Pato Tommy yesterday, that alliance now is not really talking about candidate now. The alliance is talking about the coming together of a lot of both this. There are some APC that will align because there are APC that is not favored in this government today. That a lot of APC are angry with this government today. If you don't know, so those ones, maybe those ones are not in office. You understand? They never got what they wish they would get if Tinubu win an election.
True.
You understand? So you need to harvest from there.
Yes.
Then you harvest from APC, you harvest from Labour Party, you harvest from ADC. A lot of all these guys then come in with a good proposal. Who is going to represent us? We want to take power away from APC. That's the first agenda.
True.
You understand? Then when we do that, we get our country back. Yeah, we have a long way to go to Nigeria. We have a very long way to go the way the country is now. Nigeria is not working in any aspect.
I hope not that long, because me, I want to come and enjoy Nigeria.
No, if we're able to get the right leadership, if we're able to, that is why if I see people backing out, no, people don't need to back out. If we don't fight, who will fight? Fight. I will fight. I will do my stuff.
Yeah,
I
but
will vote.
we barely need to fight even. The Nigerian government do listen. I just said it just now. We barely need to fight. The right people need to have the money and the will to do it. Start campaigning. Look at what Nnamdi Kanu was able to achieve when he was overseas. So people need to push the government. They've not pushed the government in the right direction enough. And when I keep saying this, if Nigerians don't listen, they think that the government don't listen. The government is scared of the people. Now how many police they have. If the people turn on
The
them,
government is normally the government is scared of the people, but the people are scared of the gun.
they are
What
scared
the
of the
government,
gun.
especially after the EndSARS, Nigeria don't have that kind of.
You see what they fear most? They fear when there is a swell of opinion start rising. Because
And
they know
another
when
thing is
the
that
when the trouble start, they
there
can't control it.
is what will make a difference today. Any day that the northern, because northern there is this kind of fearlessness I have I know that they possess, which we in the south don't have.
Everybody
You
knows that
understand?
now. Yeah, when those people turn, they
So
turn.
when the north, if the northern youth today decide to join the rescue of this country, no politicians will ever stand it. Let me tell you.
Exactly. Those are the kind of things
If
we have to
the
learn to tap into.
northern youth today decide to throw away all these nonsense that's selling to them in terms of politics, and they come out and they join the South, because the South are ever ready. But the problem is that we're not ready to take the bullet. But you see all these northerners, they have the mind, they can take the bullet. So if they come out today and become angry with the system, which I know that is happening already, if you are following them on Twitter, a lot of them are joining violent space. A lot of them are joining violent space now, and they are discussing. So many of them are beginning to think, yes, this thing that our leaders are telling us, they are not true. We need to come out of it and fight for Nigeria. So if we don't speak, if we're not talking, if we're not having a lot of space and everything, maybe most of them today that are understanding it, they might not have understand that and understood it. They will not be joining violent space today. But you see them joining. You see them coming to discuss ideas today. So you think all this internet discussion, no matter however you find a platform to be, all these platforms are very, very encouraging. They're educating. They're going a long way. And one day, Nigeria will come to reality. I used to say
that day
it.
comes soon. It should come sooner than later, because I'm getting tired. This of ahead, it don't.
Needs to,
It's
even
too
if
much.
it takes a lot, even if it takes a long time to happen, it will not take up to this Tinubu regime, whether you want to spend 8 years there or whatever. Because how many years is Tinubu? So what we have to do is to make sure that everything stop under this Tinubu regime. We don't need to allow it to continue. Everything will stop here.
Let's hope so.
We
They
must
are
take
able
it
to.
away from them.
But what if he goes on to do a lot of things the people want? What happens then?
Yeah, if Tinubu goes on to do a lot of things that people want, why won't people support him? This man has been advocate of restructuring through federalism. You follow his footsteps when he was is it Nadeko, when he was fighting military regime. Just check his antecedent then, what he has been preaching.
Yeah, he really
You understand?
did.
Then you check his government in 1 year. You know whether he's following that trajectory. He has gone beyond everything he spoke against under military.
Yep.
So if that time he supports federalism through federalism, and today he's in government and he's not supporting through federalism, that tells you that it's a hypocrisy. You understand? So one would have wondered, what made you support through federalism then? Restructuring and all those stuff. Then today, you're not speaking for it. You even said that you have made it clearly that restructuring for now should not be discussed. Why?
They don't believe in restructuring, because if they believe in restructuring, one, they will have to remove governors' immunity, and I don't see the governors agreeing to that. They will never want to give up that power. It turns out that Yaradua wanted to do that too. So, but they will never let that happen. And I always say to Nigerians,
I don't care who makes Nigeria better. What I want is Nigeria to be better. I don't care.
Yes.
If
Same
Tinubu
for
can
me.
do
Oh.
it, but if Tinubu can do it, why won't he get the support? He will get the support. But if he cannot do it, if you know that you cannot do it, in the last 1 year has been a miserable year for Nigeria. The last 1 year he has been in office. I will not miss words to say it. I have my indices. It has been a miserable year for Nigerians. So why should it be so? I'm not. If I expect Tinubu to fail, I don't expect him to fail the way he's failing in the economy. I don't expect him.
Exactly. I didn't expect that myself. That the way he stepped on the wrong this thing is that floating of the currency. That's where he really did it. I mean, if you look at everything else he's done, there are things that would have benefited the economy. But the moment he went after the currency, that's the one that killed everything. A clear example of it is petrol price when he removed the subsidy was around 600. Then you didn't need this thing because Nigerians absorbed it. You didn't need to this thing pay subsidies anymore, which means we would save that money. But because he went and shifted the the currency, now the petrol price shot up to if we're paying the market rate, it would have been up to 1,000 naira. Who is going to pay that?
Yeah.
And now they have to pay subsidies again. That's why that's
They have
the
to pay, but
biggest mistake he made.
my problem with him is that to Nigeria, if I buy petrol, because we don't have electricity in Nigeria. So if we don't have electricity, something must be subsidizing for that. So if you remove subsidy, the next of your agenda should be to make sure that we have 24 hours electricity. That should be your next agenda. That subsidy must be taken to something else that really benefit the masses, either in education, in electricity, or in agriculture. That will benefit the masses. You cannot take everything that the masses are enjoying now and say you are governing. You understand? So if you're selling petrol for 1,000 naira today, if you can afford it, maybe that should be for vehicles. If you can afford it, then go and drive your vehicle. If you cannot afford it, go and park your car. You understand? Provided if I come home, once I change my distance, my NEPA is on. I will enjoy my 24 hours electricity. I don't care. But today, you know that petrol is very important to Nigerians. But the one that I pass my neighbor generator. The way it used to happen before, you just go to the free station, buy 2 liters of petrol, you use it overnight. I pass my neighbor generator. So you don't care whether NEPA bring light or NEPA no bring light. You don't care. But today, you take away that I pass my neighbor enjoyment that they are getting before, and you're not even giving them a replacement for that in terms of electricity.
I had to change. I had to change
one
to
should
gas.
go for each other. So if you're not giving us this one, give us the other one.
Yeah.
If you say that subsidy is benefiting the rich, subsidy is benefiting the rich, you now take away subsidy from the rich. Then what are you giving the poor? You should give them electricity.
Exactly. They are not even planning to give them because the plan is.
And they're not even planning. I want to tell you that since the inception of this government, electricity has gone down. Even Buhari electricity is better than Tinubu electricity. I mean, they tell you.
Imagine.
I just give you an example. I just give you an example of your minister of power, what he should be doing and what he's doing, instead of what he should be doing. He's doing another thing. He's sharing rice instead of sharing transformer and concrete poles.
What are we going to do now? This is the kind of people we have running Nigeria. The crazies that we have running the country.
The craze is too much. The craze is too much. And the APC government, I think Tinubu would have done better. Maybe, but we are saying let it be up to 1 year. It's 1 year. It's 1 year. It's just few days. Because I will be here. One man must host that show. We will count on Tinubu achievement. 1 year of his life. We will talk it here. And the two Nigeria, you must be there that day. All of us will be here. We'll talk about it. Let's know what he has achieved in the last 1 year.
The only thing I know
because
tuition fees.
And you don't know what happens to all these politicians. The only thing they are concerned about is this election. If you listen to them, they have already told themselves, the G5 governors, that all of us is going to support Tinubu in 2027. They have not even discussed whether Tinubu has performed anything. They have went at the back, have a meeting. All of us, we are going to support Tinubu in 2027. To tell you the kind of leaders we have, we are not talking about what this government has given to the people. what has we achieved? You are talking about 2027.
There are people on this platform that talk like that too. What do you expect on the ground? People on this platform literally are looking for it. What did they tell you? There's going to rule for 60 years. So this is the same thing now. So we are the people that are causing it. So, but we'll see anyway. Yeah, we'll talk later now. Let me step out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, the general has disappeared. I hope he shows up to come and close his show. Good day.
You know what? Close your game. Maybe close up for us.